And we're on. I saw your little bobblehead constantly going, and the only people that could see it going are the two of us. I mean, the three of us, I guess.
I know. It's so good. Yeah,
that was a lot of work.
I just love how overly obnoxious our intro music is. It's my favorite thing by far these days.
Well, my favorite thing is, and we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves from the main show, but this is just for our Patreon people. They had this really nice video to show off the Cantina, gorgeous videography, all these cool
I already
graphics.
know what you're going to say.
And the most generic music you could imagine. And if only there was some sort of iconic music.
You got to save it. We have to save this for the main show.
Oh, we're going to. But I just think it's funny that I open our show with the song. Do I pitch it down? Sure. To skirt copyright? Absolutely. I'm just saying, if I can figure out a way around it, Hasbro.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I mean, it's not like there's more than one version even out there in the world.
Right. Right.
And there's not even one song. There's two songs.
There's that, and I use the second one because I feel like it's the lesser known one. Yeah.
It was
the better
one. It has
one.
to be a copyright.
It is
insane to think.
Well, we'll talk about it on the show, but I just, while the song was playing, I'm like, man, I got one up on Hasbro right here, baby. Come on.
Yeah. So, Jake, thanks for coming back. I'm not sure if this is what I think it is, but I'm not sure if it's what we did with you last time. But we do like this little 10 or so minute Patreon intro just so we can warm up a little bit, and then we'll kick you off. Yeah, exactly. We'll kick you out. We'll do the podcast intro. We'll plug our Patreon and all that, and then we'll bring you back on.
So we're in the pre-podcast right now where this is just for our Patreon.
You can say anything.
I love myself somewhere. I should probably grab that.
Oh, go find. It's a good time to go find yourself right now.
I will in a minute.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, we just like to talk specifically. We know we got Commander Cook in chat right now, and there's a couple people watching. Some people, you don't have to talk if you don't want to talk. Obviously, if you
Star Crunch, what they eat in Andor.
I would hope so.
Name that series.
That serial 100% needs a name. Yeah. Death Starios.
Oh man,
I like that.
Let's see.
And there's Pletho. Pletho, I will say, Pletho had a big help in naming our today's episode. I was really trying to think of a good name for the episode.
Well, maybe Jake can help us if he has a really good one.
Well, I think Plethos is
I
pretty
see it.
good.
I didn't even see it until right now.
Yeah. From Forlom to two Tonnika sisters.
Oh, yeah, it is pretty good.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah. We were doing, from Haslab to Cantina.
Right.
And then I was thinking, like, what if we went the Fast and Furious route where I was like Forlom for Haslab or something. But like, I don't think it really translated well,
Are you trying to out me as a shill on your own show?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Hold on. First of all, we're outing ourselves as a shill. You are just there because you are associated with it. You're getting shill splashback right now.
I have worn the title of shill for many, many years, according to
Proudly.
many folks. It's not even
It comes with the territory.
Here's the thing. I'm not proud of it. I'm not like, hold on. I am a former Disney cast member.
There you go.
Do I automatically like Disney? Well, I went and worked for them. Yes. My parents,
They're literally in your pocket.
my parents subscribed to Disney Channel when it came out. Like, remember when it was a premium channel like HBO? I grew up watching. Like, they never took me to Disneyland because we didn't have that type of money. They had enough money to buy me every action figure on planet, but never to get on a plane and go to Disneyland. But we had Disney Channel. So I grew up with Disney Channel. We went and saw all the reissues. Remember when you can only see Snow White and Cinderella by going to the theater?
In theaters. I remember when they released Bambi, Jungle Book, like in the 90s and whatever. Yeah.
Everyone. And we went to this awesome theater in Lakewood, Washington, that it was an old school theater that had the balcony. And I remember watching Snow White and Cinderella and all the classics there. So have I always liked Disney? Yes. Okay. Did that go away when I got older? No. I actually ended up working for them. And then Disney bought them. I'm like, okay, great, whatever. And so it's just never been like anything I've like loudly touted, like, yes. It's just always been. I always like Star Wars. I always like Disney. I am almost 50 years old and nothing's changed. So I don't know how I'm feeling now when I would have still been hard as a 7-year-old,
Yeah.
But whatever. Liking something on the internet, no, it's true. That's true.
No, you must be getting paid by them. You must be getting some kind of kickback because no regular person would like it.
Well, no, like maybe no loudmouth on the internet would like it. I mean, because that's pretty much what it is. The knuckle draggers out there have been killing me this month. Normally, I avoid the toxic world because I don't really dive into the negative side of fandom. I think if you don't like something, you move on or you ignore it. I grew up loving Star Trek and James Bond. It's hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss. It doesn't mean because they had a miss, it's ruined, right? The earth isn't, sky isn't falling for me when something isn't fantastic that's part of my franchise. So I just feel like there's a generation now that's really like sensitive to misses and they really, really go after it when something doesn't hit, right?
I never actually saw it like that, but you're absolutely like there's not like a group of people dedicated to how bad Star Trek 5 is. And Star Trek 5 is objectively just a terrible movie. It's not just as a bad Star Wars or Star Trek movie. It's just a bad movie in general.
Yeah.
But no one goes like, oh man, it ruined franchise, killed everything. Spock's got a half brother now. Oh, like
it is end of the world scenario anytime Star Wars doesn't hit their sweet spot or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I don't really subscribe to that. So because I don't really put out that negative energy, because if I don't like something, like I hated Kingdom Skull. You never heard me post about it, right?
Sure.
But I liked the newest one. I mean, it wasn't better than the original 3, but I'm like, I still was super excited. I still collected the figures. It doesn't kill things for me. So I'm just more of a move on. But man, because of that, I normally don't get really toxicity coming into the site because I don't really breed. I don't thrive on that,
Sure.
But man, since Pride this month, and since the Acolyte, and since the Haslab, it is like it's brought out all sorts of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's been a rough one.
Yeah, it's been wild.
This is a good place for you to let it out, vent it, man. This is a great platform.
It is. I mean, it's just, it is. I don't block a lot of people, and I haven't blocked anyone yet, but I have given warnings. I'm like, dude, I'm a middle school teacher at the end of a long school year. My patience is this thin. If anybody, while I'm asking this simple question, decides to take it in the wrong direction or an ignorant direction, this will be the last time you see me, you know, because you're done.
Yeah.
And thankfully they've
I like it. I like it.
because I really don't have time.
One of my favorite TikToks right now, there's a teacher, she, maybe they, I don't know, but when someone comments something super negative, they don't talk about that part at all. They just correct their grammar. I think it's called like wise words.
Oh, that's perfect.
But they'll they'll
That's
diagram
so
the
good.
sentence and like have a red pen and this shouldn't be capitalized. And that's all. Like they don't
Add a
address what they're
comma.
actually. Yeah, exactly. They're just talking. Let me help you out with this argument here. What you mean to say is, it's just. I love it every time because it just makes.
I'm gonna start doing that on my TikTok comments. I'm just gonna start correcting their comment. That's great.
Yeah.
Kind of like
'Cause
Jimmy. Was it Jimmy Kimmel that has the celebrities read their
Their mean tweets.
The mean tweets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love it.
Maybe we should do a podcast segment where we just read shitty comments that we
Just
got.
bad comments?
Dumb comments. That'd be.
Have you watched Yes Have Some? They have their whole sad comments section.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
Toy
It might be a
anxiety.
good
Toy
idea.
anxiety.
Yeah.
Toy anxiety.
Maybe we
have
can
a whole
So anxiety does. They do. They do that.
the
Yeah. The
sad
whole
comments.
thing.
They
It's
read
true.
people's most. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people lose track that these are children's toys. Technically, that's where their origins are. There's new reports coming out that we're the number one, right? You saw that, right?
Yep.
That we're the number one market for them now. But
We're number one. Eat it, toddlers.
eat it.
Boom.
Eat it. What's this show even called?
Yeah, we've got more money than 11-year-olds.
Young Jedi Adventures.
Boom, eat it. Even though I have the play set right there and all the main characters and a speeder.
I think
And
they just announced season 2, right?
I missed that because we have been insanely busy in our household here. Let me go find my phone real quick before we get
Yeah,
going.
go find your
So-
phone.
In case the house burns down, I should probably know about it.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Downstairs in the
No, I would actually appreciate it if you would just keep podcasting while your house actively burns down.
I mean,
That's just
Yeah,
commitment.
you got to be
shit. I would
committed
be-
if you're
I
going to
would
come
be
on.
getting all
So.
this shit out of the house. It'd be like vintage first, and then vintage collection second, and then
Black Series
no.
last.
Yeah.
A couple we have.
actually, I'd probably grab this because I'm super excited about it. I got the rare set
Oh, wow.
of Aliens.
Wow, that's throwback.
Yeah, no, I'm
Is that from KB Toys?
super excited. Haven't opened them yet. I'll be right back.
So I want to read this comment while we're talking about
Yeah,
it.
go
It was to the point where you and Wilbon jumped in the replies on
Oh, it's
TikTok.
that one. It's that one.
Because I posted for the people in the comments and watching this on the replay that don't know, I posted the TikTok where all the Act Like cast was receiving their Black Series figures because it's like that's relevant. So that'd be good to post. And the guy commented, "Disney paying for this shit too, for you to keep pushing this stupid agenda. Like, what agenda am I personally pushing? I'm
What
just
agenda?
relaying information essentially.
Yeah.
Like, I literally." Like, what agenda am I pushing? And guess what?
Your
I
agenda
would
that
love-
Star Wars exists?
Yeah, and if Disney wanted to give me money to push their Star Wars agenda, I'm taking the cash and I'm pushing the Star Wars agenda because there's no agenda there to push. Like, I don't know what dude is. He's smoking some crack, that's for sure. But yeah, TikTok comments
Yeah,
are
I
usually,
thought it was pretty
usually
funny.
like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just full of people that need to go outside and touch some grass. Get some.
That's what you replied to.
I did. It's my go-to reply because, like, seriously, whenever anyone takes something like that too seriously, like they are just toys. You need a dose of reality, and that's how I take it. I mean, that's what touch grass means, right? Where like you need things in content. You need to go outside
You need to
and like
you just need to live
take
life.
in reality. Yeah. You
Live life. Yeah.
If you're that focused on this, like this is not what you should be focused on.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Well, did you find it?
Boom.
Good. So glad.
Perfect.
Cool. Well,
right.
we should probably just get started so we can get all the good stuff in on.
All right,
on
Jake,
the
we're gonna kick you.
So. Just no ceremony, just gone.
See ya.
Oh man, if you can't tell by my voice, Zach, I'm a little under the weather. I feel like every time I travel, every time I travel, man, I get a little cold or something.
Yeah, you got.
But nothing can stop me.
Jawa, I guess.
I do. Well, I think it's because I work from home now, so I don't have to like go out and like get germs from people. So when I get germs, my body doesn't know how to handle it. But nothing will stop me from recording episode 73 of Black Series Cantina. I just want you to know that.
This, I can guarantee this is going to be one of my favorite episodes of the year, because last time we had Jake from LOM to Zuckuss on, it was absolutely one of my favorite episodes that we've done. And I'm not even joking. Whenever he comes on, I'll tell him to his face that it's definitely one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah, because he definitely can't hear you right now.
He definitely cannot hear us sitting in the green room right now. But first, before we bring Jake on to talk about the vintage collection Haslab on Black Series Cantina, mostly, we're going to plug our Patreon. So if you appreciate this podcast and if you're a big fan of what we do, and if you want to give us a little kickback and support the show, you can go to patreon.com/Black Series Cantina and support us. We have a tier for every budget, like we like to say, $2. I think our VIPs are all closed up. We actually just did a VIP hangout not too long ago. So if you access or if you sign up for any Patreon tier, you have access to watch those and hang out with us in the chat live for those. Those are a good time. But you can also go up to the tier to join us live. That's the third tier up. And we have people in the comments every show who do that. So we appreciate that. But also, at the top of the show, I do want to go ahead and shout out our Facebook group. I think we have a really good cast of folks in there, a really good discussion. So I would encourage everybody who listens to the podcast to go join the Black Series Cantina Facebook group. You will have to ask for entry, and either Mike or I will do so. Yep. And then also, our next episode, I want to go ahead and plug this. We're doing our figure draft. And last year, that was a lot of fun. So Wilbon, our Black Series
big episode
Cantina Deluxe VIP member, is going to be with us, and he's going to create all these crappy figures on the list and amazing figures. So me and Mike are gonna duke it out again. So that'll be a lot of fun.
If you want to see it and you're not a Patreon member, I think in like a week or so, last year's will be up on YouTube, so you can watch it. Because I always do a year-old episodes. I put them up on YouTube for free. It's a good watch, so I highly recommend giving that.
That's specifically an episode I would recommend being here live to watch, or watching the video on.
It's always a blast.
You can see the list of figures, and you can see which ones me and Mike have, and instead of just trying to remember it in real time. And then afterwards, we're gonna let you all vote across our social medias on who has the better "quote unquote" collection that we built. On
you won last year. We'll see how I do this year.
We'll see if our strategies change any. Like, are you still going to go for all the articulation, or try to build? We had a nice little tussle last year, so that was a lot of fun. But without further ado, I think, are you ready to bring on?
Let's get the show started for sure.
Jake from LOM to Zuckuss, and he's just messing with his figs. He's cleaning.
Sorry, I was dusting my Haslab with
a Grogu.
You know, hey, you do what you got, right?
All right.
It's the only cloth I have at hand.
Well, he is wearing a smock, so he's wearing a ShamWow is what he's wearing.
Right, it does absorb extremely well. Don't ask me how I know.
So I do have to tell you, whenever you came on our podcast last time, it was absolutely one of my favorite. It was way too long
ago, by the way.
It was a year ago.
That is true. That's true.
But on a yearly annual appearance here?
Most people are. We only have 2 episodes a month, man. It's not that long. It's not that many episodes.
That is 104 episodes a year.
Nope. What? No, it's
something
not.
like that. I thought this man was a teacher.
It's 24.
Not math.
We've been doing this for a long time, and we're only on episode 73.
Hey, this is Galaxy of Toys. We're only on like 120, and we've been doing it for a decade. So
you
don't have
to
worry
catching up. We're catching up.
Yeah, we still want to get all the Galaxy of Toys people on here.
Oh, that'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be great.
I think it'd be a blast. Yeah.
And I do have to say,
everyone doesn't do Black Series.
That's true. That's true.
That's
so you would get a lot of like,
Yeah, we never.
That's
I would have
true.
won any of them on now. Actually, yeah, let's kick Jake off right now.
Yeah.
Might as well.
I mean,
People
the
still listen.
inferior scale is what we're here to talk about today, right?
Well, we're talking about the Happy Meal scale.
Yeah, we're talking
The
about
Happy Meal scale is what we're going to talk
You can
about.
Interpret that. You hear what you want to hear in
Yep.
that statement, right?
Yep.
That's right.
And Jake, I do want to say that anytime we specifically asked our Black Series Cantina VIPs and our Facebook group like what some of their favorite episodes of the podcast have been, and yours always comes up on the list. So almost in every comment we've gotten.
How drunk was I? I don't
Very.
know how many beverages.
You were hammered. You were hammered.
Like an 11 out of 10. Yeah.
All right.
I think one of my favorite
Let's call
Qui-Gon
Tuesday.
quotes. Yeah.
And I think you still hold the record for the longest episode. We did like 4 hours last time.
I told my wife, I was like, sweetie, I'm going to do a podcast show this week, or a YouTube show, because, I bounce around a few of them, right?
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, which one is this? I go, this could be the long one. 'Cause I'm like, I'm prepared.
see. Yeah,
She's like,
yeah.
That's
All
great.
right.
No, I got the whole evening. It's only 5 o'clock my time, right? I know.
Yep.
Like, yep.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I probably will go to bed in 7 hours. So if we want to
All right, well,
make a new world record, Zach,
let's-
you might.
My
Let's
wife
keep
has
in mind
Bridgerton
it's
to watch.
8:30 here. Let's keep in mind it's 8:30 Eastern, and I had to go into the office to work today, so I'm tired. So
What do you have to go in tomorrow?
no, I don't. But I do
So
have
you don't. So who cares?
But
So
I have
who
it.
cares?
I have a 10:30 meeting though, so I got to be at least ready. So
Well, my wife has a bunch of episodes of Bridgerton to watch, so we're good
She's
for
good.
me.
Well, yeah. Love Actually, Love Island and Below Deck both have new episodes out. So I won't need to see my wife for
Yeah, she's
hours.
good.
go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
She even buys the VPN so she can get the Love Island when it debuts.
The UK one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's my to me it's sci-fi. I'm right now watching. Well, once Star Trek Discovery ended, I went right to Dark Matter. Have you guys been watching Dark Matter yet?
No, I've only heard
not.
that's boring.
No, man, no.
I've only heard that.
It is like 2024's Fringe.
Yeah.
If you were into
Okay.
Fringe,
Yeah.
this is the concept. But here's the fun story about Joel.
It's got Joel Edgerton, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flashback. Zach, you were probably there. It was Celebration. What were they in? They were in the third one, right?
Indianapolis,
No, it was
Chicago,
Indianapolis because
Celebration 3, I think was
episode
Indianapolis.
2 was their big. They only briefly had episode 3.
I was
So
like
it was
8 years old at this time, so
So you were there for sure.
But didn't you?
Probably drove.
You went to that though, right? Indianapolis. Zach?
no. I went to I went to Indiana Comic Con
Okay.
to meet Hayden a couple months ago. See, I got his audio right there.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Let's see.
I still have yet to wash my hand.
Ooh.
That's gross.
That's funny.
Anyways, what's the story with Joel?
Take his hand because when I met Ewan, it was like from a 55-foot table away, and it was 0.4 seconds and not worth the $300, unfortunately. Right?
Bummer.
Have you seen the pictures where people during COVID time they met Hayden and Ewan at Celebration?
They had
they have the glass in
the
between.
glass
I would have been like,
and-
why pay
yeah.
for a picture? Why not get an autograph instead?
So
Yeah.
I'm highly involved with Washington State SummerCon, and that is a big we are not doing the plastic thing. If you want to do that, then maybe we won't do photo ops because that just is not worth your money or time.
Yeah.
Flashback episode 2. I am down to my last, and this is again 2002, right? Was episode 2? Yep. I'm down to my last like $25. And I look around the room, and back then Star Wars Celebration brought a crap ton of guests, and they all varied between like $20 and like $80, right? I mean, it wasn't these exorbitant amounts we have today. And I'm looking around, I go, I got $25 left. It's the last day of the show. There's no lines. I got Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen. And I'm like, which one do I do? Which one do I do? I literally do not have more money to access. I'd be like, I have met my quota plus some. I got $25 and whatever's left to get me back to the airport. I'm gonna go with the pretty girl. Okay, so I go to.
That's what I would have done.
That's what I
Smart.
did.
Especially in 2002, honestly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
She was a looker.
Absolutely. So I'm like, okay, great. I got it. I got the autograph. I go home. I feel fine. As the years go on, I'm like, whatever happened to Aunt Beru? Oh, look, Edgerton's in another thing. Uncle Owen's in another thing. Oh, wait. Uncle Owen will never do a convention again. Aunt Beru will do anything she can get her hands on because the only thing she did afterwards was join a sex cult, get out of the sex cult, and write the theme song for the documentary about the sex cult. I'm like, why? So now
She was in Obi-Wan. She was in Obi-Wan.
She was in Obi-Wan, yeah.
She was, yes, but
And
yes,
episode 3 at the end.
right. This was
So
of course, years after that. She actually came to SummerCon, and I was lined up. I did all the research. We were going to have a panel. She decided she didn't want to because it was right when that documentary was coming out, and I think she was scared of any.
I can't blame her, honestly. I can't blame her.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't blame
Oh
her.
yeah, but man, I was like, that was a poor choice. In hindsight, gotta go.
Hindsight's 2020. That's what they always say.
You chose with the wrong organ.
I did. Not the first time in my life.
Fair enough.
Cool. Good.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, with
Anyways.
that said, I think we should jump into fine additions.
Find addition to my collection.
I will have to remember to insert this sound because I forgot in the last one that this is a separate sound I have to insert when I edit the audio version. Just fun fact.
That
I'm saying this
doesn't
out
add
loud.
in the audio.
No, it doesn't. I have to add it in separately.
That's weird. I thought it would.
It's how the file system works for this. So just fun fact. And then I'm literally saying this for future editing, Mike. Don't forget. And then I won't.
There you go. Perfect. All right. So who's going to go first on fine additions?
Well, we always let the guest go first. So I'll say let the guest go first.
Okay.
I only have
we
like
can-
3
I'm
things.
trying to see what is in my
Have
reach.
anything.
No, I always have something. I collect everything. I collect
Always buying knickknacks.
Well, yeah, I am. Let's see. My gosh, I'm trying to see what is in hand's reach here. I got the latest Pride Droid from
Cool.
the Droid Factory.
Factory. Yep.
I've been working hard. So, last couple of years have been really, really difficult to spend a lot of time on the website, but I'm trying to get back into it, right? And so I have been updating it, my Droid Factory guide, because I'm missing one droid from the newest mystery pack. You heard about the mystery crates that the Droid Factory is doing again. They do mystery crates at Disneyland, so you have to, or Disney World, and you go there and you buy a blind box, and hopefully you'll get one of 6 droids. Well, I'm still missing one, but other than that, I have every Droid Factory since 2012, and 90% of them are up on the website. So I've been.
Does that count all the individual parts from the build?
Well, that's what I started doing.
Okay.
I was
All
the
right.
one that started in the 2012 of cataloging all those parts and hands,
All the parts.
and left and
Okay.
right, yeah, everything. So it starts with parts, and then now that they've done away with the Droid Factory bins and they just do the released figures,
Right.
it's a little easier to collect, right? Because you just have to buy that figure as opposed to checking to see what color part has come out and whatnot. So I did get the newest Droid Factory. I can see it over there. What has come this week? Other than that, my gosh, I picked up these. We had a toy show not long ago. Look at this. I got these for about $5 a piece. Here's Dr. Colonna from
An autograph. Oh, nice.
the archives ones.
So 101. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
101.
Right? These are here is what is his name? Oh, Bistan.
Bistan.
Yeah,
Bistan. Yeah.
Bistan. Here's another graph for Bistan. I bought Buford.
Oh, what a chunky little
Nice.
guy.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So it's I think
Couples
it's
of
his
those.
version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's version from the animation. Hey, Alan Tudyk for
K2.
Oh man, I
Nice.
love Alan Tudyk so much.
right. I do too.
I would be so scared to meet him because I just don't know what I would even say to him.
He did. I didn't meet him, but I sat in his panel at Disney After Dark. And I think it was in Orlando, a celebration that was in Orlando. They did the After Dark, the Star Wars night. And that's when they actually debuted all the protocol droids for the Droid Factory. And it was like a 4-hour event. My buddy John and I, who's a big fan, I actually went to the Mariners Star Wars night last night with him. And I was like,
Sick.
what are you listening to these days? He goes, you know what? The only thing I'm really listening to right
This
now is
podcast, Black Series Cantina.
Yes, 100%.
Look at that. Beautiful.
And I laughed. I was like, I'm going to be on that tomorrow.
You did not. I was making fun.
No.
You did not.
This is 100% true.
No.
John Gray will write in to you after this debuts and say, yes, I said that.
blackseriescantina at gmail.com. You got to prove it.
John will, 100%.
Oh my god.
That is exactly what he said.
I was 100% joking. I thought this was going to be a bit. This was going to be a joke. You cannot play with my emotions like that, Jake.
Look at it. Here's John and I. Now, John, we had him on Toy Run back in the day, long time ago. And he is my insane friend who has collected 2 to 3 of every single thing, every variant, everything since 1995, be it 3 3/4 and 6-inch.
That is dedication.
2 to 3 of every single thing.
That sounds like we need to have him on the show.
Oh man,
I was gonna say.
absolutely.
Yeah,
because
talk
you know
about that.
he will give you a lifetime of knowledge because since 95 he has 2 of everything. Absolutely, he has more figures than me. Absolutely, because you know obviously I don't go all in on Black Series, and I only do one of
You have
3.
to say it like that, Jake. I don't
right?
go all in on Black Series.
I mean, would you have Black Series without 3 3/4? Come on.
No, we wouldn't. No. Well, I don't know if we'd have a 6-inch scale the way we do without 3 3/4 inch scales.
True. You know what I would equate it to though? Toy Biz. I'd give all the props to Toy Biz.
Oh, 100% it's them. But I feel like we're running because 3 3/4 inch crawled. I'm just saying in the evolution of toys in general. I'll
Some
give
guy who collects TVC on the show.
Yeah, Land Speeder Luke.
Today,
This is a
Luke.
bad episode, right? Going back to Alan Tudyk, the night they debuted the Protocol Droids at Orlando Disney night, it was a 4-hour, really expensive Disney at night after dark ticket. My buddy John and I spent 2 of those 4 hours building every single piece of the Protocol Droids. And you had to build a right leg, a left leg, a right arm, a left arm, a torso, and a head. And there was 4 versions of a gray droid, 6 versions of a purple droid, 3 versions of a red droid. I mean, it just took forever. And we were having employees help us. We were having other guests help us. And we were there so long. It was really cool because one of the ladies there was an annual, park holder, guest pass haver. And she's like, please let me help you check out because I got my discount. Because we're putting together these huge amounts. It was like, that is the insaneness. But long story short, Alan Tudyk was hosting like a mini micro panel with probably like 40 people in the audience talking about, everything Star Wars that he could. It was really cool.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
It was really cool. And what's the last one I have? Silas Carlos. He was Neomoidans are back, baby.
Yeah.
Now that
we got
the,
Newt Gunray and Kiadi Mundi.
well, and the driver of the Republic shuttle that brings him.
Oh.
Remember the one that shouts right before their Republic transport gets shot to pieces in. You know what I'm talking about? So in Phantom Menace,
Yeah.
Obi-Wan is
He's the pilot of.
I was thinking of
okay.
pilot.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
The shield, put the shields up or whatever. He
Yeah.
says real quick before he gets blasted to death.
He got shot real good. Yeah,
He
absolutely.
did.
Yeah.
He did, but
To pieces,
his
yeah.
character. So
Man, he has died 3 times in Star Wars.
right.
Cursed.
I don't think anyone holds
Shakti.
those.
Well, Shakti as a character,
Shakti,
yes, but as an
yes.
actor,
Yeah.
no.
D. Bradley Baker's got to have it. Right?
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah,
Bradley
yeah,
Baker's
yeah.
got the
That's actually one of my
Easily.
questions. I'm going to interview him in a couple weeks
Yeah.
when he comes to SummerCon.
Or
Who?
would we count D. Bradley or Boba
Tamora Morrison.
Tamora Morrison, right? How many clones do we see die in the movie?
I feel like
It's
D.
gotta
Bradley
be the
Baker probably.
cartoon, right?
I feel like D. Bradley Baker voiced more deaths. Than,
Who? I would love to see who could add up how many hours of Clone Wars there is, compared to the 2 hours of Attack of the Clones, right?
Yeah.
Pickups. Ooh, what about this button? I put it on just for the show.
we have the Jake. I want you to read this question out loud for us.
Jake, no, you call.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple times. He's
Look at this.
He's definitely a S tier Blackseries's Cantina guest.
Now this button
a
is
button?
awesome. Yeah, look at this is put out for Toys R Us events, right? That happened that day when the toys came out for Attack of the Clones, right? But also May 18th is a very important day in my citizenship and my family. 2 stories. This is why you guys like me. I ramble. You guys don't have to do anything. I just talk, right?
No,
Yeah, it's like an off. It's like a bye week for
You guys,
Yeah,
hey,
it's like a.
give me control. I got it from here. No.
All right.
May 18th is my sister's birthday. Okay, so that's really cool. When we were getting ready for my sister's 1-year-old birthday, her first birthday, when Mount St. Helens erupted in Washington State on May 18th,
Big day.
about
Big day.
9:35 in the morning, and we all went outside to watch it erupt on my sister's birthday. So, as a social studies teacher, and as a Stevens, and as a Washingtonian, May 18th is a pretty cool day for us.
Big day.
Yeah, big day.
That was it. I was expecting longer, to be honest with you.
No, I abbreviated it because I realized
okay.
I was taking
Yeah.
over, and so now you
You're
guys
good.
go.
You're
You guys
good.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Our
Mike,
turn.
you're up on.
Yeah.
time.
I don't have a lot, so I'm gonna start non-Star Wars, and then I'll do my one Star Wars thing, and then we can be done real quick. So, I did get my latest wave of Cosmic Legions, or at least what I bought from it. So I got this guy. His name is Operative 83. He's an homage to the Masters of the Universe character Manny Faces, and he comes with 3 different heads. This is the robot one. I like it the best. He also has a little monster head and then a little like space knight human head. I like him. I like his colors. I think his colors look really good. I also got this cool red robot pilot guy. I think he looks pretty cool. And what I like about these is they scale with Black Series pretty well. Like they're a little bit bigger, but
You don't crossplay, do you?
I don't not crossplay. Like I don't have them on the shelf next to each other, but
He experiments for sure.
yeah. I mean, like when I'm taking a bath, sometimes I'm just whatever. It's
As a kid, did you play?
I'm not.
crossplay?
yeah, 100%.
See, and I
Yeah.
did not at all. I could not. I don't know why.
Oh, no.
I was a purist. I was a purist.
Like if you're playing Mask, you're playing Mask. Playing Transformers, playing Transformers. Like
100%.
GI Joe never fights Star Wars. That you never had a crossover.
Never in the Steve.
I was the same
Nope,
way.
man.
But I did have a pirate ship that all my Star Wars would.
You guys
fight
need
on.
better imaginations. And then this guy, his name is Scourge.
Do you even collect
yeah.
Black Series?
Yeah, I do. But like, what's been coming out? Nothing's come out since. Like, I've talked about everything I've gotten
That's
so far.
true. That's true.
Anyway, he's an homage to the Masters of the Universe Whiplash, but
Yes, he is.
he's also just a really cool big lizard guy. I really
That
like.
Yeah, I
pretty
didn't think
badass.
about sharing non-Star Wars stuff because that's a whole different ballgame now.
Yeah, well, it's too late now, man. You
Yeah,
had your
yeah.
shot and
I have
you
a
missed
whole
it.
bag of. I got my extendor. I got all
Oh
sorts
man.
of stuff. Yeah.
And then the one thing I got Black Series is from hold on, let me reach it. There we go. From Cubic 3D Prints. I got these cool little blaster bolts for my Droidica
Nice.
because he what are these, like I forget, like, they're like $12 or something. You get 4. You get 2 short ones and 2 long ones. And I'm like, this is exactly what it's missing. If it came with this, I think I would like it a lot better.
Did I see
Yeah,
people
that's awesome.
already? I saw people already starting to design the the shield, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. There's a couple
popular.
different attempts out there. I know Zach tried one, and it
I
just
have it here still.
you can't see anything.
Oh,
It's a good
See-
attempt.
yeah.
Well, we were experimenting. We were in our group chat. Like Lane Spirit Luke was. I was asking him what we could do, and he found this circle, just like a sphere. So, and I had this blue transparent filament or translucent filament, and you just cannot see through it at all. So it didn't work out.
Yeah. All the versions
couple
I
people-
saw had the front cut out,
Yeah.
kind of projected behind them and around them, but not. Yeah.
So I'll start with my one non-Star Wars goodie. I got this SH Figworks Piccolo
Nice.
recently.
Oh, are you Dragon Ball fan, huh?
Oh yeah.
Going with the missing arm there. I like it.
Yeah, I honestly, my whole plan was to do the pose where he has the cape on and he's got the arms crossed, just like this, like on the box. Like this
Yeah.
was my plan,
Yeah.
because those are cool poses. But I didn't even realize it came with the cut off arm with like the blood, his goo dripping off the arm. And once I saw that, I was like, I have to do the one arm special.
Now you need a Raditz and you need a Goku. You need to get that Saiyan from Earth Goku and like a Raditz and you're good.
Yeah, I have Goku. I just need
Yeah.
the Raditz and I'm good.
Yeah.
The Raditz.
I went to go visit family this last week because my mom was retiring, and I decided while I was there, I'm like, I don't think my nephew, who's like 11, I don't think he's ever seen Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z. So I figured like he's like the perfect age, like that's the perfect age to get into Dragon Ball Z. And so we logged into my Hulu account. I decided to do Kai because it's
Smarter.
it's better pacing. And I think we finished the Saiyan saga when I left, and I just because he's using my Hulu account, and he's like well into. I think he's into Boo now, and it's been a week. Like that's all he's been doing.
He's been binging it. That's awesome.
He's
That's
been
awesome.
binging Dragon Ball Z.
We got to keep the 90s cartoons alive. We got to feed them to the younger generation. So I have a lot of Star Wars stuff to show off now. I finally got the 2-pack, the Army Building Phase 2 clone and Battle Droid 2-pack.
Nice.
So, and I really don't have anywhere to put this clone because I'm kind of out of room. But I built the extender over here.
I can't see him.
Is that clone any different than any previous clone?
Well, so this is the new 3.0 clone, and the only difference, I know this one doesn't have a helmet on, but see how on the 2-pack they added paint right here, the little piece of black paint, and this one is missing it, which is the most Hasbro thing ever.
I can relate.
It makes
On
it
the
better.
2-pack,
That's
the
a new
brow-
figure.
Yeah.
It's 100% new.
Yep.
100%
Yep.
new.
Nope.
And the brow line is thicker, and I think the paint on the comm on like the side is a little different or something. So very minor differences, but also I forgot the face. If I can pop the helmet off, the face on the 2-pack is clean shaven.
Way better.
The face on the single release, he's got the beard, the 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah,
So
it's such a weird
yeah,
They have the laziest clones. Hasbro made the laziest.
yeah.
It's always 5 o'clock somewhere in this clone army.
So I got a lot more Star Wars. My droidekas arrived the day after last episode, so I couldn't talk about them.
And that's because we recorded a day early. I feel so bad.
No, I was
that.
pissed.
Yeah.
But look how big they are on the shelf. Like it doesn't even
They're
fit
huge.
on the new riser, so I just got to put it in
Yeah.
the corner. I also Cubic 3D prints. He told us he would send us some of those blasters.
Yeah,
but
would have been cool to know. Yeah,
but I was getting impatient, and I was like, he sent us a lot of blades and those
yeah.
the what are those called? The little triangle,
The Holocrons. Yeah.
And I was like, he sent us a lot of stuff. I'm gonna actually just go ahead and this is the most badass thing he's made probably. I'm gonna go ahead and support him in it. So I bought a pair for $12. And
That's what I felt like. When you're, I didn't get into this game to get free stuff especially from smaller people. I don't mind getting free stuff from Hasbro. Not that we ever have.
Chill are you
Yeah.
trying to be right
No. Listen, I will shill for big. I don't mind. I don't think stealing from Walmart is really all that bad. They're a $1 billion company. Like they do not care about this. But a small company like my Cubic Prints, I can't remember his name. I have it right here. Cubic 3D Prints. A small company like that, where like a $12 sale is a big deal to them. Like I'll support that. You know, I don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
free stuff for that. I bought these little things with my own dollarinos because I wanted to support him, and I think he does a good job.
Yeah, Cubic 3D prints is great. And if he does still want to send us some, maybe we can do a giveaway to our Patreon members, and we'll, you know,
Absolutely.
I'll plug him on TikTok and Instagram and all that. So, so I went to my local comic shop and they were having a sale. I finally got the only battle droid I was missing that I actually wanted. I don't really want that grayish white one that was in one of those older games, but I finally got the Geonosis battle droid that I've been missing. They had it for $30, but it was 15% off everything that day, so it was like $27 after tax or whatever. And I don't mind supporting the local comic shop at all. And that's like perfectly like right below the online average price that it goes on secondary market. So happy about that. But they were having a mega sale. They were calling it the yard sale, and they had a bunch of figures outside. So I picked up a bunch of stuff just to maybe give away or whatever. And some of these deals are crazy. Inquisitor Fourth Sister for $5.
Yep, that's a buy.
Which is insane. And, you know, it is PFP, so there could be a bottle of A1 steak sauce in here for all I know.
Probably.
But I'm willing to take the chance. Or whoever I give this away to in our Patreon is willing to take the chance that there's an actual figure there.
Fourth Sister is probably my favorite Inquisitor, honestly. I think she is just really good.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because she has redemption arc to her?
Well, no, she was my favorite before that. Just as like a toy.
Cool. Yeah.
I just mean like as a toy, she looks cool. But then also they added, I did not expect a redemption arc.
I did not either.
From her.
She was a full on biatch.
Yeah. I have a lot of issues with Tales of the Empire, but that's one of the things I liked about it.
Issues?
Yeah.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Too short? That should be your issue.
Sure.
Not enough
fair.
episodes.
Well, I feel like the title was a little misleading.
I feel like the title was a little misleading.
This is a really crazy deal. Chopper for $5.
Ooh.
Which
Crazy.
is crazy. Right?
Crazy
Insane.
deal.
Who doesn't need an extra chopper or a giveaway?
Absolute insanity.
They have these sales like every year, and I always pick up stuff like this. This is another really crazy one. Echo, Bad Batch Echo for $5. Like,
if you're
come on
leaving
now.
any action figure, 3 3/4 or 6, for $5, even if you have it, you're doing it wrong.
Remember when you can get a foot long Subway for $5?
Don't even get me started on Subway today. We ordered Uber Eats Subway today, and they swear to God, they delivered a foot-long turkey sandwich with nothing but turkey on it.
That's it?
Nothing but turkey. So don't even
no lettuce, no tomato, no onion,
nothing.
Oil and vinegar?
Nothing.
Our family somehow rejected Subway once it came out that they were putting that yoga mat chemical in their remember bread? Did you hear that years ago?
No.
It was like a decade ago or so. They were like, you know why the bread's so fluffy? They use the yoga mat chemical. And I'm like,
I mean,
okay.
Yoga mats are fluffy.
Whatever
nutritious.
works, I guess.
I've never eaten one, but I'm kind of interested.
We should try it. On the pod.
Make sandwiches. Make sandwiches out of yoga mats, yeah.
Another $5 pickup after Echo is Ahsoka.
Jeez.
From the Ahsoka, or from actually the Mandalorian. I guess.
I'm happy you got one.
Fodder? What is this? You have all these
giveaways.
I have all these. The other ones are giveaways. This one I plan on 3D printing. I think is it Imprint or the other one I can't remember. Sharvie. I can't remember who it is, but they did a really cool World Between Worlds print where you do the black and then the white outline. So I'm gonna do a World Between Worlds 3D print so that way I can keep Ahsoka on the shelf and have her fighting Anakin on the World Between Worlds.
When they eventually release an
Anakin.
Hopefully
it makes Anakin.
Wait,
but for $5,
they've only
come on now.
They've only announced him for us, right? Not for you.
Yes, not for us. Correct.
Not the one I really want. I want the Episode 3 version. The Clone Wars, I would like that one too, and I might get the Hot Toys version of that look. But I am not done.
Do you like how I just I represent all of 3 3/4 dumb?
Yes.
And then you guys are 6 dumb.
Oh yeah.
I'm just dumb.
I also got this old school Dark Sidious.
I love the old school 12-inch.
I'm saying you should take that to get signed next time you meet Ian.
You think so? Should I?
And no, and at this point, this is like your third time meeting him. You should be on first name basis. Like, yo, Ian, booby, baby.
Honestly, I should be. I guess how much this was, Jake.
What? Tell me, because that's the final wave. That and what was it, Luminara and Grievous were like the last few.
Yeah. Grievous, Clone Trooper, Barriss, Shakti.
Oh,
and
Barriss.
They had a Vader. Yeah, there's the.
Yep. That was it. They've never done cloth 12-inch since. They gave it up to Hot Toys and everyone else who wants to, make them.
They wanted $1 for this at the yard sale.
Shut up.
And I was like, for $1, like, even if I don't display it, somebody will want it. And I'll
pay you 10 for that right now.
Yeah, just pay shipping and it's yours. Like, you don't even got to pay me anything.
No, you gotta save it for Ian. Although Jake says he's on first name basis with Ian. I mean, I am now.
Jake and Finn say hi from SummerCon.
He'll
know. I interviewed him 2 or 3 times at SummerCon. That he was one of our
Speaking
favorites.
of which, Jake, when I move to Seattle, I expect to be like treated like royalty at SummerCon.
No, I'm going to put your ass to work because
That's fine, too.
I need panel hosts, and
Yeah, that's fine,
be
too.
like, Mike, I need you to interview. Well, I just found out today.
Ooh, I'll fly out there. I'll host a panel.
I wish I knew that because I need a Dragon Ball Z guy.
I'm a Dragon Ball Z guy.
Well, there you go. So, I just found.
When? Hold on.
I'll
When?
be
My wife.
interviewing Jessica Biels.
Hang on, I have one more fine edition, then we can jump in.
Okay.
I have one.
All right.
I have one more.
All right.
So my wife wouldn't not let me get this, and it's kind of for obvious reasons because for $5 they wanted this.
Yes.
They wanted $5 for this bobblehead of.
No, that's not the character. Cantina Band is not the character's name, and I take offense to this.
True. Well,
Because-
good news is it's detachable.
There you go.
So I can just.
This is early Funko, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's early. That's the Bobblers line.
Yeah, here's
right?
the box.
Yep.
Yep. $5 is insane. So this is gonna be a nice desk piece while I record the Black Series Cantina, of course.
Is calling them Cantina band member like calling a Tusken Raider a sand person?
A sand person.
Is it?
It's
Is it
their
borderline
word.
racist?
I don't think they. I don't think they like
You
it.
can't call them that. They can call themselves that, but you cannot call them that.
Oh gosh. Okay, now we can talk about SummerCon because I'm out of finance.
Just say.
All right.
So, Mike, am I about to fly to Seattle to be? Are we going to do a Black Series Cantina podcast at SummerCon? Is this
we might be able to because my wife is going up to Seattle to visit her sister for like a month, and I'm gonna go up and visit her at some point in that month just to like hang out. So like, I don't know if it works out. I'm down.
Okay, I just have to share my non-Star Wars. Michael Myers, $5.
Oh hell yeah!
Gotta have it, right? I mean, gotta have it. Especially it's based on number. It's got the whole.
The blood out of the eyes.
I didn't think it was that. I didn't think Michael Myers was that funny in the Halloween movies. I prefer the Austin Powers movies.
Jesus.
I got the rest of the wave of the sports turtles.
Good ones. Yeah.
Which I'm happy with because man, to buy a vintage turtle essentially for $10. I mean, I feel good about that. Complete. I didn't grab all of them, but I got the whole. I had these when they came out, and I cannot find them. I don't recall. Maybe in a fever dream of a toy show back in 2000, I sold them, but I don't remember selling them. But I can't.
Cyber 9.
So I got the whole Cyber 9 cast, right?
Yeah.
And
Those are like mask adjacent. Like
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I loved them. I loved them. And I couldn't find them, so I found a good deal at them at a toy show. And my favorite thing in light of recent 2004 movies, I got a sealed in box Vanishing Bolt.
Nice.
Which puts me, I think I
Beetlejuice.
need 2 figures, and I have the whole set. So that's been my fun little extra line here these last few months working.
That's the nice thing about collecting like an older line, like a vintage line, is you have a set amount of things.
Finite.
Yeah.
Finite.
Right? Whereas like even on current TVC Black Series, it's like a treadmill. Like you have to keep up.
Yeah, they had all the
Yeah.
Transformers drop today,
that too.
which was
Yep.
I was like, oh, okay. What do I need? I need.
I just picked up the Optimus Prime, and that was it. I didn't buy anything else.
I did the Optimus Prime too. The
It's such a stupid.
G1.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. They made a modern version of the G1 80s toy. Exactly. It's just so dumb.
But
I
it's
love
less
it.
dumb. It's less dumb than the previous version that was like $90.
I bought that one too.
No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't need die cast and rubber tires and whatnot,
Yep.
and chrome. No, I will happily. And the same thing I passed on Bumblebee and Cliff Jumper.
Yeah, I'm not getting those.
If they make a super articulated, cheaper version, core class, or what, I don't even know what they would put them in at this point. I will buy them, but not at $30 a piece for a mini bot.
Yeah, no, I mean Optimus Prime is my boy. He's like, I have a whole shelf dedicated to him right here. So,
perfect.
like, I had to get
it's
the missing
great.
link.
But I am also so my parents. I don't know if I told this story last time. Transformers. I was all in. Like, I mean, not all in, but I was really into them the first year. And then the second year, they were still coming, and my parents were like, "These cost too much. How about you go back to GoBots?" And so my parents bought me lots and lots of GoBots because Transformers were too expensive. Because again, we weren't the most wealthy as growing up. And so when they announced that GoBot 3-pack today, I was
we're getting GoBots.
instant buy. Well, it just adds to Crasher that we had 2 years ago,
And the Bug Bite.
When did Bug Bite come out?
I don't know, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. He was in a multi-pack.
Now you're making me worried.
Jake missed it. Jake missed it.
Ah, crap.
Now it's $300 on
They have some to
eBay now.
collect.
Okay, I'll look into it. Washington State SummerCon. Yes, we have lots of cool guests coming. Star Wars wise, we got Jessica Biel's coming from her appearance in the Book of Boba Fett.
Book of Boba Fett. Yep. Always
we got
a stunner.
Yep, Little Leia coming.
Awesome.
We got D. Bradley Baker and oh my gosh, I can't think of her name right now, but Omega actress.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what's her name? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yep. He's got it. He's got his
Michelle Ong.
Thank you, Michelle. I knew it was Michelle. And then we have Ashley, Ahsoka. We got James, Obi-Wan. We got Nika, Asajj. We have
Nice.
Sam, Maul.
Sam Witwer's going to be there?
Oh yeah, this is his second time.
Cool, Sammy.
I interviewed him a couple years ago.
Oh, no big deal.
Oh, and we just got that pack for $50 on Pulse and got a second one in box.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the Star Killer one. It's back up.
Yeah.
$50. Good buy.
There's one more that I'm missing right now. D. Bradley Baker, we already talked about. Shoot, I'm missing.
Here, I can.
But we're also getting second half of the crew from Star Trek Picard that we didn't get last year.
Oh,
So
which one?
that was really exciting. We got Crusher, we got Jack Crusher, we got
great.
Worf and Data.
Well, goddamn.
Yeah, no. And and the nice thing about it,
My Wi-Fi is like taking a crap right now. Trying to open. Here we
guest
go.
should be. I think you're on show. I think you need to be on guest.
This is what.
Oh, this is like next week.
Yeah, no, it is.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
We are in. I got to start panel prep. I'm doing all the Smallville casts. Whole cast of Sons of Anarchy.
Speaking of sex cults.
Right? Yeah, there's some people not coming.
Yeah.
John Cleese is coming. Sting is coming. This is pretty good.
Booker T coming.
Yeah,
Booker T.
This
Look at
is pretty good. Here's what people look at this and go, "Wow, this is cool con or whatever." But this is a
Sam
family
Witwer,
business.
Ashley?
This is not a corporation. This is a homegrown family business. So.
Well, you got Ethan. Oh man, from My Name Is Earl.
Suplee.
That's the other. Well, he's in Mandalorian. That's the other one.
When was he in Mandalorian? Hold on.
Remember when they do the Prison Break episode?
Yeah.
Mando meets up with that guy on the ship,
and
Dave Filoni blows it up at the end.
Yeah. So
That's Ethan.
yeah.
No, it's No, it's Mark Boone.
No, that's
Oh,
Mark
Mark
Jr. I'm
Boone.
talking about Ethan.
Oh, Ethan.
Oh,
No, I'm
something.
talking about Mark.
Yeah, yeah,
Boone.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. I know Mark was in. I know Mark was in Mando. Yeah, he's in Mark Sons of Anarchy and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm going to do the Smallville panel. I'll do the Star Trek panel. I'll do the Clone Wars, the Bad Batch, the Disney Plus. But yeah,
Awesome.
look at we got a one.
Yeah.
We got
James
the whole
Arnold
One Piece
Taylor.
cast. We have the
Alan Oppenheimer.
we have Dragon
Michael
Ball.
Rosenbaum. I love Michael Rosenbaum's podcast. He's got like
Oh yeah.
one of the best podcasts.
We got the
There's a
whole
lot of awesome
Helaba
guys.
group coming.
You got Winnie the Pooh coming.
Yeah, we got
Bowser.
Mickey Mouse is coming.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Wait, which Mickey Mouse?
Sean
the new one.
Schimmel. Goku is
Yeah.
going.
Yeah, hold on. Which Mickey Mouse?
You'll have to go up.
Go up.
I'm going. I'm
Mickey
going.
Is it-
Right here.
right there. Brett.
Brett.
Okay.
Ewan.
Because there's been a couple different Mickey voice
There's
actors.
Hondo.
Like,
Hondo's coming.
Hondo and
Again.
Naka. Yeah, it's Winnie the
Hondo's
Pooh. Yeah.
been.
Yeah.
Hondo's been a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome. That'd be a
Pretty
great
darn
con.
good for a 7-year-old
Timothy
con.
Zahn.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got Sophia. So we got both Star Trek and Rebel Moon.
Frank Cho going.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
creators.
That's a lot of guests. Yeah, so if you're in the area, any listeners, and you want to
Yeah.
go, definitely.
Puyallup, Washington, at the Puyallup Fair, or Washington State Fair. They want you to call it now, not Puyallup Fair. Oh, good. And so, yeah, it'll be a great show. It'll be our biggest show yet, over 100 guests. That's the biggest we have done ever. And so, yeah, I'll be hosting a handful of panels, but not all of them because I'm typically the one kind of in charge of all the different stages. So
Yeah.
this year we'll have 4 stages, and that's a lot of work. So I'm not doing as many on the big stage because,
Yeah. Well,
first of
keep
all,
us in mind for next year. Well,
yeah,
Next year,
tickets.
I will be there.
book your tickets, man.
Yeah.
I don't have an ego to have to host all the big panels because I'm a middle school teacher. It's impossible to have an ego. So
Perfect. All right, well, we're going to jump into a listener email. So this is the issue. So people asked us to do listener email segment. The first episode we had like 3. The second time we did it, we had 2 or 3. Now we only have 1. So this is exactly what happened last time. So if we're going to keep doing the listener emails, we need more emails. So we are going to read the one email that we got. So if you do want to send us something for the show, it's blackseriescantina@gmail.com. And this is from Graydon. So thanks for another email. He says, do you guys think the First Order Stormtroopers will ever have an updated release on the 2020 Stormtrooper body? It's such a shame. The articulation is so bad on such a great trooper. Speaking of, do either of you have Captain Cardinal? Huge fan of the show, by the way. So thanks for the email. I don't personally see a new First Order Stormtrooper coming anytime soon unless they do something for the Force Awakens anniversary. But other than that, I think it'll probably be quite a while. For Black Series, anyways. I don't know about... I know TVC just got Finn, so maybe they'll get something.
But not that Finn though is a reissue. Finn is a reissue.
Oh, okay. I didn't
With
know
a
if he was-
different. He's a photo reel update of a
Okay.
figure that came out in 2015. So we're not really getting new scopes. New sculpts of. I mean, they can't keep up with new media, much less almost decade. Can you believe it's almost a decade old? That is
it's crazy. Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
crazy.
Wild.
That is dumb.
Well, they can keep up with new media on TVC if you didn't keep getting all the cool Haslabs. I'm just saying.
Well, if you guys could pass a damn Haslab, talk about it.
Remove him. Kick him from the pod. Kick him from the pod. Kick him from the pod.
Friendly jabs.
But I don't own Captain Cardinal. Mike, do you own?
Oh, yeah, I do. Absolutely. And
Didn't they
it
have-
made the list.
Made what? List?
Meaning I didn't take them off my shelf when I was purging a lot of figures.
Oh, okay.
Because they improved his elbows. And
Yeah, I was gonna
honestly,
say, didn't
he's fine. Yeah.
The one that came in the pack, did that have better elbows?
Yeah. So the gold one, I can't remember his name right now.
it's Cardinal and
Gosh,
He was in the resistance.
he was in the
show.
Resistance. It's bothering me. If I wasn't on the
not
podcast right
Baron,
now.
not Baron. Wow. Hey, just for the record,
Pyre.
Ooh, Pyre. We got
Look
the
at that.
Black Series from Jake. Look,
Oh,
at that.
man. Jake's just pulling out of nowhere.
Out of his
Jake
pocket.
just
He's
started
pulling out a
pulling.
ton of Black Series.
This is like when a magician starts pulling
Right.
like handkerchiefs and stuff out of his pocket and just keeps going. Like,
Can you pull out a new Anakin, please?
I got this for $2 at a toy
that's
show. I got this for
Ezra
$1.
and-
Man, we are way past fine editions, and you just keep
saying,
pulling stuff out.
I just don't want to come off here as a total poser. That's
Oh no, we invited you on for a specific reason, and it has to do with TVC.
I do 6.
He dabbles. He dabbles.
Not all in because
We just had Chris Perillo on, and he's mostly a TVC guy. So
he's my local buddy too, right?
I know he talked about you. He said awful things. You should go fight him.
Horrible.
So-
When'd you have him on? I didn't see.
Like 2 weeks ago, like last
episodes
no,
ago.
2 episodes ago. Yeah,
I just
or
saw
last
him-
episode.
I just saw him at the Acolyte. We all went to the Acolyte
Yeah.
premiere.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
I saw him.
he said he was going to that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I saw him there. He was there. He sat right in front of me, actually. And then
What a jerk.
Chris B from Galactic Figures sat right behind me. My former castmate on Toy Run. So
What a jerk.
and then Gus
anyways.
Lopez sat to
Yeah.
my right. And
Classic
let's
Gus.
see who else. Yeah, no, it was a good showing.
But yeah, so Cardinal, Pyre, all those guys, they're basically First Order Stormtrooper. And then on the Force Friday for Rise of Skywalker, they released a new updated First Order Stormtrooper blank that was like
you
a
guys
melee
got
one.
figures for Rise of Skywalker?
We did. We got like 4.
Got a
Four-
couple. Got a couple.
Four
I think
times
we got-
more than I got. So
Yeah, we got the new Ray. We
Ray,
got
Kylo.
we got Kylo. We got a
Jaina.
Knight of. You guys got one Knight of Ren.
we got it.
You got one.
But we didn't get a line. You guys got a subline. We didn't.
We
get
only got one subline. We have one figure in a subline.
Rise of Skywalker ruined an entire 40-year tradition of getting an action figure line for a movie. Can you
Yeah,
believe
it's true. That's ridiculous.
that? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We
Anyways,
got Jaina.
yeah.
I have a lot of them down here.
I got
two
Jaina.
Sith
I
troopers.
bought Jaina because we didn't get a Jaina. I
We
bought
got 2 Sith troopers. Did you all get Sith troopers? The jump.
We did.
The jump one and
Yeah.
We got a. Remember they did a weird number for vintage collection. They did like whatever number A. They put
Yeah.
an A behind it because they put deluxe weapons with it. I don't know. It's one of a kind.
the C-3PO we got's cool. The back of the helmet comes off and
Oh, that's right. We did get that. That's right.
yeah.
I forgot.
Zori
about that.
Bliss. We got a good amount.
I love Zori Bliss. It was crazy how cheap she was going for. Like she was legitimately a good figure.
We got Zori. We did get Zori eventually, but
All right.
Yeah.
Well, they're just so forgettable, I guess.
But yeah, we did get one. But we got an updated First Order Stormtrooper. It's mostly the same body. It just has better arms. They fixed the arms.
And that's
Remember-
really mostly what we need.
Yeah.
They did these actually. Instead of giving us lots of 3 3/4, they gave us these ones. I don't even remember what they're called. They're called Galaxy, right?
Oh yeah.
Heroes of Galaxy or Galaxy of Heroes.
Yeah.
Galaxy of Heroes. Yeah.
These are what we got instead.
Oh, we got a Darth
I bought a
Vader
bunch
too.
of those. I love those. I love that line. I like the
Yeah, this
stylization
thing
of it.
here.
Yeah.
They didn't do it in 3 3/4, but they did it in this scale, right? The speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little preview. The opposite of you guys.
I
Oh
like
man.
those little cards.
You remember these? These
The
were
little-
the Japanese only. They did
Yeah.
the little 2-inch line.
Yeah.
And then, of course, up here, this is a fun little box. You got the OG 6-inch figures.
They had a
Remember
Droideka
these?
for that one, right?
You mean this guy, right? Her?
Yep, there it is.
That goes for
There's
so
Droideka.
much. There was a guy on Landspeeder Luke's YouTube video about it who was swearing up and down. He's like, "It's the same figure. It's the same figure.
It's the same.
It's the same.
They're all going to know. They're going to know.
The same."
Yeah.
And then what was the last one? Maul, right?
Yeah.
Maul. He's a little broad-shouldered for this for this line. But yeah, those are my.
It's probably better than the 2013 Black Series one. It's probably still better.
Probably not better than the upcoming one.
I have that one, by the way.
Probably not.
I was all in for the first 3-4 waves of Black Series. FYI.
I
Did
believe
they
you.
start releasing too much of them? Because once Force Awakens came around, they just exploded.
Right. We'll start cannibalizing my poor 3 3/4. You know. How many figures are you guys up to now? Have you done a total?
God, I don't even want to
No.
count.
Because we're at like 40. We're at 4,300.
Look at all the figures on my floor.
Is that you gonna just vacuum those up or what's going on?
Yeah,
Here?
I'm doing a shelf reorganization, so I'm got to pull them off to put them back on different shelves. You know, so they're just laying around everywhere.
But we don't have a total number yet.
No, I mean it's easily over. It's probably around 200, I guess, displayed. I have no idea. I really have no idea. I'll do a count. I'll do a TikTok video.
Okay, according to I have almost everything. Not everything, but according to Action Figure 411 in my personal collection, I have 533 items, and it's worth $14,541.62.
Yeah, your wife might listen to this. You might not want to.
Oh no, she knows.
Okay.
Although, so I think if you compare what my collection's worth versus what I paid, assuming I got everything at retail, which I mostly did, I got some cheaper, but I think I'm only up like $180. Just so everyone knows, that's how much on average figures are worth more. Now, obviously, there's some like Captain Rex is like 138, and it says that right there. That's my most valuable figure in my collection.
Really, the con exclusive?
I don't know if it's the con exclusive. Yeah, it's the con exclusive version.
I just gave that one away. Hasbro sent it to me, and I gave it away.
Wow,
Not funny.
Oh god.
yeah, that of all the figures on my collection, it says that's the most valuable one. And then the TIE Fighter says it's worth negative $61.19.
You scared me. I was like,
That's my least.
that didn't even rot on shelves. That rotted on the floor. That got kicked around Toys R Us. Like,
It's the difference. I was like, there's no way that's negative 61.
so
Like
different.
people aren't. It's the difference. So it's $108 is what it's going for. But
Yeah, I don't have
crazy.
that. I've never owned it because whenever it came out, I had an apartment in college, and I was like, I have no room for this.
it
I'm
would
not gonna buy
take
it.
up half your room right behind you anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. So I plan on I want to get that, and I would like to get this. I still don't have the snow speeder. I plan on getting a snow speeder at ICC Con this year in Nashville. That's going to be what I'm hunting for this year. I'm leaving ICC Con with the snow speeder.
To answer your question,
And that's a
there's
promise.
around 600 figures or so.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense. Because you guys are a decade old, right?
Yeah.
About over.
Yeah.
Decade.
Just-
We're going on 11. We're going on 11 years now.
2013.
Yeah.
So you're a decade old. 600. Yeah. So Star Wars since 1995 is about 41, 42, 43, somewhere in there. Matt Fox on Galaxy of Toys, he keeps a spreadsheet that has been tracking every release of every figure since it came out, and so yeah, we're up there. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did we answer the question in the email?
Yeah, we did. We're
All
past
right.
that now.
Just making.
So
I'm just making sure. I don't want to
Let's jump into some
email
news
us
real quick.
questions. We'll answer it. It's fun. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a good time. So we are going to have to bore Jake to death because we got some Black Series reveals to talk about and some news. So before we get to the Cantina Haslab, we got to talk about some Black Series.
Hey, I get all these emails. I put them on the website. You know, I don't give them as much attention maybe as I should, but hey,
It's okay. So I know I promised like probably 6 episodes ago, that I was done talking about Veal's Toy Store, but they came back from the dead.
I
Somehow.
disagree. I hard disagree.
No. Somehow
hard
Veal's
disagree.
Toy Store is.
You guys are
has
wasting your
returned.
money on garbage.
Look at this.
Garbage.
Not Hasbro. Veal's Toy Sport dropped the knockoff
These look
custom.
terrible.
it
They do
doesn't
not
look
look
right.
terrible. The 212th Airborne.
They
don't-
wholly look right. I mean,
Hard
it's
no.
good, but it's not.
For that price, for getting hold on, you're
But
getting
we don't have it from Hasbro.
It doesn't matter if we have it. What you're paying $30 for some random people in China to throw together existing parts of old parts now, outdated parts.
But
Nothing on this is original. They're just gluing stuff on stuff, and you're just buying
the blaster's
like
original. Look at we don't have that blaster in Black Series. That's the sniper blaster. That's like the appropriate.
They look horrible. They look terrible.
I think they look solid. All they need is a little bit of a wash, and they're perfectly fine.
I think the helmet's a little bit off, but otherwise, I think the rest of it looks fine. I'm just that's not a perfect airborne helmet.
I mean, if Hasbro does it, I'll definitely pick it up. Oh, do we got some dry brushing on the blaster there? Little brown. That's actually pretty crazy. But I only got the one on the right. I got the sniper version. I didn't get. This is technically Sergeant Barlax from Revenge of the Sith because he has the tan comma, and it looks just like him, other than all the paint or all the.
Except for all the parts that don't look like him, it looks like it.
All the parts are fairly fine. It's just the dark wash that he doesn't have.
I do think it's funny.
This is solid. This is solid.
You posted a picture.
Barlax?
Yeah, Sergeant Barlax. He's the one that's on screen in episode 3.
You posted a picture of that.
Down?
Yeah. You posted a picture of him from episode 3, and legit, I thought it was a PlayStation 2 game.
It's like a video game. Yeah.
It looks like.
With the graphics back then.
Yeah.
But I think Veal's Toy Store is kind of back. I bought one of these, so.
No.
So this is a lot better than them making up random legions and doing those. Like, at least this actually exists in the universe, and it's a figure Hasbro has yet to make. And it's been 11 years of the line we were just talking about.
I'm seriously. I'm about ready to.
$30 is so easy.
I'm about ready just to honestly toss all my Veal's toys, KOs in the garbage. I just don't even want them on my shelf anymore.
But then you don't have a 6-inch Dogma or a 6-inch.
I don't care anymore. They're old molds. They're basically worthless.
But like the 2.0 clone, if they never
no, it's garbage. It's garbage. I know it's garbage now, but they did give it to us, and now nope.
If they didn't give us the 2.0 clone, the 2.0 clone would still be a perfectly fine clone on the show. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of the 2.0 because it's an animated look, but I mean, I feel like
I didn't realize how garbage it was until I saw something better, and now all I see is garbage.
The 2.0 it's still perfectly fine for me.
I'm mostly teasing. Yeah,
but
I just think there might be people listening that's like, "What's wrong with Mike? You got a bug up his butt." I am not in on these at all. I don't think. Yeah. I don't want to spend my money on this. Like, I would rather. There's so many things that I don't spend $30 on. I think Veal's was cool for a bit, but I'm pretty over Veal's as a.
Look, we got a pouch. It comes with a pouch. Look at that.
Ooh, he comes with a purse.
He does have a pouch.
He does have a pouch.
Yeah. He has a purse that goes with his comma.
But I'm a fan. As long as they keep doing bangers like this, I'm back in. But they were doing some crap.
That is a cool looking gun. I'll say that. The gun's pretty cool.
Yeah, the blaster is sick. I only got the one. I might do this one later on.
Yeah.
But, you never know. I think the one is fine.
Man, they've sold a whole 49 of these. That's crazy.
But shout out to
just flying off the shelves.
Hybrid Toy Reviews for... He actually knew about this before it was coming, so it was cool. He was like, next week, it's rumored to drop. So apparently
My daughter is going to China in 2 weeks. I should have her pick.
She can just pick you up one.
Yep, just grab them. Just grab them. I'm sure she'll
right off
probably
the,
just have them
right off
on every street corner.
Right?
Yeah.
Most likely. Probably cheaper too. Probably cheaper. My issue with Veal's though is these used to be like $18, $20 shipped for your knockoffs. Now they're all like 24 to 30. Like
they're more expensive than Hasbro. So everyone's always like, if Hasbro released that for that price, people would complain. Oh, it's just repacks, it's just reuse, and it's $30.
Hold on. That figure has 1,000 times more accessories than we get.
You're right. So it would be deluxe. It would be deluxe.
It'd be
$33. Okay. But that's only like $2 or $3 more than what they're charging. I'm just saying, like, everyone's going gaga over these. But if Hasbro released the exact same thing at the exact same price, they'd be pissed that it's not accurate. They'd be pissed at the price. They wouldn't be happy with it. But because not Hasbro's doing it, then they're super stoked about it, and it's bizarre. It's so weird.
here's the thing. You are still in infinite possibility realm because Hasbro could announce it next week.
True.
Whereas whenever they retire the line or whenever they say this is our next 5-year plan and these are the figures they're making, once you know that figure is not coming, that becomes more valuable. But right now it's not the time because who knows? It could show up in Skeleton Crew in a flashback scene, right? I mean, it could be in the next Mando movie. It could be anywhere. You know, Clone Wars could feature, you know, next Tales of the Republic,
Sergeant
Jedi,
Barlax.
New Order, whatever they want to do, right? I mean, figures, like, that's the thing. My buddy Jason Luttrell, who hosts Galaxy of Toys, he doesn't do EU. He anytime a figure comes out, he's like, it's EU, I don't need it. I'm like, Jason, don't you understand? We are all about, like, everything old can be brought into canon. Like, you know,
Ron was EU until he wasn't.
Exactly. I'm waiting for the laser whip to come out for
Venestra.
for the Acolyte.
On the Acolyte. Yeah.
And people are going to go, that's from the comic book. And I'm like, actually, no, that's from the Marvel Comics in 1980, whatever, right? Because Luminara, or not, Luma, I
don't remember her name, but it's something like that. Yeah.
Loom something. She had a laser whip back in the day. So it's not even, you know, everything old will come forward. So you can't pass on it because it'll show up at some point.
And good news for people who don't want that, if they want to wait for a Hasbro version, we are now finally getting Episode 3 Galaxy packaging figures. So maybe there's a chance we can get the actual Sergeant Barlax.
There's a chance.
Because they do have the, I don't know if is it just a repaint of the
it's the Purge Trooper. It's a Purge Trooper helmet.
So they have the parts to do it. They just haven't.
No, this is.
They get to do a little bit of the tooling.
Very possible.
They'll have it.
And again, the Purge helmet is based off the Episode 3 one, and you didn't think you would see it again until Obi-Wan uses it, right? I mean, so again, that's just going to the same thing. They just kind of recycle their stuff.
So
we didn't think we'd see Anakin again until now he's in Ahsoka
and Obi-Wan
and Obi-Wan.
And Andor had clone troopers and you know and
it's nuts that we got a 2-pack of clone troopers this year and they're branded under Ahsoka. Like they're not branded under clones or anything. It's just Ahsoka.
Yeah,
it's awesome. It's awesome, but it also means nothing is really off the table.
Nothing is. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I was cool with Veils and KOs when they were $18, but not now that they're.
I get it.
Is my point.
Well, that's just the inflation of the world because you remember Tungori is a eBay seller that used to sell loose images out of probably got them out of the back channels in China, right, and warehouses. He used to sell stuff for $6. But as soon as everything started coming up after COVID and whatnot,
shipping and all,
it's like, oh, that's a $20 figure now. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Not a.
Yeah. The fall off of Veils was generational, but I think they're back from the dead, at least for now.
We'll see.
So we actually have some official Hasbro Black Series reveals to get to before we talk Haslab, and the first one we have is the Mandalorian Shriekhawk. This is the Target exclusive. I'm so in on these. I know I said I was tired of the blue Mandalorians, but these guys look pretty sick in my opinion. Like they're different enough to me.
I don't like the hard rubber plastic little.
That's the only thing.
I don't like
the pose here on the right.
Yeah,
where his leg is sticking out. Like this one, you have to pose pretty straight and narrow.
Yeah.
Like that middle.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm buying it, but like, I don't love that little like sad. I wish they were soft goods. I really do.
See, I collect a scale where soft goods are not usually good, and so I'm always a fan of plastic over soft goods when it comes to capes and stuff. Now, what I like about these is the fact that they have pipelined a 4-pack of these for the vintage collection, but we haven't seen them yet. So this might give me a good idea of what we.
Oh, for sure.
Right. So this.
I mean, you're probably getting all of these plus one extra because I think we got 3.
Yeah, we got 4 coming, but I don't know if we have a female, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think these are different enough in my opinion.
Yep.
I like the green on the chest. I like the colors, like the different colors of the what do you call it? Like the wrist gauntlet things. Like those are pretty
I
cool. The orange,
his
and the
multicolored
green.
chest and stuff. Yeah.
Do you remember when
Yeah.
we thought Boba Fett was in this this clan
Yes.
in the first
Yes.
season? You're like,
Yes.
"Whoa, was that Boba Fett back there?"
Yeah, they were like crawling through the background,
Yep.
trying to like adjust the contrast and brightness. Like, is that Boba Fett?
How wrong we were.
And then not only did we get the single pack, we also got the Walmart exclusive Shriek-Hawk 2-pack of the trainers.
It's weird. Yeah, it's weird that Walmart's getting a 2-pack. It's just weird. I don't know.
They also got the Enoch and Night Trooper. That was Walmart.
True.
Too.
Yeah.
True.
So Walmart, I guess Walmart wants 2-packs now.
Yep.
And these are pretty cool too. I know the female one is a little bit more blue based, but I like how it's a light blue, and then she has like a, what do you call that? Like an aqua, like seafoam green type chest with silver on it. And I really dig the male one has the brown, and I like that blue stripe that goes through the brown.
We've seen that body before. That the male body was part of that leak from the factory.
Yep.
That
That
so
holster
all
at the
of
front,
those-
those new,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yes.
And that's what kind of gives it away on the leak is that holster in the front,
yeah.
which is pretty neat. I
Does he
just
not
really
have a
love it.
rangefinder? I need to see.
It's
Yeah, it looks like he has a
tiny.
little like a little Bluetooth.
Yeah. It's
That's what it
a
looks
little-
like.
But I like it. It's unique. It's different than the other Mandos we'll have on the shelf. I like the brown and the maroon with like the tan.
Yeah, he's got a different
body
chest,
color.
which is interesting. Like it's a wholly different molded overlay.
It kind of looks like Boba Fett's gun, but it's got an extra handle there on the
Yeah,
tip,
a little
the,
bit.
the blaster
And-
there.
A cool thing about these, the blasters are painted. Like it has gold.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of paint
nice.
there. Look at that.
Now, are these screen accurate? Have we checked that? Have we looked and see if we found these guys?
Gross.
Right.
Yeah. So there are
That's
people
the
who
hard
have.
thing with so much media, right? I mean, it's
We've
gotta-
seen.
Go ahead.
I've seen pictures of people have posted. I think Lance Peter Luke sent it in our group chat, like a collage of these in different scenes.
Yeah.
Now, do they become Shriek Hawks after they capture them, or were they Shriek Hawks before?
It's just
Or
convenient.
Were they, it's like, hey,
Honestly,
Shriek
who
Hawk
knows?
just took someone, call the crew,
Yeah, I think they adopted the whole Shriek-Hawk thing after they captured Shriek-Hawks, and then I think that makes
Probably.
sense.
Or maybe when they started living around them, they were like, "Ooh, that's a sick name."
Oh, that's a good.
what we're-
That's a
what
good
we're
point.
taking
too.
over.
Still
Yeah.
like the idea that it was a Shriek Hawk on the spigot later on in the season. When they were,
And I like his the green-ish shoulder with the maroon other part. Like he has the green on his right shin, and then it's like a gray or light blue or
to be honest, this almost
gray
looks
blue
like a
on its own.
prototype figure. It's got so many different
does.
random colors.
yeah.
It really does. Absolutely, it really does.
It would pass as a prototype, that's for sure. Which one is your favorite, Mike, of the three we have? The new.
Probably the probably the
Tonnika,
girl.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
That one?
yeah.
She's got that scarf. She just looks a little more tough than
The scarf is a good addition. Yeah.
The scarf is a really good look. Absolutely.
I've been trying to find a scarf in 3 3/4 scale because I want to make a Finn from or a Poe from Rise of Skywalker since we never got
Oh,
one,
just get some just get like some ribbon.
No, I don't do.
That's-
I just said I don't do soft goods. I gotta find
Does,
like a Fortnite figure or something that's got a.
Does Cobb Vance come with a scarf? Does he have a TVC figure? Does he come with
We
a scarf?
don't. We he's not out yet. He's been pipelined as a
Pipelined, right?
deluxe,
Yeah.
but we haven't
Yeah.
seen it yet. So
Maybe he'll have
Who
a
knows?
scarf.
I'm
Ours
sure
has
yours will have all the paint apps that he should have.
well, it's a deluxe, so it better.
Yeah. So was ours.
That's what ours was, and it didn't have it. It was deluxe for paint, yet it was still missing paint.
Yeah.
Something's not adding up. But that is not all the reveals. We have more reveals too.
Yeah, we had a lot of reveals. Like just
Yeah,
out
we
of
have
nowhere,
a
feels
good
like.
amount of
Yeah.
reveals.
Yeah.
We have more Holocom figures, and these are the most random Holocom figures you could ever come up with. In my
Easy
opinion.
passes for me, but the order that they announced these in was weird.
Yes, this was pretty strange. So we have Ezra
Yeah.
Bridger in his season 4 look from the,
Which is cool.
technically from
Yeah.
the Ahsoka
Yeah.
hologram.
But it's the season 4, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a season 4 look. And then we have May Assassin. It's just the same body
Sure.
as the original one
Yeah.
that's in the line. And then now we have Osha Anastasia, who's the main character of the Acolyte so far, or one.
Which was weird
characters.
because we didn't have OSHA announced the regular line at all.
Right.
They were just like, here's a holocom version of her. And I'm like, cool.
You're like,
is there a regular one?
No, the day before, someone leaked online some China protos, right? You saw
Oh, it was
those.
well before
that
that.
was way before.
Yeah, it was well before that. Yeah, we knew she was coming. Well, and it was. I remember the day we figured out that it was OSHA because we didn't know who it was. We were guessing like Pelimoto, and nothing
character
matched
from
up.
Outlaws,
yeah,
that girl.
and it was. I think it was a trailer, and I think it was you, Zach. You're like, it's this girl right here, and like bingo, that was it.
I think it was you. I think it was you.
Was
that
it me?
spotted it. Yeah, I think it was
Oh.
you. Yeah.
And this hollow of OSHA or Varosha that we now know
Yeah, that's her full name. Yeah,
is a 2-pack because you get Pip. So there you go.
it's true.
That
Yeah.
justifies.
And who wouldn't want a hollow Pip? Really, I'm not being sarcastic.
Well,
Well, technically, you get 2 Pips because it's Pip in 2 different configurations.
Yeah,
oh,
true.
is there one in her pocket too? Right? Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. So, and I didn't include all the pictures, but there is another picture of her holding the other version of Pip
Yeah.
in the holocom. So, but my issue with these is like I enjoy the Darth Vader holocom that we are getting because I have the Landspeeder Luke print for the Imperial table and all that. And I get them doing like a Mando, and I get them doing an Emperor. I think those characters make sense. But I feel like these characters just don't make sense for the holocom line. Like I think they should just try to stick with figures that are
Has there been any figure in the holocron line that makes sense?
Vader.
That's actually appeared as a holocron hologram.
Probably-
It's
well,
like
There's a yak face rumor that the Emperor is coming, and that makes a lot of sense. Vader makes a lot of sense.
yeah.
And
I mean the
Mando makes kind of sense, but it's just that
the Ezra makes sense in the first episode of
Oh, the
Ahsoka.
Ezra, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, Ezra is. That's right. I forgot about that very quick scene.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he's a little handheld though. It's like one of these. This came with my.
This is a
Toy
1
Darth
for 1.
Vader.
This is a 1 for 1. This is a life size.
That's kind of the coolest thing about these
Yeah.
is that it's very much a role play
Yeah.
kit as well as a action figure. I kind of want it for the puck. Actually, I haven't picked one up yet.
You
I
can
have
get 'em
the
at,
Han
like
Solo.
Ollie's or
Yeah.
Ross or whatever.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty.
I
or
think
maybe not
there's-
Ross, I think Ollie's.
I think
Had
there's
some-
one on the Hasbro's having their
the
Power
last
Day
Power-
or whatever.
Power
yeah.
Days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of these choices for holocom. You know, I think they're
Well,
better.
we all
characters
know
than
what the
Vader.
reason is. I mean,
Of
it's
course.
they're just justifying the price of the molds, the sculpts that they had to build. Right? These sculpts, these molds cost about $100,000, and so they got to figure out how to use them more than just once. And so, this
Yeah.
is the newest iteration of carbonized or holiday
Yeah.
or what have you. So.
And I think it's also like they want their new media marketing out there too. So they're probably getting some push from Disney to do some new media figures.
Right.
I just-
well, they have to have some
Or
budget
Lucasfilm
that's
and
a
Disney.
little
Yeah.
bigger than normal because they don't have movies, right? I mean, and so that's the thing. You look at when they don't have movies, you got to be more creative than when you do have movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, Pletho May has soft goods. They're hollow soft goods. I think, and I've said this before, they shouldn't include a puck with every figure. I think the price is what does it for me for collecting them, because I'm essentially collecting a figure I already have. It's just translucence, which isn't. It's cool, but if I didn't have to pay for the puck every time, I would be more prone to buying them.
Listen, I don't think Dan Larson can tolerate you talking bad about
Oh, he can. We've had a conversation. Dan doesn't even want these.
He's got to have one. No.
No,
right?
he doesn't. No.
He didn't even get the Mandalorian one.
Nope.
He collects helmeted characters. And yeah, that's
I-
true. Like these are definitely for somebody, just not for me. I'll have the Vader one though, and I'll get the Emperor whenever if that rumor.
Yeah, I'm definitely in on the Vader, and I've got the Han Solo. But a lot of it is character. Like I didn't need an Ahsoka in it. I didn't need a Sabine. It was Sabine who was a.
It was Ahsoka, Mando,
Bo-Katan.
Bo-Katan, and
yeah, like, and as much as I am enjoying the Acolyte, I really care about getting Osha and May in regular form first before I'm pre-ordering a clear version of a character. Yeah,
like a holocron Boba Fett. Like
a Boba Fett. Sure.
I think for these sublines, I feel like it would make sense from a business perspective if they stuck with main characters, so that way they probably sell more to the casual collectors.
Also, if they did an Empire Strikes Back 2013 mold in holocron, I would 100% buy it just to have another colored version of that mold, because I at this point I'm just collecting a rainbow cornucopia of versions of that mold, and I'm kind of enjoying it.
How many do we have of that? Like 9 or 10?
Something like that. Yeah, I've got the Mountain Dew one over here on my I've got the white. I've got droids. I've got
the black one.
The black one. I've got the Kenner
the white one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done it all.
If they did a translucent blue, I would be super excited about that.
Oh, I'm sure you would be. That'd be pre-order day one.
Day one, I wouldn't even consider it. Yeah.
But we did get, like you just mentioned. Oh, that's not that we're not on.
Oh man, what is this called? It's the meme from Simpsons. Malibu Stacy's.
But she's got a new hat.
Right?
Yeah.
New hat.
I think I forgot a figure on my list, which I'm upset about. My side sheets. Perfect.
I forgot they call her Arcana now. Just a different figure. I mean,
is Arcana the planet they were on? Like where?
Yeah.
I didn't even recognize the name of the planet, because it's funny because whenever they did Balin, they just called him Mercenary.
Mercenary, yeah.
It's not like a planet. Is this like the planet that like the ship they arrive on is over? Maybe, because I've never even heard of that planet in the show.
Pause, please.
Okay, we'll pause the whole podcast. Everyone just hit pause on
hit the fast forward button and go fast forward 15 seconds.
Oh, Arcana is actually a real word. It is either of the two groups in a tarot pack. The 22 trump cards and the 56 sweet cards.
Neat.
Okay. So secrets of mysteries is what it means. Okay. Well, look at this. A happy surprise. We're learning in-depth meaning to this Star Wars planet.
So say that one more time. What was that last quote?
Secrets or mysteries is what the noun is. His knowledge of federal budget arcana is legendary.
Okay, I just looked it up for real, and Arcana is the planet they were on at the beginning of the show. That Ahsoka got the little star map from,
where that little temple was, underground temple.
Yeah,
I like Jake's explanation better. So I'm
sure
pre-order the figure now just for that, because I want that description. I want Jake to write that description on the box for me.
Dude, why is he talking about tarot cards?
That's what it says.
I know.
All right, so we got to break down this figure. There's a lot of people out there who say Scummy Hasbro this, Scummy Hasbro that. Because I normally don't agree, because we don't get stuff like this often, but this, in my opinion, is definitely Scummy Corporation stuff. Because
I thought you were going to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah. No.
I was about to call you a TBS apologist here, right?
So, like, people complain about Black Series, but there are definitely issues with Black Series. There's a lot of them out there, but normally scumminess from the corporation isn't necessarily something Hasbro has done with Black Series. But with these Balin and Shin releasing the main figure without the cloak, and then very soon after we get those, and we're not even talking about how inaccurate the heights of them are. Like, they rushed these out so fast, they're terrible. Then you make them exclusive very shortly after. And we can tell that they were photographed around the same time because if you look at the blades, it's pre-running change to where they're red rather than orange. So it's like they knew all along they were going to release it, and then we'll give them the soft goods. It's just, it's just scummy corporation stuff.
This is exclusive to who again?
This one is Target, and
Target.
the Balin they did is Walmart.
It's weird that they split them up.
Well, so you know what happened. Target comes, Hasbro makes a pitch.
They pick it, yeah.
Hey, what would you like to release this year? We have these molds available. We can do this tweak for you. How much do you want to spend on this, right? Exclusive. And they'll go, we'll take that one, but okay, how can we make it different than what you put out? We'll put a cape on it. Okay, I get that. This is where I'm not going into Hasbro apologists, but I'll just say the mind frame of maybe people who have been on the line for a long time working behind the scenes. This is nothing new for action figure collecting, right?
Very true.
I guess the big problem is, especially with your scale, is that these are $20, $25, $30 figures now. Back when they used to do this back in the day, right, in 2002, and when they started all these paint variants and running changes, like purposeful running changes, not like correction, but like we're going to make a red battle droid, then we're going to running change it to a tan battle droid. Figures cost $5-6, and it wasn't a big deal. It was like, hey, yeah, I'll pay $6 for a new version or slightly altered or a better version. I think that is the thing that's missing from Hasbro 2024 is sometimes they keep that same mentality. Hey, let's tweak it slightly for the collectors, but they don't realize that it costs like 5 times more than maybe when they started this practice.
Yep.
And I also just think it's not something new for action figures, but for Black Series specifically, it's not something they've done in the line. I know they released the normal Ahsoka. I got it. They released this Ahsoka, and then after that, they released this in a 3-pack that was Amazon exclusive with a soft good. Like that was the first time, like I think, in a while that they've done.
But didn't they do Old Ben?
Never on a single release.
They did Old Ben without a cloak, right? And then
No.
His
first one had a cloak.
Yeah, he had photo reel in the Cantina set. That's
what I'm thinking. Okay. So it was a change.
But that was just after because the time period. But the thing is, I just feel like it kind of sets a bad precedent for whenever, say they release a brand new Obi-Wan. I mean, everybody's going to buy it. But in the back of people's minds, they're going to say, wait, should I hold off? Because in 4 months, are they going to announce a Target exclusive where Obi-Wan from Episode 3 has his brown cloak that he wears in a lot of the movie? Or, if they release any Jedi, it's like, wait, should I wait 6 months before I order this? Are they going to release a one with the cloak later on?
But you know what? So, you wouldn't give a crap, though, if these were $6, $10, right? I mean, that's
true. Yeah. The cost is a factor, for sure.
The cost is a factor. And I think
it's the cost and also how much time it's been since the original one came out. Because also, like, if there were like 3 years in between these releases, I wouldn't care as much either because it's been a while. Like, oh, okay, they're doing it again. This time it's got a cloak.
And it's the fact that they were released so close together where it's like,
so
you
close together.
Wait like another year. You know what I mean?
I would have waited 6 months to buy it had I known this was coming out.
Just wait for season 2. Yeah. Just wait for season 2.
Yeah.
The Turtles, when they came out, were not $10. I bought this for $10. But because of the time difference, I'm willing to pay that uptick in price, right?
Yep.
Even though it's not a horrible price anyway. But
$10
the point is, the time makes this absolutely a valuable, worthwhile piece, right?
Well, yeah, and it's just like we got those 2.0, the 2020 clone troopers. Now in 2023, they released the 3.0 clone with much better articulation. We have bicep swivel. It's all amazing. The knee pads are in the right spot. Painted heads underneath. Like, the time difference makes it worth it for me to buy literally 6 or 7 new blank clone troopers for the shelf. But if they had released it like 6 months later, it would have been like, really? Why'd you make us buy the superior or the inferior version 6 months ago? It's just my thoughts on that. So That's like the very few, like the very rare time Hasbro's just been a little scummy in the Black Series. Like, well, I feel like a lot of the problems we have in Black Series isn't like, oh, like corporate Hasbro screwing us over. It's usually not like that. It's just like, yeah, maybe a little bit character selection stuff. Maybe we could use a little more paint, maybe another accessory. But it's not like them trying to like absolutely like screw us over usually.
Okay,
but
so
this is them seems like they're doing it.
So let's rewind the clock. This decision to do this figure was at least
A year ago.
a year ago.
A year
right?
and a half.
And
probably.
what was a year ago-ish, I would say. But what was, what were they looking down the pipe of? Were they still feeling that loss? They were deep into cuts this time last year. So their mind frame is, okay, let's re-release Balin. Let's re-release Shin Hati to, get these, additional factors out there to these exclusive retailers to try to get some more profit because they're bleeding a little bit, right? Last year. So,
and the good thing is, like, at least these aren't taking up mainline slots. These are exclusives. Like, they're not even something we're ever even going to have to see. And, since they're not mainline, that opens a spot for another mainline figure. So it's not like blocking anything that we would get. It's just an extra thing out there, so it's not like the biggest deal since it's not stopping us from getting something else. It's just a little annoying that so soon after they release it with.
I've never seen either of these two, Balin or Shin, on the shelves ever yet. So
Lucky.
are they peg warming?
No, I would not say that they're peg warming. Not. But I don't think that they're not peg warming. Like, I've seen them a couple times, but I don't think they're like clogging the pegs.
So we do have another reveal. I take pride in my slideshows. I did not do perfect this time. I forgot to include Osha Anastasia, but we did get the official release of number 1 of the Acolyte line, and the figure looks good. This was the leaked one.
Great.
All those accessories. I mean, come on now. This is a good Black Series figure.
This is a good. Do you guys have any concern that she looks a little too rebel soldier-y for being
with the colors like the green?
Yeah, 150 years before Rebels. Well, I mean, just even that she's got like the flight vest and the suit and stuff. That's my only critique. I think it looks great. I love the character on the show. I think she looks great. I'm only going from a design perspective. I mean, I could put her into Rogue One and she would fit perfectly into that diorama.
I mean, it's because she's just dressed like a mechanic, and most of the people in Rogue One are mechanics.
Yeah.
But does a mechanic today look like a mechanic 150 years ago before we had cars? Oh, wait, man.
I mean, that's always been a problem with Star Wars, though, is like
people get mad.
Droids don't look that different, from how they look in even the prequels to the sequels to the OT. Like, droids are just kind of droids. There's no definitive like, oh, this one's from this time period. This one's from this time. They just all look like droids,
Well, the prequels and sequels, a little like that's only 20 years. I mean, think about it. Like,
it's 30. It's like 50 years actually. If you
what?
Well,
I guess it depends on
prequels to OT.
Yeah.
Prequels to OT is 18 or 17, 18.
And then there's 30 years. There's like a 50-year gap in between the sequels and
the first one and the first one.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's only 18-year gap between Revenge of the Episode 3 and Episode 4.
Sure.
And I'm just thinking back to 13 years ago. I feel like everything looks the same that they did 13 years ago or 18.
Yeah, but if you go from like 2010 to like 1998, a lot of stuff looks different. Like computers look different. Cell phones didn't exist. Cell phones went from not existing to having smartphones.
Right.
In that 13-year gap.
Well, yeah, that is the insanity of that. I was just hearing someone talk about the fact that we don't have really an identifiable generation right now. The last 20 years, it's like anything and everything goes.
Comes and goes so fast,
Whereas you can identify the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s by fashion and music. Whereas here, since the 2000s hit, we've kind of plateaued and everything is kind of the same. But, it's interesting.
Jake, how do you feel about the Black Series box change? Instead of doing the slanted packaging, we got the cut off edge now.
Well, everyone I talked about who actually collects these is happy for it. What are your guys' thoughts?
I love it.
Yeah.
It grew me. The first time I saw it, I was like, but then like after a day or two, I was like, that actually looks very crisp. I love how I like the color and the background behind the figure.
I mean, just from a display perspective, it's a little more convenient to have a straight on box. The only thing about the Acolyte colors is, man, it sure feels like the original red packaging, right?
It does. Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I had to double take. I had someone actually ask me when I posted the press photos of this. So like, are they resetting the whole Black Series series? You know, back to like what it was in 2000. What was it? 15 when we did the red,
Force
right?
Awakens.
Force Awakens. And so I was like, no, this is just red is the color for Acolyte, and but it does very much look like, you know, old school Black Series.
And
So-
what I like about the backpack here is you can see the soft leather of the backpack and then the shiny gold of this canister here in between the leather straps. I think that's a really nice touch.
There's a lot of
With
detail.
the silver paint on the back.
We don't think that opens, right? It's just stationary.
I
don't think it opens.
I don't
Yeah.
think so. It looks too plasticky.
I mean, she doesn't have another face in there, like in a.
You never
Wouldn't
know.
that be fun?
You never know. That'd be cool.
Oh, maybe she's the villain. She has.
I was
the
going to say
helmet in
maybe she
there.
turned out to be Acolyte. Yeah.
I have heard. I'm just going to say I have heard that behind the scenes leaked footage of the reveal of the villain is out there. So
It is.
Be careful. I purposely have avoided it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know.
Yeah, I don't want to
like
see it either.
speculating and having that fun right now. There's some properties where I don't care. I'll take spoilers all day long on Marvel. Tell me Taylor Swift's going to be in Deadpool. Show me the footage. I don't care. I will love it. I'm a huge Marvel guy. But spoilers in that, I don't care. Spoilers in Star Wars, yeah, I kind of hold at arm's length.
I like it. So we get all these accessories. Mike, you happy about 2 pips?
2 pips.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the alternative is only the 1 pip or a pip that can kind of transform, but I don't think that would work at this size, the scale. So I'm happy that we get at least 2 of Pip's configurations, because it seems like Pip can do anything.
A lot.
Like his head comes off, like he comes apart. Like
Fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
He's a shocker. He's a taser. He's a
screwdriver.
welder, a screwdriver, a droid. Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the, and we'll get into Acolyte talk in a bit, but one of the things I like about the Acolyte is like the droids. The droids are fun. I really like the droids in the Acolyte.
Droid? Is there more than one? I saw
There were
droid. That's
there
about
were
it.
there were chairs that were droids.
Oh, that's right. The pilots. That's a cool. That's a
It
cool
was
concept.
cool.
It's a cool
I
concept.
want Black Series figures of those.
I like that concept, but I like that they showed the fault in it as to why we don't
Sure.
have it 150 years later, right?
Yep.
It's like why we won't have self-driving cars because they, someone showed a Tesla destroy someone or something,
Do we know if this is the same head sculpt that the May figure uses, or is it different?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
I kind of want to Google the May Black Series figure real quick.
While you do that, I'm going to be right back.
So here I think it's, I got to pull up the picture. All right, I'm going to share the screen now. Share Assassin May, add to screen. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay.
I think it looks a little
I mean,
different.
I think the hair looks a little, yeah, because there's different gaps in the hair. So at least the hair is different. The face might be the same, but the hair is definitely different. Because I don't know if you all can see on my screen, but May has a gap here, whereas OSHA has a gap here and here, like on both eyes. There's a gap on OSHA, and May only has one gap above her left eye. So yeah, different hair for sure, but the face, I wouldn't doubt. The face is probably the same, maybe with a different paint hit or something, but the lighting could make it.
Yeah, it's really tough to say because there's a lot of
lighting stuff.
I know. I feel like Osha has a little bit more of a smile, but it's really hard to.
Yeah, maybe they did make her a little more less.
No, maybe not. Maybe it's just how I'm viewing. I think her lips are upturned, kind of the same. Man, it's really tough to tell.
Yeah, it'll have to be one of those ones where you have to.
You have to have it in person. Yeah, you have to have it in person. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but it's definitely interesting though. I mean, I wouldn't blame Hasbro at all if they were just like,
oh, sure, they're twins.
they're twins. You got to make them just the same. So, but good chat. So now I think we are. Pletho saying May has longer hair as well. So, yeah,
she does. May does have longer
hair's
hair.
different.
Sure. Yeah,
the face we'll have to see in person.
I thought it was interesting in the show that they had the adult May and Osha be played by the same actress, but they had twins play the younger versions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I think it's so the child actresses could play off each other a little bit, make it a little easier on the child.
A little easier, but they also weren't identical twins necessarily. I actually had to look up to see if they weren't just two kids that looked similar, that they were actually twins, because they do have a little different look between them. So
sure.
But before Acolyte, Jake, this is why we brought you on now. It is time.
Oh, no.
It is time to talk Cantina Vintage Collection Haslab. Because we can't get a Haslab in Black Series anymore because we failed our one shot.
Yep. You're done. Oh, actually, you had two. I gave you the neighbor.
No.
It's listed under
Role play.
But no.
Black Series.
Role play.
Yep. Black Series. It was called.
It's terrible.
It's so awful.
Well, this campaign is interesting, but it's falling in a long line of campaigns that have been leaked.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
They cannot keep one of these under their belts anymore, other than the sail barge. I think is about the only thing that was really.
And that was the very first one, right?
Yep. Kept close to the vest. I was just pulling up the current backing. We're at
46.57.
Oh, you just looked it up? How much?
Oh, I've got 46.57.
I'm going to share my screen on the.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
There we go. We got the Haslab pulled up here.
46.57, 58%. So we're at 58%. We are at day 7, I think. If I look at my chart, let's see, what day are we? Yeah.
So it's been like a week. Yeah, because it was announced last Friday, so that would check out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I think I posted an update yesterday. I keep a spreadsheet, it's just one of the annoying things that I do. I kind of track the stats every night. For these next 30 days, I'll have an alarm go off at 9 o'clock Pacific time to kind of record the stats so I can...
So what's your first overall reaction of the Cantina?
Well, it'd been rumored for a long time. Without giving away sources, I've seen pictures and breakdowns of it months ago. And from what I saw to what we got is a lesser version. So that is the first thing. There's a lot more figures included in some of the the earlier designs and concepts to it.
A lot more figures, like maybe 7, 8, 9
there was
figures.
I think 9 or 10 was on the.
I know the leak we saw said 8 figures.
Yeah, and I had some before that because the leak that Hasbro Pulse, you mean, put up by accident? Yeah. So I've seen stuff before that even that had a couple more figures and different.
Wow.
And so I think the Hasbro leak also had electronics still in it as well. Yep. And so so this is definitely a lesser model than what but again, those were concepts, right? You can't really say those were definitive or whatever.
Sure.
But those were the concept designs, were including a lot more. I think if this had more figures, there would be less of hesitation from folks about it, I haven't gone down the rabbit hole and started Googling everyone. People tell me they're out there. The people that are launching anti-campaigns against this thing.
I haven't really seen anybody.
Yeah, apparently they're up on YouTube. You can find some of them.
Of course,
some of them are the same old actors.
Let's get Yakface back on. See what rhyme he can come up with.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
no. What would it be? Hammerhead. I gotta.
No.
Maybe it'll be me. Maybe I'll just be turned into the anti.
No Sivrak, no back.
Yeah. Right. No hammer. No
scammer. If you're a scammer, if there's no hammer, there we go.
There you go. Anyway, I personally think I'm excited about it. I'm backing the deluxe, of course, because I want one of everything.
I don't understand why anyone wouldn't back.
Wouldn't. If you're spending that much money, it makes no sense to not do the extra. I mean, unless your money's that tight, which everybody has a different financial situation.
Sure.
But if you're spending that much money already, like,
yeah,
if your budget's that tight, you probably shouldn't get it in the first place.
I feel like if you don't care about that third and you're getting it the basic one because you're like, I'm never going to display that third, get the deluxe and sell that third to someone who didn't back it. You could still sell
probably
that.
Make half the Haslab back
easily
at some point.
Or use all those IG88s for custom,
easily, yeah.
No, I think that when you start staring at these pictures and start going through them, detailed wise, I mean, there's so much detail in this. There is so much detail in this.
Oh yeah.
And they have created it because originally they wanted to have electronics in it, so they have made it very easily modified for those who want to customize it with lights. That I think that's just another added bonus to it, that you can illuminate the tables. You saw in the video how they're hollow underneath, and they have that clear cup in the top of the table, so you can put the light through it. And Steve Evans, I think, has been showing off some ways to light up certain coves and areas. The fact that it's fully modular. I don't know why so many people are hung up on it not having a floor. The second that has a floor, the second it's going to look like this Jabba the Hutt, and I can do nothing with it. I can do nothing with it but rearrange the throne and the pieces on it, right? The second you take away that floor, now you can interchange all those three sections. You can add in others. You can swap things. You can it just makes sense that it does not have a floor, right? Unless you're just going to want them to sell you a mat. And otherwise, our friends over at Cardboard Galaxy is already planning on doing it. I was going to
say, I'm sure they could have included a nice big cardboard
backdrop. Yeah.
I mean,
as tier number one.
I did thought it was interesting that they said because of the delay, they decided to give us a sticker sheet.
Do you know why the delay happened? Do you know why that happened?
I have been told something. I want to hear what yours is.
I have no idea. I'm curious.
We need you to tell us, or you can tell us. You can, if you're not telling us on the pod, you're telling us after the pod.
I'm coming with nothing. I'm just curious. Yeah.
I have heard, and I'll tell you off the pod, but it definitely probably is related to the amount of staff they have after their culling of.
Oh, that makes sense.
So that is my thoughts on that. But yeah.
So do you think like if the electronics were cut and some of those extra figures were cut, is that because they think the price point would be too high? Maybe that would push it to 600.
Well, here's the thing. That was the price. The prices haven't changed from when I saw it. So the prices haven't changed when it had extra figures and extra electronics. So, I mean,
what was the backing number?
So they would just want.
I didn't know that until it dropped. So until they leaked it, actually.
They just want the bigger profit margin, because if they include the extra figures, you
got to think about a company that's really scaling back on a lot of things, and as an official media site, they have, for the time being, permanently, forever, I don't know, but they've discontinued all their boxes, promotional boxes, and sending out things. The last one they did was for Ahsoka, And the one before that was Indiana Jones. And so that is, that they're cutting back in a lot of ways because, what we found, and I'm sure you guys have discussed, the collectors that got into collecting during COVID, with all the extra money they had. They're like, okay, that was fun. Now I'm traveling the world again. Now I'm doing whatever. Now I have kids. Now
cost of living has gone up like crazy.
Right?
So people
now everything's been inflated. So I can't afford these, fun nostalgic figures I had. So that makes sense that they would tighten their belts in some places, right? Not that I am, again, sound like I'm shilling or apologizing. I'm just discussing facts that I have heard and I can understand. So the price did not come down from what I saw originally months ago, but I personally, I'm a biased point of view because I collect one of everything. So if they put this out there for $1,000, I would go, that sucks. I'm going to have to sell some stuff
but I'm getting
it, but I'm getting it. Right. That's just, I'm not going to lie. I've been doing this since 1995. If you're in too deep now, you should shame me back in 1995 because I did the same thing as a college student. I was trying to figure out, while in college, in my undergrad, I'm like, okay, I work at Toys R Us for a reason because I got access to them and I didn't have to go drive all over town spending gas looking for figures. I could be at work and the figures come to me. It was definitely motivation for hunting those figures back when, we didn't have necessarily the internet, that we have now. The source and the all the websites and the Yak Face and everybody else that can help you find what you need. Back then it was word of mouth and fellow collectors and you going to Walgreens, Rite Aid, Toys R Us, Kmart, Target.
I specifically remember a day I was hunting on, it was the wave that the Jango Fett and Han Solo came out in Black Series from in the red box, and I was at Toys R Us, and this guy's like, I was just at a Walgreens and they had the whole wave on the shelf, and it was a Walgreens right by my house, and I'm like, why didn't I go there first?
Right.
And it was like, it was one of those things that happened a lot back in the day. You run across the same people. I'm friends with 2 or 3 people on Instagram just because we met each other at like the Toys R Us events, like the Force Fridays and stuff. Just because it's fun.
I referenced my buddy John.
Yeah.
John and I met through the Rebel Scum forums because that used to be the only way you could really collaborate with people not in your area, right? Who were finding stuff. So the store reports in the Rebel Scum forums is where I made a lot of my local friends and collectors that I'm still friends with today because that's how you network. And what we did is Chris B from Galactic Figures. I still revert to Jedi Business. I've said it so many times in my life. So Galactic Figures, Chris B and like Tom Burgess from I Grew Up Star Wars and a bunch of the guys in the area, we actually formed a collecting group that we called Stars. And it's still going today, 20 plus years later. The Seattle Tacoma area Rebel Scum Society, because we all met on Rebel Scum, right? Because we wanted to network, and we made it a group because we needed to come together in a central place to trade the figures that we were finding for each other. So it was simply like, hey, you got that figure, I got that figure. How about we meet at Red Robin in Tukwila, and we can all come from our different areas once a month and trade our wares, because that was the way you did things back then before, as easy as it is to pre-order today.
Sure.
So this is, this set is, I think fantastic. I think the detail of it, I think the fact that we haven't got a new Greedo mold since, I think I
2006 is what you said. I memorized
2006,
it.
2006. And then just today, Dan Curto reached out and said, well, you remember that 2006 was re-released in a reissue line in 2010. So I was wrong on one, I will say. Hey, I'll bow down to Dan Curto. If you've been on the Rebel Scum visual guides, You know Dan Curto's work. He's fantastic. But I totally forgot that the Saga Legends was a reissue wave of figures that came out in 2010, where what they did is they reissued tons of figures, that were popular characters. Kind of like the archive.
That's
it was
14 years ago.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah,
2010
long
and
time
2006
ago, yeah.
are not too far away.
Yeah.
But for the most part, most of the figures in here are brand new to this set, or we have not had in close to 20 years, right? 10 to 20 years for most of these figures. The Wolfman, that one is really, that's painful that is the third tier.
I'm very curious why they put him at the highest tier.
I think is motivation
It's
to get there.
motivation to get
that's probably true.
Yeah.
I think it's motivation. And then the fan correspondence with Steve Evans came out this week that revealed that, here's the thing. In their fan stream, they said that Wooher and the Tonnika twins are exclusive to this Haslab.
Yep.
Like the only way they will release them in the vintage collection is in this Haslab. This is it for them. Okay.
Right.
Now the other three, they said, if they were ever released, they would come on exclusive card backs. So here, Nabram and Wolfman and Greedo potentially could be released in the future, but they would just have different card backs that aren't exclusive to the Haslab. But Steve Evans clarified this week that only if they're funded would they ever even be made. So I think if you'll notice, Greedo, that's a real figure, man. That is there's a lot of pictures of Greedo there. I think they are well and happy and think that figure's coming. That thing's done really well. I think we're at the final stage of that figure. They're probably no problem. That one's going to fund 11,000, no problem.
Also, it makes sense since they pipelined some of the main cast, like Luke and Obi-Wan and Han. It makes sense to bring a Greedo along with them either way if they Haslab.
So they Haslabbed 4 additional figures with the Haslab. They did all new Han Solo from the scene, all new Luke Skywalker, and all new Ben Kenobi, and a highly modified Chewbacca. Yeah. So those are the 4 additional that would play in tail. But if you go to the Wolfman, I can't fully tell that that's a figure or not. It looks a little rendered in some scenes. In some scenes, it looks like a figure. So I'm hoping that this will have a healthy campaign eventually. But right now, it's a lot slower than the previous few campaigns. So that's the problem that, some of the hesitation, I don't know. We can debate whether it's the price that people are just not happy with a $500 because, nothing's been $500 since the sail barge. Everything else has been in the 300s, right?
Wasn't the Ghost 500?
I think it was.
No, was it?
I think it was.
Gosh, I don't even remember the Ghost. Let's see. Let's find out, because I don't even remember at this point. Because I know that the Razor Crest was...
It was $4.99. It was.
It was $4.99?
Yeah.
Man, okay. I backed it so quick, I didn't even think about it. Okay, so yeah. So you have...
This?
Yeah, this was the perk of the delay of the
Stickers.
Cantina.
Are you going to put the stickers on?
I do love that Ben Quadraro sticker. I'm not gonna lie, I love it.
Yeah, that one's sick.
Cool. I think it's cool, but these aren't screen accurate, so I probably won't.
I don't understand the Pelimoto one. Like, I get if you want it to be that era, but I'd say if you're backing this, you're gonna make it a New Hope era. Like, why would anybody back this and put the Pelimoto sticker on?
See, and I thought that was going to be more of a selling point. I mean, they mentioned that in the description, right, on the press release. They mentioned the Cantina as featured in A New Hope, The Mandalorian, and the Clone Wars. But I thought it would be a little more, even more than that. But they in their videos and whatnot, they're definitely leaning into. Right now, they're leaning into A New Hope. Because I thought they could easily, put out that EV-99 or that, the bartender from Mandalorian, or, reference that the R5D4 was in there, or,
Yep.
Maybe release a Dr. Mandible, at the same time, because that's who Pelimoto talked about, or put out a Pelimoto finally after her appearing in, 2 different series, across
yeah.
4 different seasons
Yeah.
or whatever. Right. I mean, I did think that there was, potential for them, put out an Asajj Ventress figure. She was featured in a whole scene with, Bosk and
Yep.
whatnot. So
Absolutely.
they all have connections to the Cantina. I mean, this was always my hope that we'd get an Akmina, because I'm from those weirdos in Seattle and we love the holiday special. And so, yeah, but I think the price is a little rough right now with inflation. I think that there's not as many figures with it that would make people instantly back. I think you're dealing with 40-plus-year-old media as opposed to the Ghost being more modern media.
Which figure would you be most upset about not getting if it doesn't back?
Oh, we have one of those Tonnika twins forever. And there was all the controversy and the whether they can be made and whether they couldn't be made, and
Why couldn't they be made? What was the controversy there? Like, what's stopping them?
the idea was one of the
likeness
actors
rights, maybe?
Yeah, the likeness rights of the one who passed away hadn't fully signed. And so up until this set, the only Tonnika sister that had been made was a little Action Fleet character that came back in the 90s, right? And so, there just wasn't likeness rights. But the surviving Tonnika twin, she's been interviewed by Victoria. Cantina, yeah. And she is, had her on there and said she's more than happy to, support this set. And she even made a little video recently. I don't know if you saw it.
I did see that.
So she come out in full support of this set. And clearly, Hasbro was coy about it for a while, but then recently they said there's no reason we couldn't make it. And so then that gave fans hope, but yet they hadn't released anything. And then now we have them. So the Tonnika twins have been a long desired set. And the Wolfman, he's one of 2 Wolfmen, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, do I want him? Absolutely. Am I sad that he's the 3rd tier and not the 1st? Absolutely. But I don't feel like we're lacking in Wolfmen. We've had one in the line. I mean, granted, it's Power of the Force 2, and there's a lot of people who are vintage collection purists and don't do anything that's not super articulated, vintage quality style. But I'm not one of those people. If it's, I'm happy with the Epic Heroes series that's putting out figures. I just, any 3 3/4 figure, I don't care if it's retro or 5 POA or super articulated, I'm happy with it, at least getting it in a scale.
Yeah,
right?
that's because I think we've brought this up a couple times on the show since we last had you on, and it's that idea that, because you brought it up and said you would be happy with taking the vintage collection as it stands now and lowering that price point from what it is, like 16. I saw a Boba Fett vintage collection for like 19 at Target one time. It blew my mind because I was like, that's what Black Series started at back in 2013.
Yep.
But I remember you said you would be a fan of lowering that price point, and you don't need all the super high level articulation. Just lower the articulation down a little bit, maybe get to that $11, $12 price point, maybe 10 if they could, and then just have a line that's not super articulated, and then you can fill out more scenes, can maybe get more characters and all that.
I mean, from our perspective, it's a definitely a huge world building, plan, right? I mean, the ships and the beasts and the play sets. I mean, that's what kind of, made Star Wars and Kenner the line that it was, right? The juggernaut. I can't imagine Star Wars being just the action figures, right? Back in the 70s or 80s, and not having the Tauntauns and the Rancors and the Speeders and the X-Wings and everything else that kind of brought it to life, right?
I see what you did there, squeezing in not having a Rancor. You're not funny. You don't act like we would notice that.
I mean,
Continue.
we only have 5 different Rancors.
Rancors, yeah.
I think 5, right? And so my point is, that's funny. I have Wolfman right over there. I didn't realize that he was out. We have a lot of these characters that, you know, kind of like we're prone to this world building, and so I would prefer to have more characters that represent the larger universe, as opposed to having figures who are ultra screen accurate and ultra super articulated. I mean, I almost want to keep that for you guys. Let you guys have the screen accurate, highly detailed, fully, you know, adjustable, movable figures, and let us have the width and depth to fill out all the different
Sail
scenes.
barge and your Jabba's
Or a
palace
cantina scene.
or
I
a
mean-
cantina scene. Yeah.
Because I mean, it does seem like it gets backwards, and I'll pull this figure up. You know, the fact that we only have one hunter of the members of Bad Batch. We have one hunter. That is it. You guys have 2 versions of
The whole squad.
whole team, plus Omega in a couple versions, plus a lot of tertiary characters. We literally have Hunter. And then we have a couple.
Our hunter
But you have-
didn't hit Ross.
But you have 6 Rancors, so
Yeah, you have
mean-
6 Rancors.
It's true.
I
But
do
no
gotta say,
Rancor.
TVC collectors, they wanted the whole Bad Batch cast, and now we have Hunter hitting Ross, so
Right.
it might be out of luck. Hopefully not. I hope you all get it. But
honestly, it doesn't take anything. Yeah, it doesn't take
gotta
anything
throw the
away
jab.
from us. Yeah, we got people like they act like it's a zero sum system. Like if Black Series gets something, that means TVC isn't getting something, and like that's not how it works. They don't share a budget,
Did they not see that 4 OSHAs came out this week?
right?
4. You
Yeah.
guys got 2 in Black Series.
Yeah.
We got 2 and 3 3/4, right? We got
Yeah.
1 retro, 1 TVC, 1 holocom, and 1 Black Series. I mean,
Right.
this isn't right, but that is
Yeah.
new media though. So
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
That is
it shows out right now.
right.
So
Yeah.
I have to ask you, what's your prediction? Where do you think the cantina is going to end up here?
Oh, it'll fund. I have no.
Yeah,
I have
it'll
no
fund.
doubt.
I think it'll get a late push.
I think I posted yesterday that it had, on its 5th day of funding, it had 2.5 times the amount of backers that the Sail Barge had. So, I mean, it's way ahead of the Sail Barge, who had a slow campaign. Sail Barge did not back until the 4th to last day.
Well, how long was the campaign for Sailbarge though?
That is what I wanted to bring up too.
Yeah.
All of these campaigns have been 45 days. Do not understand why they decided to make this a 31-day campaign.
Oh, I could tell you exactly why.
Tell me.
Because there's another Haslab starting with GI
there
Joe.
is. And
Right,
GI Joe.
right after,
then
and they don't
following
want that overlap. Yeah,
And following that will be Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters. Yep,
And then you'll have time to squeeze in a Marvel by the end of the year.
probably.
Because Transformers had one at the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah, correct.
So that is my only theory as well. Why they needed to push that so quickly.
Yep.
I was scared the
They
Ghostbusters.
wanted no overlap. Yeah,
I was scared the Ghostbusters was going to drop on Ghostbusters Day, because that was the rumor going in.
yep.
But I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm glad some lessons were learned. But we do have a consequence to that action. We have a smaller window, right? And a more expensive piece, right?
Yeah, I think we're pretty on track because there's always the doldrums in the middle where it kind of crawls, where you get anywhere between like 60 to 100 a day for a couple weeks, and then as it gets closer, you get the crunch where people, because there's always, even though this is the 5th, where 2018 was the first Haslab, or 2019 was the first Haslab. So we're on year 5 of Haslabs, and there's still people that don't understand that they don't charge until
away.
the campaign ends.
True.
There's still people that don't understand that. If and this is going out to anyone listening to this right now. If you're on the fence about it, or like you're not sure, or you're waiting to see how it does before you jump in, don't do that. Just back it.
You can cancel it.
You can.
That's
cancel
exactly.
it. Yeah.
I made a
Cancel
comment.
it anytime.
I saw a comment on Facebook, and the guy said, "I'm not sure if I'm going to back it. I'm going to see if it gets close to the Wolfman first." And I replied, I said, "Just go ahead and back it. If it does, if it funds and it doesn't get there, if it gets to tier 1, you can cancel. You don't have to pay, right? Like you can cancel it."
When I was on Toy Anxiety, excuse me, when I was on Toy Anxiety and we did a live show for the Rancor, you can watch the numbers go up until it hit, and then you watch them all go down. Because
it was so sad.
People canceling at the end. Yeah.
People are like, this is.
Well, it's Hasbro auto canceling, right? Because once it hit the time, I think.
No, they weren't. They didn't cancel anything. It was 100%.
Yeah.
It was all the people canceling their own orders for whatever reason.
I thought it was because it hit the time and then you could see the number. I thought
No, because otherwise they would have canceled all of them. Like it just didn't fund. Hasbro didn't take anything away from that number. It was all people.
It was so sad. It's so sad as a Black Series collector to watch. Like how many Haslabs do we have this year? 5, you said? Where they're squeezing in a Marvel one at the end of the year?
Transformers, Star Wars, Ghostbusters,
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe, and hopefully, I mean, not hopefully, I don't back Marvel Legends, but potentially a Marvel Legends at the end.
Yeah,
Of the year.
they've
It's just sad
definitely
to
been
see there's
teasing
like
one.
a constant cycle of Haslabs and we're left out yet again. So maybe next year we'll.
It is.
Give
I mean,
it
that is
another
something.
chance.
That is something to address, though. I mean, we could potentially. I mean, that I just looked. The Ghost backed on day 5. Okay, same price.
That
point.
one, like, it was like, didn't it? It had a big peak in the beginning, right? It like shot up really fast.
Yeah, but it funded on day 5. Like I said, the Cell Barge, almost the last day 5 is about when it funded.
Yeah,
So
it was
you had
really late. Yeah.
You had 2 different, campaigns there. This one I think is looking more like that. Someone said compare this to Giant Man. I didn't track numbers. I don't track numbers for non-Star Wars numbers. But Jay from Geek Dad Life's got a guy who does amazing tracking. 100 times better crafting abilities than I do. His name, I feel bad. I don't know it right now, but because I was just looking at
it's I have his Cantina one up here, but I didn't have the name on it. But
he's just tracks them all. I don't even know what he uses to track them all, but he does amazing work with it. And I do very much middle school teacher work with it, with my tracking, but
it's effective though. I like looking at yours whenever you post them on Instagram.
I just want mine just basic. I just want to know how many we need, how many we got, what percentage we're at. That's what I kind of want to look at, and that's just kind of the facts I want to just kind of generate. I don't know about predicting trends and stuff, but I do know that when I did the research, I did so much research.
Is it Ben Brink? I think.
Yes.
Yeah, Brian Brink. Brian Brink.
I did so much research into crowdfunding when the Cell Barge was going on because I was really like pulling some hairs out. I mean, it was there was a point in the Cell Barge where it was funding like 0.1% a day increase. And I was just like, oh, this is so painful, right? So I started like, is this going to sell? Is this going to back? And so I started doing all the research, and they said that if you can get more than 30% in the first 2 days, then most likely you'll double that in the ending. And so I felt confident once doing the research. And like I said, this is leaps and bounds way ahead of the Cell Barge. So I don't think it would hurt if Hasbro put in some more perks or spice this up a little bit. I felt like they could have done that with the Rancor too. I felt like if Hasbro would have been a little more aggressive. You remember those last few weeks of the Rancor? I felt like they did not try at all.
Well, they knew it was dead. I think they were so dejected though. Well, that wasn't on them though. That had nothing to do with them.
But
And the thing
think
is,
about
like-
though, if they didn't put effort in, if they didn't put a lot of effort in, and it got this close, imagine
Yeah.
if they put some aggressive
Oh, I
effort
agree.
in.
Yeah.
I agree.
What-
You guys would be having a Rancor in your show.
I agree. Yeah.
I did
And
not
I've said
want
it-
that thing to fail. It's just I
Yeah,
don't
on
feel
the-
like they phoned it in. They were
They
like,
did. Well,
that's
I think
lukewarm.
once
They
it started
phoned it in
losing
for
back
sure.
to once it started losing backers, I think that just killed the momentum and anything that they had into it. I think it really, really hurt them as a team.
Yeah, and
they took
I've said it a couple
personal,
times. Like,
and they got depressed about it.
Yep.
yeah.
Whereas
I've said it a couple times. I did more marketing for that thing than Hasbro did the final
Yeah.
couple days because I was posting videos on TikTok, Instagram. That's when I had the really big Instagram page.
chill.
I did exactly.
100%.
I wanted that damn Rancor, and
Yep.
and what makes me the most mad is, so they didn't come up with Malakili the day they posted. Oh, we'll include a Malakili even if it doesn't hit the first tier. Like you'll get Malakili, just make it fun. That means in advance they had already decided that they could afford to include Malakili and still have enough profit margin to do the Haslab and be worthwhile for Hasbro. And yet they decided to not do it. And then they saved, and then they did it as a... So if it was included from the beginning, like it should have been, it probably gets that extra 500 it needed to back, and people might not have made taglines and campaigned against it online. And, it's just, but I think the last couple of Haslabs they've done for Star Wars anyways, I don't pay attention to all the other ones. They've marketed them so well, specifically the Ghost. I think the Ghost they nailed because they did it at the big con and it was right there for people to see, and it was just huge ship and it was amazing. I think if they did the Rancor again, their marketing for it would be a lot better. But I know we're not here to talk about the Rancor though.
Well, no, but
it makes me mad.
no,
To jump
makes me
off what you're saying, I mean, compare them to like other teams. So, for instance, when G.I. Joe does one, they've got voice actors recreating voices from the original cartoon. They've got music. They make it a whole spectacle. Like they
And we
made a
had
whole
a great
post.
render.
They made a
deal.
whole post on the Sky Striker from Cobra Commander.
Oh, I
doing it like he took over and
My
was
Sky
adding
Striker's right there.
Yeah,
Because of
yeah. Because it was cool. Whereas with specifically this Mos Eisley, and I talked about this a little bit in our little pre-show, but with Mos Eisley Cantina, they have this video showcasing all the cool pieces and parts that come apart. And to go with all these great visuals, they have the most mundane, boring ass generic music. Whereas if only they had iconic music that could have gone with it, that people hear and automatically associate with
the Cantina band.
And you might say, like, Mike, that shouldn't really matter, but it does. Marketing matters. Appealing to nostalgia, connecting visuals with audio is part of that whole package. And go ahead.
No, I was going to agree with you 100%. I was driving home today from my daughter is a junior, but she helped out with the seniors graduation today. I was driving home from the graduation and I had an 80s station on, and I had heard they played a song that I had not heard, but it took me right back. This one song
It puts
me
you
back
in the
to
moment. Yeah,
scenes
like in
from
that, the feeling of that.
1986, and I felt the emotions and I felt everything from that one song that I had not heard in a long time. And I listened to a lot of 80s music because I love the nostalgia, and this song took me right back, and that was just today.
Yep.
Right. The Cantina, either the first or the second song, is more than available to them, but I don't know, because they're hosting on YouTube, they didn't want to play the rights or negotiate with Lucasfilm or whatever. But
mean,
yes,
they had to have done something. Like there's no reason they couldn't.
I mean,
I just don't see how they couldn't do it.
my iPhone has a generic song like that,
Right?
you know? I mean, it's just like,
I mean, our podcast intro, maybe that's what it was. Maybe Lucasfilm said they can't use song once. They were like, oh, I guess we can use song two. Oh, wait, no, those Black Series Cantina guys, they kind of own that one.
No,
We
don't
gotta
tell
use
them.
this
I don't want them to
generic one.
know. I have to pitch it down.
Yeah.
That is true. That is
Just
true.
wait till you get a cease and desist for Black.
I
Series,
hope
you know?
that would kill me if someone ever
No,
was
like you would frame that mother.
I would actually
you
would. You're right.
Put that on the
You're
wall.
right.
That'd be sick.
But I'd also have to take down. I'd also have to take down all 70 whatever episodes we've done because they all have it.
No, you're just gonna change the spelling of black in series, and
There you go.
You're
Yeah.
golden.
Perfect. Yeah. So do you think it'll get all the way to Wolfman?
I'm not. Do I
Are you
want to with my heart of hearts? Of course I do. Of course I do. I want I am still. We talked about the Sky Striker. I am an O-ring G.I. Joe fanatic, right? When Star Wars died, I think I said this last time. When Star Wars died in '85, I went all in on G.I. Joe because it was the other 3 3/4 line that I just loved, right? And I collected G.I. Joe, everything I can afford, get my hands on, all the way up until 2004, I think. I think it's 2004 is when I stopped because they stopped doing O-ring and they started doing Joe versus Cobra, which is more of a 5 POA-ish, like not 5 POA, but they didn't have the O-ring, right? And I didn't like it. Plus, also, there was a lot of Star Wars, and I couldn't afford both lines because I was, young in my career, and I just didn't have the money. So G.I. Joe, what I call is G.I. Joe is my mistress. Star Wars is my wife, right? And so when that Sky Striker O-ring came out, I was all in 100%, and I am still upset we did not get the final tier. The final tier, mustard and ketchup
and mustard, right?
Yeah, ketchup and mustard. The flight, the I don't even know
Flight crew.
Flight crew. Thank you.
Yep. Crew. Yeah.
I'm still sad about it. Year plus later, because maximizing those things. Those are always like the Haslab. They have stuck to it as far as so far in 2024. They hold to it. If it doesn't fund here, we're not going to put it out somewhere else later on, right?
Well, and the same thing with the Luke Skywalker, the one that they had with the Rancor. They said they will not do.
Well, you know that I collect Luke Skywalker in Black Series, and so I was really nervous about that set because I was like, "Ooh, if this funds, I'm gonna have to back it real quick here at the end because I need the Luke Skywalker because I do all the Luke Skywalkers." So I want it so badly to fund. It's not on a trajectory right now that I think that it will 17,000, because if we're only at 5,000, right? I mean, granted, we're over 50% and we still got a long time, but it's not. I feel like they need to sweeten the pot a little bit if they really want to get people to that higher thing. I was really hoping they do a which Haslab did they do where they said if you back in the first couple days? Was that a Transformers one or was it a
an early bird thing? They did that with a G.I. Joe, and they did that with
what was
the Engine of Vengeance. The G.I. Joe was the His tank, and we got an extra figure because of it. And then the Engines of Vengeance didn't hit it, and it actually tanked.
Yeah.
Tanked
okay,
it.
so it was the early bird that.
Yeah.
I have the Hiss. I backed the Hiss, but I haven't.
Yeah, mine's right there.
Yeah. I haven't opened mine. Mine's right there. I haven't opened it yet.
Coffee
The Dragonfly?
I didn't because here's the thing. Because it was G.I. Joe's first Haslab, I wanted to support the brand.
Yeah.
And then when the Sky Striker came out in 3 3/4, I'm like, oh, of course. So I have maybe a 20% of classifieds. So I'm very much a pick and choose, but I definitely wanted to support the brand because G.I. Joe, again, is my mistress. And
so the rumor is we're going to get the Rattler.
I know. And you know what? I was jumping through the roof when I heard it was the Rattler because I thought it was another O-ring set. And then I heard it was 6-inch. Yeah. I got so sad. Oh, so sad.
I heard originally it was going to be an O-ring Rattler, and I was like, I don't have to buy it.
And I was like, back second one, because the Rattler I had grown up was a kid down the street had a beat up piece of crap one that, I mean, I'm missing all the landing gears and all the missiles, and like I have a hand me down Rattler still. It's the only Rattler I have. I never bought the reissues that they did, so I was super excited for a super deluxe one.
Yeah.
I have all the Transformer O-ring sets that they've been putting out. I'm looking forward to the Mauler Optimus Prime. I'm looking forward to the Cup Triple T with Sergeant Slaughter. I want all of them. I'm looking forward to Super Sevens. I'm all in on that O-ring line. Whatever they put out, I'm all in.
Did you back the mothership?
I was going to, but then I saw it didn't have a chance in hell.
Yeah,
so,
no way.
Yeah.
Didn't even
actually,
close.
you know what? I started to.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest, I was going to, and then I was like, I don't know, because it's reaction. And I have probably half of the reaction figures, right? Because they don't fit perfectly with O-ring.
Yeah, because they're not O-ring.
But when they said that there was going to be an O-ring set of figures,
right?
I called my buddy who had backed it and said, can you add on another O-ring set for me so I can have the O-rings from it? And he said yes. So I had an O-ring set backed for me, but I mean, as cool as it was a lot of it. I mean, these figures, these sets can at least fit on, right? Fit on shelves. And I have the large right here on a long.
Yeah, that mothership was weirdly shaped.
I don't know where it would go. I don't know.
It's just a big circle. Like, what do you do with it?
And
it goes on a coffee table.
And the top came off, and it wasn't super detailed as much as like these sets here, and so it didn't seem like it had the same value.
I agree.
Because it was reaction is the reason I told myself that. But I had the O-ring set funded through another friend, so oh well, you know, such is life.
Anyways, I guess back to Star Wars.
What do you guys think of this set? As 6-inch collectors, is it like you don't care about it? Would you love to have it? I mean, right now, all you guys have is a chair and a table, right? Obi-Wan.
Not even that.
No, Obi-Wan came with a table.
That's true.
Greedo came with a cardboard.
I got a 3D print down there. I got the whole. I got the whole bar.
If you got was it PulseCon set? You have a quarter of
the bar.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
there's not much. Yeah.
If we want world building, we got to 3D print ourselves. So that's what we do. But I think it's pretty cool at first. At first, to me, as an outsider looking in, because I don't really know the history of what hasn't been a TVC figure, what has, how long it's been since Greedo's been released, and all that stuff. The Wolfman looks really cool. From me, being from an outside perspective, I thought it looked a little plain. Like, I do like how there's a million cups. I know they marketed the hell out of those cups.
So many cups.
It felt like it looked a little clean for being the Cantina, and I felt like it just looks like it's a weird to display, if that makes sense. Like, how would you, like, if you get the deluxe version, would you display it to where you view it like from the front, like from the side? But if you're viewing it from the side, you're kind of looking through a wall and you can't see, you know? So like how it looks a little weird to be displayed. But as I've listened, and at first I was like, oh, this is kind of whack. I'm not sure if it's even going to fund. But after listening to people, like TVC people talk about it, you know, like Boss Bounty talked about it, and listening to you talk about it, and I've watched some other YouTube and TikTok videos of people talking about it. I think it's actually a pretty good set. I think the value is there if it fully tiers, or if it gets all the tiers. Like, I feel like if it just hits 8,000 and you just get the 3 figures and the other outgoes, I feel like 500's a little high. But, you know, like you mentioned, if you're a diehard collector, you know, they could release a Rancor right now for $800, and, you know, like, it would really suck. But at the same time, I'm a diehard collector. I really want Rancor. Yeah. I'm probably, you know, I have the money. I'm probably biting the bullet on that. I'm probably doing it. So like you said, if you're that diehard, the price isn't necessarily an issue. But I feel like if all the figures back and you get the deluxe one, I feel like there's good value there because of how intricate the details are of what's like on the walls, like not necessarily dry brushing and because I do think the tables look really clean and the chairs look really clean from what you think in your head the cantina is. But I love like the little like saber-toothed tiger deco that's on, or like sculpt that's on the wall, and
little alligator,
the crocodile
crocodile
head is amazing, and all that stuff is it's really really neat. So I think they definitely worked hard on it, and I think it's a cool Haslab. I think the ghost was a little cooler in my opinion.
Well, we don't know,
but
I mean, we don't know. That's the thing. The one thing I will say I don't like is having to pony up money for one Haslab when I don't have the last Haslab.
Yeah,
I do not like.
It's always
that.
hard. Yeah, for sure.
And it was the same for GI Joe. We were buying the Sky Striker. We didn't have the Hiss. And I'm like, is going to be quality? I mean, I have the Sail Barge and I have the Razor Crest, but I don't have a Ghost. So are they keeping the same level of content? You know, I think the big seller was this guy here. And we talked about, I asked Hasbro before in the Q&A, again, something else they've kind of pulled back from. Not only have they pulled back from their, I don't know, lack of a better word, influencer boxes, but they don't do like fan Q&As and stuff much anymore. The Star Wars team has dropped those. I asked them if this set, which was at 200 plus, the Jabba's.
For the people listening, it's the Jabba's Palace.
The Jabba's, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry, podcasters. I lose track of. I mean, I used to run a podcast, but we didn't do video, and so it was pretty easy to describe everything. But when you have videos, I get lost. Yeah. This thing comes with so much detail and so many accessories. It is absolutely beautiful and lovely and amazing. And the fact that you can convert it between Book of Boba Fett and Return of the Jedi. I mean, this made me go, I'll do anything playset they want to do right now, because the detail is so incredible. And so I don't know if people haven't picked this up and therefore they don't know what they're going to get with the Cantina. That's an idea. That might be some hesitation. Yep. Do
you have confidence in, because I'm sure there's people who collect only modern TVC, like maybe not a lot, but people who collect the more articulated ones. Do you have confidence in Hasbro that they'll fill out figures for the Cantina? Because apparently the Sail Barge is still missing a good amount of characters to fill that out, and it's been years.
So I wrote an article, actually, ironically, I wrote, and I had no previous knowledge of this. I have previous knowledge on some things, but I had no previous knowledge on the leak, right? So the day the leak happened, I had actually dropped that morning a article talking about all the Cantina characters that have been released and when, and all the ones we're still missing. And we're still missing like 28 like named established background characters from the Cantina. So there is still a handful. Now we have
like shots in the movie and all that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, the fly-headed guy, Twizzit, I think is his name. And, Yurka Mig, who's the spacer that's in there. All of Jabba's goons. Did you know this? All of the Jabba's goons from the cutscene that they put in the special edition where they go to Docking Bay 94 and they go to the Millennium Falcon with Boba Fett, right? All of those guys appear in the Cantina. Like they actually have brief scenes in the Cantina. So Jabba's goon. And the reason I know that is because when I saw the leaked photos a long time ago, Jabba's goon was one of the characters we were going to get with this set, because he was also in that Docking Bay and also in the Cantina. So
interesting.
There is at least a good 30 plus characters. Now, do I think that we're going to get all those characters revealed in the TVC? No, the tooling budget is not there for them. It is not there. Will we get a couple of them? Yeah. Will we get some reissues of characters? Sure. But I don't think. I think that's also part of the problem is that in my in my article, I talked about how, like you said, it's been 10 to 20 years since many of the characters have been released from the Cantina. Well, if you're only TVC only, you don't have a lot of these characters, right? So
True.
it's not like, but then again, the Ghost, how many characters do you have from the Ghost? I mean, when Rebels came out, Rebels was a 5 POA line.
Right.
So there's a lot of people that don't want those figures in their Ghosts, but yet that has the most Rebels-oriented figures out there, right? So that could be some of the hesitation is like, okay, great, I'm going to get a Cantina. Who am I going to put in it beyond these 5-6 characters that come with it if it funds fully?
It's a slow day at Chalmers, that's for sure.
Oh, why did we not get Chalmers? He was on my list.
He's a Wookiee, right?
He was on the list. He was on my leaked list of who was going to come with this.
Do we even know what he looks like? Has he even been in anything?
Yes, there's an EU. There is an EU pop-up book, and I actually have it. There's an EU pop-up book that has Chalmers in it. He's a more groomed Wookiee than Chewie.
I would argue that like probably 80% of the people out there don't even know that it's Chalmers Cantina is the name of the Cantina.
If you whenever you can, pull up the article I wrote on the website, and I have a picture of him. I have a picture of him that I found. Ooh.
So I gotta say, because no one's asked me my thoughts. I'm gonna give my thoughts real quick while you're doing that.
I want to hear them so badly.
Yeah, I know you do. That's
my computer just flashed that I need to plug it in. But
plug it in by all means. I will stall for time. I'm
so annoying.
Good at this. Yeah. God, he is so annoying. Yeah, I can
really
stretch.
bad.
I'm good. Yeah, it's. Did you know that it's Chalmers Cantina, Zach?
No, I did not.
Yeah. The only reason I know that is because I read the Tales of the Mos Eisley Cantina book back in the day. It came out in like 97 or 96, and I was a freshman in high school or whatever, and I was obsessed with Star Wars. I read anything Star Wars. I collected anything Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. And back then, there wasn't a whole lot.
That was it. No, that was it. Yeah. The books were the only way you were getting new Star Wars content back then. So the Tales from the Mos Eisley Cantina, it's weird because it was basically like instead of the Kenner line was like, this is Walrus Man, this is Hammerhead. Now they've got full names: Mammon Nadon, Danik Jericho, Labria is the devil looking dude who has two sets of teeth, one sharp and one flat, and they go up and down depending on which ones he needs, so he can eat plant or meat or whatever. So it fleshed out literally every person in the Cantina. So by the end of that book, the name of everyone. Anyways, okay, it looks like you've brought up. He is. Look at him.
Yeah, he's pretty dapper. He's pretty.
Chalmers he's got a little vest.
He needs
to be in a movie. He needs.
Oh my god!
Right?
He needs his own Star Wars.
He looks like a hipster. He looks like a hipster bartender.
And this is before hipster. He has been around since
for sure.
1993.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I knew his name this whole time, but I had no idea what Chalmers looked like.
Oh, he's the real deal, man. He is.
What a dapper fellow.
There he is. I'm try to zoom in a little bit for the.
I've never seen a Wookiee with a mustache. And
That's so good. That's so good. He needs his own TV series.
I will say, okay, we haven't gotten into an Acolyte yet. It's weird seeing Wookiees in clothes.
Right.
It is it's weird seeing Wookiees in clothes, and we'll get more into that. But I only bring it up because Chalmers here he's dressed like Han Solo, but a Wookiee.
Right.
Yeah.
Is this the one in the canteen in the hat?
Yeah, that's our little shoes.
That's 17,000 to get that sucker right there.
Man.
Yeah, and because I was talking about the Tales of the Cantina, the other Wolfman, Lax Sivrak, he's sitting next to this lamprey looking person. That's his girlfriend.
Yep.
And she's at least force sensitive.
Yep.
And then they both join the Rebel Alliance, and they're fighting in Hoth, and they both die at the Battle of Hoth. So and they turn into Force ghosts.
So this is the Jabba Goon you said was going to be included, but they got cut.
I don't know that was the one. That's just the one I
But
was
it's just one
Right.
of them.
There's a handful of them, but yeah.
Okay.
This is my top 10. Of
This is
who
the
I
guy.
would
This is
want.
the guy that replaced Lax Sivrak. I don't like him.
Yeah, this
I
guy.
do, just because we have the other guy that replaced what's his face. So I like.
Sure.
I always
I just
felt
like
incomplete because do you know that this is the back
Yes, it's
of
the back of the other
head
guy with the
of the other guys?
Yeah.
So that's why he has he has a hat on.
A
because-
turban. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got to complete the band. This is, or I mean, sorry, not this one, but this is the partner
Yeah.
of
The Duros. Yeah.
Duros. Yep. I really like that guy. I've always liked that guy.
Meg.
I collected the deciphered cards way back in the day, and they fleshed out all these characters
I'm
too.
going the wrong way. Tonnika twins.
That's
Yeah.
right.
There's the other guy for the
That's
band.
how you
Yeah.
need to complete
Yeah.
the band.
Liren Karn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so we don't have a complete band in Black Series?
No. Well, so he wasn't ever on stage. He was just hanging out in the
Oh,
crowd.
okay.
He
That
was-
makes sense.
Having a drink while
Yeah.
the rest of the guys played a set.
You have the fly, aerial suit.
Well, we have the praying mantis. Why not make the fly? Come on now.
yeah, for real.
Yeah. And then what's her face? I can't remember her name right now.
Akmina?
No,
B.
yeah, but
Arthur?
yeah, B. Arthur. I could not remember B. Arthur's name.
Yeah, love it. I love it. I watched,
Man,
there was
Shaman.
there was one year where I watched the holiday special in November like 7 times, all the way.
That's
through.
crazy. That's
Yeah.
absolutely bonkers.
I think I was doing it
through it.
I was
once.
You could
doing a
not pay me
research.
to do
I
it.
love it. Oh, I love it. You know what? Here's the reason. It feels appropriately Star Wars for that era. It feels like Star Wars. So if you were to take away the camp of it and freeze frame it,
So take
Maybe-
away everything that's shitty about it. It's good.
you know,
This is pre-Empire Strikes Back.
right? If you
Give it
go
that.
back,
But
right?
isn't the first
camp-
like half hour nothing but Wookiees roaring? Like there's
Yeah,
no
but-
dialogue,
Look at
Unsubtitled.
no
Unsubtitled.
subtitles.
Yeah.
Look at the technology and the
That's fair.
the stuff. It is very much on par with what you saw in A New Hope, and you know the Imperials and the costumes and the stormtroopers. It is like very much of the era. It is very much like, you know, if you go back and really study A New Hope, you're like, okay, that's kind of that's not cool looking. Like they do nods to New Hope, but they don't actually redo New Hope, because those aren't quality compared to where Star Wars has gone since then. That's why I love the holiday special. It feels of the era. It is
Okay.
authentically like Star Wars somehow, right? Beyond the camp of the weirdness.
Mike, did you ever get through your thoughts about the Haslab?
No, I
Cantina?
didn't, because we got
No, because I
got
had to go charge-
interrupted by
we
his
got
computer.
sidetracked.
Yeah,
and I
it's either
started talking
my
about-
ladder or the computer or
And I started talking about Tales of Mos Eisley Cantina and all the weird stories.
no,
that were in there.
I love
All right,
that.
Mike, the floor is yours.
I
The
absolutely
floor is
love
yours.
Tales of the Cantina.
Yeah.
I am so sad that it's now Legends and they've gone and rewritten
Yeah.
all of those stories. Those were fine stories. There's no reason to change the backgrounds of all those Cantina's members, and that's just my.
But
Yeah.
you had the vampire guy that only killed like bad guys or whatever. Then you had the
little probis the
things that came out as cheap. Yeah.
cheap.
Then you had the Tonnika sisters weren't really the Tonnika sisters. They
No,
were rebels
they
or
were-
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
They were in disguise. You
Yep.
had Muftak and Cabe in
Cabe,
there.
yep.
You had who else had stories in there? Because
Was the Labria guy, I think, had a story.
Yeah.
The devil looking dude.
the devil guy was an Imperial on the run or
Yep.
something like that. Yep. Yeah, that and Tales of the Jabba's.
I Tales of Jabba's Palace lost me with the Boba Fett story. As soon as they gave him a name and a location and stuff, I was out, because I'm like, nope, I don't, because that was pre-prequel when I was reading that, and I'm like, this doesn't feel right. This feels wrong, knowing this information about Boba Fett.
And I got lost. See, I got lost at Tales of the Empire.
Yeah.
when they gave IG-88 was infused
He
with
was
the Death Star.
with the Death Star.
Oh, no, okay. Now I'm out.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah,
talking to someone that read all the eco stories of. Remember the little skinny books about the all the saving the
glove,
whales and
the glove of Darth Vader ones
glove of Darth Vader,
and then the emperor had a secret Triclops son or whatever. Yeah,
100%. I was all in on all those.
Yeah, they were like young reader books.
Yep. Well,
I had an omnibus that collected all of them into like a hardback I got from Barnes and Noble. And then the New Republic was called Spin. I think it was an acronym. It wasn't called the New Republic. It was like Spin or something stupid like that.
In those, I don't remember that. But
but I also had there was like the Star Wars Encyclopedia book, and it had like the backstory of all those characters as if they were actually important to the Star Wars story.
Stan Sweet one, right?
Yes, yeah.
I have that one. Absolutely. Absolutely. That man wrote so much.
Yep, he did.
So much.
Yep.
All right.
Anyways, so my thoughts on the Cantina. I think that it's really cool and it's really important that they made the whole thing as modular as they did, because I think that really is going, because you're absolutely right, Zach. Like, where are you gonna put this if they just made it how it is, especially if you get the whole thing? Because the only time I've ever felt a little sold on it, because I don't collect TVC, so I'm automatically a no. Like, they have to really, really try to sell it to me to get me to buy it. And when they have that picture of both sides on there with the bar in the middle, I was like, ooh, that actually does.
It looks good.
It looks pretty cool. But I just, for that much money and that much shelf space for a line, I don't collect. So the only figures I'd have to go in there are the ones that come with it. I just can't spend that much money. Although, I mean, we're themed around the Cantina. The Cantina is probably, I think A New Hope is a fine movie. It's Star Wars, but if I have to be completely honest, it's also really boring because it was made in the 70s and they have different ideas of pacing. The main character isn't even on screen until like 20 minutes into the movie. You know, it's from a different time, and I have to be in the right mood to watch A New Hope. I can't. It's not a movie I would just put on.
It can
to
be
have on, like it's a slow burn. It's a little on the boring side, but the Cantina is just so iconic. Like, it captured my imagination as a kid. All the aliens, the grimy feel. Like, you know, I really thought that I could get mugged at a bar there. Like, every time I go into a seedy bar in real life, I think about the Cantina.
That's why. Speaking to the Cantina in the movie, I think, just real quick, we don't got to spend too much time on it. If they do Obi-Wan Kenobi season 2,
yeah,
I know you're gonna
keep going. You're good.
If they do Obi-Wan season 2, I feel like it needs to be based off his line. Like, you'll never find a more like the scum and villainy. Like,
give us a reason for that. I agree.
He needs some 100%. Stories from that. Yeah. All right, continue.
I also think they should do something with him and Cody, but.
Ooh,
that would be good.
I think when they first revealed it, Lance Peter Luke said something, and it got me, and then it ungot me. But it was like, you could buy a 3D printer and print that out for the same price. Like, the whole thing, the 3D printer and the filament or whatever, would cost about the same as just buying this bar. And on the surface, I was like, oh yeah, that's not worth it at all. But in the bars, the Cantina's defense, when you actually look at all the nitty gritty in there, the greebles, the you know what, the little detailing in the wall, the chunks taken out, even the painting, like where the painting's blue, on there, but it's scraped off and looked really, really worn. You really can't do that on, and the way it's modular, like, you can print it out in pieces, but to have it machined so it fits together so well, you really, really can't easily do that 3D printing unless you really design it and have to reprint things and redesign things.
And you can print stuff to be modular.
Yeah.
But you're going to have a big crack there no matter. You're
Right,
gonna have a
no matter-
crack.
yeah.
And then you got to get your little, like the putty and fill it in and paint, you know.
So I just wanted to say to anyone listening to this, if you're like, I'm just gonna 3D print this, and you're collect 3 3/4 inch scale, there's no way that you can get it like this. I really do think that the team made something impressive. I think for what it is, this is about as good as they could do at a quote unquote retail level, because it's not really retail, but it somewhat is. Like, you still have to keep it in budget and whatnot and make it affordable. I think that is good, but it's 100% not for me. It's just not anything that it's not anything they could ever convince me to get that I would need in my collection.
Yeah, like I just wouldn't have the space for it. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
and I don't see like how are you, Jake? How do you plan on displaying yours? Because like I mentioned a minute ago, if you face it sideways and you get the deluxe version, you're looking at a wall. Because if you're looking at the back of one of the alcoves,
I really do.
right?
I do think because, and I don't think we've talked about on the show just yet, but the fact that we are now, according to some sources, the primary demographic for toy buyers, right?
Yep. Right.
I think a lot of that has been supported by the Instagram, by the photographers out there, by the customizers and the people that like to put together scenes in dioramas. So I do think that this set is kind of designed with that in mind. Now, I know that 6-inch lends itself better to more of some photography than the 3 3/4, but I do think that this is somewhat of a nod to that, to the fact that you can customize this shot, from the whole canteen
For however
right?
you want.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could create anything. Now, for me personally, it'll probably, I think, go on this bottom shelf here. Well, actually, the ghost is probably going to go there. It might have to go up here, and I'll put Jabba somewhere else. This is all temporary shelving anyway.
Just
until
put
I get
Jabba's
my-
palace on top of the ghost.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe put it in a cargo bay or something, right?
I think I think the other basement boys said, "Oh man, if only this had been a vehicle, it would have done a lot better." I'm like, just put some treads. Just put some treads on the
There you
cantina.
go.
Make it a mobile cantina base.
It's got an alt form.
Yeah. Or it's like the old G.I. Joe base that had treads on it and opened up like a big toolbox or whatever.
I have that.
Yeah.
This will eventually be custom shelves. It's been on hold, so it's now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks the same
What
as it
it
did
is?
last year. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
no, I know. Well,
All right, next time we have you on, you better have some custom shelves.
Next
back.
year.
right? I do have to put a kid through college next year, so we'll see. But yeah, the goal is custom shelves all across through here because
Here's what you do: student loans, then use some of those student loans to make some shelves.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I keep telling them, I'm like, sweetie, you can get student loans to go to college. I cannot get loans to retire. So
It's true.
I
is
should
very
hold
true.
on to the money. No, so the idea is, probably have a 3-foot shelf come out at the bottom and then shorter shelves at the top. And so the big diorama pieces would be at the bottom. With that being said, I would probably, do the whole thing if it's on a bottom shelf and you can see down inside it. Because like you said, if it's at eye level or above, you're just seeing the back wall of something. That's not going to look very impressive, right? So it really depends on, I think that's the beauty of it. I mean, maybe you only have those, skinny IKEA cases. You're going to only put maybe 1 or 2 of those
Alcoves.
alcoves in maybe each shelf, right? And so I think that's the beauty of this piece, is how modular and displayable it can be. I think you're going to see some great images come out of it once we get it, but for me, I will probably do the whole thing, probably down on a lower shelf though, so you can see down inside it, right?
Yeah, I think that's
absolutely.
That's gonna be a big
probably
thing.
the best way to do it. Yeah, a little lower.
Yeah, because this is like this is the 4th time we've had a swing at the Cantina. You have 2 vintage ones and a cardboard one from Power of the Force.
Yep.
Otherwise, this is it. Other than if you want to count the The
Don't forget the Black Series, the 3-pack. Don't forget the
gonna
like,
fourth
quarter
of
of
it?
the bar.
Right.
Don't forget the quarter of the bar. That's
we got the
like,
whole bar eventually, you know, in 3 3/4, but you had to buy each little section at a time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the funny part about the Black Series set was the marketing team. This is like, it goes back to the marketing team being on a different page than what Hasbro was actually selling. The marketing team was advertising, oh, you can buy multiple pieces and build a bigger bar, but you're going to have to buy Obi-Wan. And it was the other two that came with it. It was
Dr. Evazan and
Dr.
Ponda
Evazan
Baba.
and Ponda Baba.
I
You had
had
to
that
buy
set.
like 8 of those.
Yeah,
and
who
then
wants that many Dr. Evazan and Ponda Babas?
and then, but if people did, they go to buy it and it had a max purchase limit of what, one?
One.
You
Yeah.
could only buy one when you went to buy it. So it's like you're stuck with just the quarter bar.
I think eventually you could buy more, but the initial
the initial release was,
Yeah.
That was a misstep, right?
And thankfully, we have people like Lane Speeder Luke and Imprint Condition and Charvy's 3D, you know, so we can fill out stuff like this, you know, if we want, you know, scenes in Black Series that's not super, super huge. I need a 6-inch Wooher for my bar, though. That probably never going to happen, though. But
Yeah, I don't know how you can repurpose that. They need to have, you know, unless he shows up in new media, that's going to be hard to justify a custom piece, right? I mean,
right now, I have the
new
client for Mandalorian with his like cloak thing pulled off, and then with an Obadiah Stane head popped onto it. So that's my bartender right now. He's like giving Ponda Baba a cheers in my thing right now, or Dr. Evazan.
you got to work on a custom Chalum now that you know what he looks like, right?
Honestly, yeah, I
Absolutely.
might have to. I have a couple extra.
We'll get Frederick on it. See if he can do something for us.
Yeah, friend of the show, Frederick. He can make a Chalm for sure. Chalman, or it's Chalman.
Chalman, Chalmun.
Chalman. I like his look though. We need a TV series, Disney plus Chalman.
Honestly, if they did
Tales
a
of Chalman.
Cheers type show,
Yes.
I would love that.
That'd be sick.
That would be amazing.
I don't even know anything about the character, but his look and the fact
Doesn't
that he's
matter.
the owner of the Cantina, it's just he's instantly super cool. Him and Obi-Wan in season 2 doing some crazy stuff around the Cantina, that'd be great. I'm so down. So I don't know if we're done talking Cantina. Jake, do you have
I don't know
any
what
more
else we
thoughts
can really
on
talk
the-
about
on the
it.
Haslab?
I would love to see people, you know, kind of, if you're on the bubble, block out the noise, block out the clutter, block out those who are, you know, like to get views by, you know, negative campaigns and whatnot. And if this is something that you think you can afford, I mean, I'm a realist. This is expensive.
It's expensive.
I will be
for a toy.
dead honest. I don't think I don't push anyone to buy anything that's not in their budget, right?
I mean, that's like a monthly car payment right there.
Right? No, yeah, it's serious. It is
Half a
serious.
mortgage.
Yeah.
Well, not these days. If you buy new.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's in your budget and it's something that you think is, you know, cool and would be part of your collection, like don't wait on it. I mean, just show, because the more momentum, you know, it has,
it encourages other people to hop on board.
Confidence it will give other people who are on the bubble, right? So that's my thing. I mean, if it's not your jam, it's not your jam, and if we don't get it, then that's, you know, it's our loss and it's our rancor, and you know, it's going to happen eventually, right? Because when you put one of these out every single year, I mean, space danger is 100% real, right? I mean, for so many people, right? We can only have
danger,
so many big
money,
toys, right? I mean, you got, you know, Boulder Hill up there. You got a sail barge there. Like I said, you have a Hiss and a Sky Striker. I have Snake Mountain there. I have Boba Fett's throne room over there. I have, you know,
Razor Crest.
The Razor Crest there.
The Ghost. Did you get the Ghost on the way, right?
Jurassic Park Brontosaurus over there. I mean, it's just, there are really, really, really big toys. The Ark from Transformers. These are big, big toys, and we can only, you know, have so many of them before you're like, oh crap, am I paying for a storage unit now? I hope not. You know, so I do understand all of those issues. I'm just saying, if you want it, but you're listening to people bash it, maybe change your source and go off what you think, because like if we're going to talk about the Acolyte, I hear a lot of people who are like, man, I really can't believe Acolyte's doing it. I go, well, what's it really doing? And then once we start talking about it, it's like, I guess it's okay. I'm like, yeah, but so what are you listening to? Just
they have agendas.
Go for it, right?
And on that note, we can jump in.
I think we have one thing to do before the Acolyte. I want to do before the Acolyte, and that's the Hall of Fame.
You're right. So we do have to bring up. So Jake, we induct one figure into the Black Series Hall of Fame every episode, and this is going to be number 5. So the first time, I kind of wanted to give everybody a visual update. So our first one, and I post these on Instagram every time we come up with one. First one was Empire Strikes Back Darth Vader, great inaugural set. Second one, or figure, great. And then the Good Morning Guard was number 2. Yep. Number 3 was the Scout Trooper. And then last podcast, we did Greedo, because that is an old figure, and it has held up very beautifully in the Black Series. It's one of the rare old figures we don't necessarily need a new one of. And we're here to induct figure number 5. So we normally kind of banter back and forth. Mike, I was kind of thinking, I know, the last couple pods we've done something that we haven't talked about before, but I feel like I'm going to throw it out there. I don't think we can let the Clone Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi go too much longer. So that's going to be and that's the one I'm throwing out there.
Okay. So for me, I thought about that as well. And then I only had one figure that I feel like is just really good, and every time I look at it, I can't help but smile because of how perfect it looks on my shelf. And that is the Dagobah Luke Yoda set.
Ooh, that's another good one.
So I'm good either way on those, but that was the one I was like, I think I'd be okay if that made it in there, because I just love it. I just love. Okay. I think it's the best Luke Skywalker we have in the line, like likeness wise. I think it just looks so good. It looks like kind of like a little statue with the Yoda in there.
An excellent figure. Yeah.
That
or the Clone Wars. Maybe do we let Jake decide? Is Jake familiar with both of those figures?
Maybe, but he just stepped away and said, "Be right back." So I was just gonna keep talking. Or we can let the VIP people chat.
There we go.
Depending on. Oh,
there you go.
No.
Like 2003 Clone Wars.
Yeah, Paragon. I think I might revoke that VIP access.
Yeah.
He keeps bringing that up.
He can still pay us. He just can't join the VIP.
Oh no, I can't do that. I can't do that to my fuzzy. I love my fuzzy. He likes to push my buttons. He likes to push my my General Obi-Wan buttons.
Paragon Fuzz is a grifter. Bendejo's saying Luke and Yoda. So it's settled. We'll do Luke and Yoda. I'm fine with it.
Oh, you sure? Well, Pletho just said Kenobi.
Pletho saying Kenobi. We're back to a tie. Next vote wins. Next vote in the chat wins.
I feel like whichever one we don't do this time, we should do the other one next time.
That's true.
I feel like, and the other reason I was kind of leaning towards at least a good guy, because it's been Vader, Gamorrean Guard, like Biker Scout, yeah, even Greedo. Like there hasn't been any like good guys.
They're both. I mean, Kenobi's a good guy.
Well, that's what I meant. Like Kenobi or. I want, because my first thought was, well, we've been kicking around Stormtrooper 2020 body. It's a good mold or whatever, but I feel like we've always just been doing the back. I wanted to put someone good on the table.
Let's do Luke and Yoda, because
okay, so Paragon Fuzz says Luke and Yoda as well.
It's good, yeah. So let's do Luke and Yoda. That's an excellent 2-pack. I mean, the way they improved the Yoda figure, they made him the appropriate scale.
Yeah,
it comes with 2 heads.
Here's Jake to see. Maybe he can weigh in here from his 3 3/4 inch point of view.
Are you
Looking up.
familiar with the
Looking
Clone
up at the
Wars
figures.
Obi-Wan Kenobi?
I haven't. Yes, I am.
And
Wait, which
not
one?
the 2003 version, the good one. We're talking about the good one.
The good one.
The 2008 TV show version.
I have every Obi-Wan Kenobi.
There you go.
Okay. And do you have the Luke and Yoda Dagobah Black Series?
Luke and
He
Yoda.
collects all the Lukes.
That's
so-
true. He does collect
So
all.
yes. Yes, I do.
Which you're going to be our deciding factor, Luke and Yoda or the Clone Wars Kenobi for spot number 5,
Oh man.
the Black
So-
Series Hall of Fame.
Well, you're asking a biased source because Obi-Wan Kenobi is my guy and has been since the 80s. So I'm always when everyone asks me what's my favorite character in Star Wars, it's always Obi-Wan Kenobi. And it has been. Both young and old have always been fantastic in my opinion. So yeah, I would, in this case, yes, I would go Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay. All right. So Bendejo says both are great. That's hard. I think a better Kenobi is coming, and maybe opinion changes a bit on the definitiveness. But the new.
But then he said of Kenobi, and my first thought was, why is he talking about OnlyFans Kenobi?
Oh,
I didn't know that Obi-Wan had an OnlyFans.
I'd subscribe.
Me too, honestly.
So should we change it? We already said we would do Luke and Yoda since Jake said.
I feel like we already said it. I want to say
we already said it. We already said it. We're doing Luke and Yoda. The Yoda comes with 2 heads. You have the closed eyes praying, or the forced focus head. Kenobi fans. That we're changing the podcast name. We're now Kenobi fans.
Kenobi fans.
Ken only fans.
Kenobi fans. I was gonna say it too. Yeah.
All right. So
Kenobi
Luke and Yoda, Dago Pack is in the Hall of Fame now. That is number 5. That's a good pick. That's excellent
All right.
pick. All right. So now.
I disagree with this choice, by the way. Just let the record state.
He's lodging an official complaint.
I don't know.
Kenobi will be the next one. We'll pretend. Wait, did we do a rule that if one loses, it can't be the next episode? It has to wait.
I don't think we have that rule, but we can make that rule just
Because I feel like if we just say like, oh, it'll be next week every time, you know what I mean? So now we have to wait until 75 for Clone Wars.
the figure has to be at least a year old.
No, but why does Ezra come with this Han Solo blaster? Does anyone know?
I mean, why
similar.
wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he come with a Han Solo blaster?
Because then it doesn't make Han Solo's blaster cool.
Han Solo had a generic ass blaster. He didn't have a special blaster.
No, it was modified.
It was modified. It was modified.
All right, you two lovebirds arguing like a married couple. Let's jump into the Wokalite. As
Speaking of keeping things special,
Daphne referred to it herself as the Wokalite. She laughed at it. Did you see that quote?
I love it.
Daphne
Absolutely.
Keane was on
Daphne
there.
Keane.
Talking
Yeah.
about,
so for some reason, people are mad that
Star Wars has made a TV show.
Star Wars has made a TV show. I'm enjoying Acolyte so far. I feel like it's not the greatest Star Wars I've ever seen, and it's definitely not the worst Star Wars I've ever seen. Like the fandom or some section of the fandom would make you seem to think it is. I think it's telling a good story. People need to look past their agendas that they're trying to push and just kind of enjoy, or at least watch it with an open mind and make up your own decision if you like it or not, and don't follow what some YouTube person says that, oh, it's too woke. They're pushing, they're trying to, I'm going to turn gay if I watch this another episode. Like, no, it's just a Star Wars show. They're not pushing agendas. It's just a Star Wars show. It's the complaints about, like what they're trying to do with the show. It's just some of the most ridiculous stuff I've ever seen. But
Well, and the thing that gets me is they've obviously decided that they don't want to like it, so they left
In
out
advance,
any little thing they can to try to justify not liking it. And the first big one was the fires in space.
Yeah.
Have you never seen any Star Wars ever?
Is there even a Star Wars movie that does not have fire in space? Like A New
In
Hope,
some
Empire,
capacity,
Return of the Jedi,
and
all have explosions in space.
I'll even give
With
you
burning fire.
explosions burn out the oxygen real fast and that, but no, because they're still burning longer than they should, if that's true, if you really want scientific accuracy. But you could go back and watch Return of the Jedi and watch the executor just burn as it crashes, like it's sinking in the ocean into the Death Star.
Yeah, and also I don't, just like Paragon Foe said, why does Star Wars have sound effects? This is a galaxy that humans and ships travel at the speed of light. Like a physical object cannot travel at the speed of light. It would not be light speed if a physical object could travel at the speed of light. If a grain of sand hit Earth at the speed of light, the planet would be frozen over in like 12 years and everybody would be dead. Like that's how speed of light is. Like this is a galaxy where like we have a Death Star that can destroy planets. Like why the smallest things that it's just the most ridiculous.
What I commonly have to remind my wife who's having issue with someone thinking something ridiculous is I'm like, you're trying to expect a rational thought from an irrational person.
True.
Facts.
And that is what we see a lot of right now in the response from certain groups to the entire series of every aspect of the Acolyte, just because they didn't like it just to begin with the director when that was announced months ago, years ago, right? Whatever it was, that they already started building up, and every little thing that is going to happen, they're going to be egregious to. That means no matter how good or bad it is, they're going to make it extreme. So,
well, it's like they started pulling up a couple weeks ago the interview that Amanda did on the Daily Show about the movie she did, The Hate You Give, which is a movie about racism.
Yep.
And they're like, see, they're just trying to make Star Wars about race stuff. And like, no, an actor who did a movie about racism years ago was giving an interview about it years ago. And you're taking that and trying to make it apply to Star Wars.
It's all reactionary. The YouTubers just want reactions out of it.
It is reactionary. Unfortunately, it gets, it gets hits.
And it gets those reactions.
It gets the likes, it gets the hits, it gets a following. I mean, there are lots of channels out there that make their living off of negative attention and campaigns, right? How many times do you see a YouTube thumbnail? It's like, was it a fail? Is this a fail? Is this, is this the worst? Did this ruin whatever? I mean, it's just, it is sensationary,
Yeah, it's attention grabbing. Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are not trained in media, in society, that grasp onto that, that gravitate toward listening to fear as opposed to facts or logic, right?
It's so weird because they're, we're talking about a series of movies and stories that talk about how fear is bad and how you shouldn't latch on to fear. You should let go of fear. And yet they spend all of their real lives clutching on to fear.
Yeah, just like Bendejo says here. Also, people on this last episode are starting to pretend like they've never heard of people other than Jedi and Sith use the Force. Like witches in Star Wars is a new concept all of a sudden.
I'm pretty sure there was a witch in the Battle of Endor, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, in the Ewok movie. Yeah.
Right. Yep. I'm pretty sure the Clone Wars in 2008 had Sith night witches. And, I'm pretty sure in the early 80s, Lumina had a light whip, I mean, these are all concepts that have existed in Star Wars. So if you hate it now, you probably should have hated it then, right?
I mean, even
no one's changing or ruining anything.
Even in the latest episode where they talk about, creating life with the Force, that originated in Revenge of the Sith, where that's the whole tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise, where he could manipulate the Force to create life.
Yeah, Shmi says there was no father.
But to be fair, and this is something I'll always bring up. People are saying, well, it takes away from Anakin. No, because Anakin Anakin didn't have anyone create him but the Force. I know there's a comic where people say, like, see, it was Darth Sidious the Force
theory.
I mean, they
correct.
could, they could.
The author of the comic even said that that's not what they were trying to depict. And one of the stipulations for Lucas selling Star Wars to Disney was that they would never talk about or reveal the origin of Anakin Skywalker. But the Force created Anakin Skywalker. The Sith witches created the girls. I guess we're forgetting the spoilers for episode 3.
And if you go back to Rise of Skywalker, he says, a dua,
Yes, a dyad, yeah.
Dyad. He goes, that hasn't been seen in generations. He didn't say a million years. He didn't say ever. He said generations, and that's where we're at.
Yep.
We are generations out from this.
Yeah, many
I will
generations.
note that Shmi said there was no father.
Yep.
You'll note that she didn't say there wasn't a mother.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, but the Force is female, man. No.
You broke it. Broke Star Wars, burn it all down.
I'm so
selling the toys. I'm selling the toys. Yeah, getting rid of them.
I'm so tired of the Force is female being the go-to complaint when that wasn't even about Star Wars. That was an advertisement for Nike. It's a Nike slogan for girl basketball shoes that Kathleen Kennedy was wearing a shirt for. That because Nike sponsored an event at her daughter's school. Yep. So it had nothing to do with Star Wars at all.
And imagine that the person who runs Star Wars would be gravitated to a campaign that uses the Force.
Sure.
I mean, no,
right?
it's political. No. It's messaging.
It's a message.
Yeah.
The messaging. Yeah. I saw that shirt, and now
she was wearing it, and now
I'm gay and a feminist.
Yep.
I'm a gay fan.
Leaving all that in the rear view, how are you all feeling like the actual
Should we talk about
and the actual story? Yeah.
I will say at this point in like Andor or something, I felt about the same. Like it's not my favorite thing, but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Like it's just something fun to watch. But by the end of Andor, I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen, and I love it so much. So there's always room for that. When we get to the end of The Acolyte, this could be my favorite Star Wars thing ever, depending on the story and how it ends.
Yeah, what they do with it, sure.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying the ride so far. I like the first 3 episodes enough.
Yeah.
I think casting is fantastic for the fact that they brought in a Baratheon from Game of Thrones. They brought in Rue from Hunger Games. They brought in X-23 from Wolverine. They brought in Trinity from The Matrix. I'm like, bring them in. They brought in I forgot
Jason from the good place.
Soul.
Jason,
Squid Games.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to remember what Soul's name was in the Squid Games. I feel bad. I can't figure it out.
I never saw Squid Game, so.
Oh, it's so good.
It was good. It was good.
But no, it is like those are all great actors, and so I'm having a lot of fun with the series. It's fun to see a, lack of a better word, something not directly related to the Skywalker saga, right? Just something that's just easily consumable, right? I mean, it's just like, I'm ready for anything because I know I don't have to worry about, I think Yoda could appear. I think the director said he won't, but I don't trust
I think
that,
she's just being a little coy.
I hope she's being coy.
Hiding her card.
That would be a great thing, but at the same time, it would feel a little Mandalorian keeping the Yoda species as the big reveal in this, right?
Yeah,
but at least
I think Yoda's such a primary character, and it makes sense. He's like maybe still in his prime in that era.
Plo Koon could be in the show. I mean, he's that old.
Plo Koon, Chewbacca,
probably a lot of
be alive. Jabba would be alive. Yoda would be alive.
The Hutts got mentioned by that one character.
Yeah.
Well,
Yaro Poof, I think, is this old.
Yep.
So Yaddle would be this old. I think.
Yaddle, I think she was 400. So yeah, she would be. Yeah.
So
somehow Palpatine returned.
Right.
They'll drop that in episode 4.
Well, that was the big.
Everybody.
That was the big, speculation whether this would be, Darth Terebras or
Tenebris,
Tenebris or the Master of Plagueis
Darth
or whatnot.
Sidious, yeah.
I don't know how long all those species live.
Same.
I don't know if Plagueis could be around now or not. I doubt it, but I think those would be fun appearances, but I don't need them. But they would be fun if they happened. Sure. I am really in love with the Jedi. I know that they're kind of painted in episode 3 as maybe a little not the nicest in this, but I think the director has said you're seeing one perspective. I think there could be multiple from this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're watching it through the perspective of who would normally be the antagonist, but now the Jedi are kind of our characters' antagonists.
Right? Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of things from the destruction of the Coven that we didn't see, and so we might see later on, right?
I've seen so many people complain, how can a little fire cause all that destruction? It's so stupid and unrealistic. Like, do you really think that fire caused all the destruction? You think that's the answer?
I mean, there's no reason right now that Master Torben should have killed himself over the events that we have seen.
Exactly.
And also,
something happened outside the door whenever the fire thing was dropped. Right.
And there's some ultimate. There's more tension to this. I think there's more twists to be had.
Yes.
And I'm excited about that. I'm excited. I like the first episode that was a twist that you didn't know that Osha was May or May was Osha or they were twins or whatever. I like that.
Well, I was expecting them to be like someone going through like multiple personalities where like she didn't remember she was doing all those things or whatever, you know?
And I remember when she woke up in her bed, I kind of felt when I watched it in the theater at the screening I went to, I was like, this seems like out of character for someone that just killed somebody. This seems too happy and then I liked how they slowly I'm having a fun time.
I wish I had that moment because I wish I had that moment because I saw the leak before where the speculation was, because if you look at the subtitles of the trailers, it had May and then Osha whenever those characters were talking, and so it kind of spoiled it. So I wish I had that moment, but I guess not the biggest deal. But
how many episodes did they show in the theater?
Just 2.
The first 2.
Okay,
the first two. Yeah. The first 2 we got previews on. Well, it wasn't. There was 2 different. Again, shilling for shills. There was the invite for influencers to go see exclusive screenings like a week before the day of the red carpet, and they invited a lot of them to there. And then there was in 25 cities around the country, they had the exclusive screening, and that was for anybody that showed up. And that was the one I went to, right?
Okay.
Me and Perillo and Lopez, Gus Lopez,
and I think a lot of the big websites have only had access to the first 4. So after that, everybody will be blind.
Correct. And that is where some of the negative hype for this 3rd episode came from. Was people like, well, if you thought
wait till you see what happened,
right? Yeah. Wait till you see the 3rd. And I just thought they played really loose with it. I mean, as someone that just finished Star Trek Discovery, who has a very, very queer cast and queer characters on there. I mean, it is it's way more extreme than anything Star Wars has even alluded to. And even this episode with, it's not,
Did they even kiss? Did the mothers even kiss each other?
No.
They didn't.
Like, I was like, what's the big deal? Of course,
how many people
but like, why are we that mad about that? Like,
how many people carry a pregnancy for someone who can't? I mean, you have sisters do it for sisters. And
my sister-in-law, I guess it wasn't for someone who can't, but it's a lesbian relationship, and they got artificially inseminated to have a baby. Like, it happens in everyday life. Like, lesbians
it
exist.
does. It's just really, really scary for some people, apparently, because there was no, they didn't really emphasize a romance here.
Nope.
They didn't even
It was not. Yeah,
she
it
put
wasn't
her
over the
hand on
top
her
at
cheek.
all.
I mean, I felt like she could have done that to anyone she endured. I mean, they might be together, but they didn't necessarily hammer home that they were, you know?
Honestly, I kind of felt it was too tame. Like they left plausible deniability in there, so someone could be like,
honestly,
"See, they're not really lesbians; they're just really good friends or whatever."
I know it wasn't. Again, as someone that watched Star Trek make really great content with a lot of queer characters and queer actors, I mean, this was very tame. And so to see people react in such the way, they ruined Star Wars because of Anakin. They ruined Star Wars because of the director and because of the mother, Anastasia.
And I've seen people complain about, like, I don't want Star Wars to have romance in it. It's like, number one, go back and watch Empire Strikes Back. Like, Han and Leia, come on. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it was that.
You don't want Star Wars to have any romance. That's bonkers.
I mean, Star Wars has incestual romance. I mean, come on.
Like the prequels, it's the prequels. Darth Vader is born because of a failed romance. You know, like romance almost is Star Wars in a way.
I mean, they have everything in Star Wars. Bestiality. You tell me Luke is not hitting that beast he's milking? Come on now.
He definitely is.
They have everything in Star Wars. There's something for everybody. Get over it.
Yeah, brother and sister kissing, okay.
Yeah, like,
lesbians, hard no.
Right?
Yeah, like if you take out the romance of Empire Strikes Back, that's still an excellent movie. That doesn't mean that it was forced or anything. Like it's okay to have romance in Star Wars.
Yeah, they go, well, it's not necessary to the plot, so it's not necessary. There's so many things in Star Wars that aren't necessary to the plot, but their world building, their character building.
Yeah, it gives you
being necessary to the plot isn't the end all be all of everything in a movie. Dude. And the fact that you think it is tells more about you.
It shows you like the character. Like Han Solo wouldn't be as cool probably without the romance. You know, it like builds the characters up so much.
That Greedo Han showdown in the cantina didn't need to happen for the story. There's nothing in that furthers the plot of A New Hope at all.
It shows that Han Solo can be ruthless.
100%.
Does he ever use that ruthlessness again? No,
Not really.
that is the cold-bloodedest he has ever been. Right there. He is so much nicer the rest of the trilogy.
He's a little puppy dog.
Right?
He turns soft. He meets Leia and turns soft.
Star Wars has everything. You want to go to Andor, you have a stalker relationship.
Yep.
Zero is stalking the Imperial
Deidre. And he was expecting her to be so thankful.
Right?
I loved it so much.
I know. You have Mon Mothma having a broken marriage.
Yep.
Like this family is on the brink of like divorce. And, like you have everything. You have Noah raising Sindel as a adoptive father. You have
walks into this again.
Why not?
You have all the cringy dialogue in episode 2 of Anakin trying to hit on Padme. All of it's the most cringy stuff you'll ever see in episode 2.
Well, you have
episode 3
flirting with Anakin in episode 1, which is even more cringier.
That's
right? That's pedophilia now. I mean, come on. There is something for everybody in Star Wars. Let it happen. Let it be. I don't know.
Rey and Ben they kiss.
Oh my gosh,
I know people probably hated that, but
that is the worst.
Honestly,
but it's there. Though.
I didn't like it. I kind of like that they didn't have that relationship.
Friends, yeah.
I think it's important to show that.
I was so sad that they just dissolved Finn's relationships with everybody. They dissolved it with Rey. They dissolved it with Rose. They dissolved it with Jaina. It's like, what?
They dissolved it with Poe.
Right?
They dissolved it with
Poe. Get something, please. You know what? The greatest thing that I have seen post sequel trilogy is the Lego series.
Yes, because it furthers it.
Finn training as a Jedi.
It was so good.
Like,
yes.
Finally.
They gave him something. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. I agree.
I'm hoping that is addressed when the
The Ray movie comes
the
out.
not Ray movie that will not be released, but we will get the script treatment leaked online in 5
Yeah,
years.
in 4. Yep.
Yeah. I'm so cynical. I'm not cynical in a lot of places, but lately I am cynical when it comes to Star Wars movies.
It's
They
hard
never
not to be.
happen.
It's hard
They
not to be
don't
because we've had so many announced and then just fizzle out or
Yeah.
just get shelved.
Yeah, whether it's
or
Rogue Squadron or
the Taika Waititi one,
Taika
or
Waititi,
Kevin
the Ryan
Feige
Johnson
one,
trilogy.
Yep.
the Game of Thrones,
Game of Thrones,
Game of
trilogy,
Thrones, guys.
the
That one's so funny to me because
there's the Ryan
They
Johnson
rushed-
trilogy.
the Johnson
it's
trilogy.
still, it's still out there. I mean,
Yeah,
Ryan Johnson
maybe.
doesn't say.
Oh, there's no
gone,
way.
but
Yeah, there's
he's
no
working
way.
on Knives
He
Out.
signed like a
22.
he signed like a 10-year Netflix deal like 2 years ago or
Yep.
something. So
Well, and so did the Game of Thrones guys, and that's
Yep.
why they. And then
Yeah.
Patty
Jenkins, Rogue
Yeah.
Squadron.
even filmed a trailer, and then went, "Yeah, now let's pull it back." Oh wait, no,
Well,
now it's back again.
Yeah, now it's back again. Yeah.
No, it's just it is hard. And now Grogu and Mandalorian, the worst title of any Star Wars series, right? And I remember cringing at Attack of the Clones. I'm like,
Oh, I could not believe that was the title when they announced it. I was like, no, what's the real title?
right?
It's
And then they go Mandalorian and Grogu. I'm like, oh, okay.
yeah, we got to stop the naming it just after the characters.
Well, I know when
It's
when-
casual bait. It's
when
just to get casual people in the film.
when the Phantom Menace came out before they titled it, everyone was guessing the title. It was always something of the something. Always. Balance of the Force.
Yeah.
Shadow of the something. Like, and that's how you knew because he said it wasn't going to be that. It was going to be just like a short title. So the Phantom Menace, like that's cool. I like it.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
I it just the acolyte critiques, and very, very few of them. I've seen a few, but
Yeah.
very, very
There's always
few of them
there's always
are
legit ones.
are
Yep.
legit criticisms, right?
Sure. They exist.
You know, like they said, like, okay, great, Jake Lloyd's not the worst kid actor in Star Wars anymore. Okay, all right. So it's kind of mean, but you know, I don't know that those two little girls were.
I thought that they did a better job than Jake Lloyd, honestly.
Okay, I don't.
I mean, they weren't great, but I mean that's. I also
They're kid actors.
Yeah, I also thought their dialogue was, and I usually don't complain about dialogue, I don't think, but
Yeah.
I thought their dialogue specifically was very clunky. And
Yeah.
I don't think the directors or writers did them any favors either.
Right.
You know, so I don't think it's all on the kids. I think
Are you
'cause
saying
they
it's
do have
just as clunky as some of the
never-
dialogue in the prequels?
right.
I feel it's the cringiness of the prequels is on another level. Some of that dialogue.
A worse level, I think. Oh,
Yeah,
some love
yeah,
has blinded
yeah.
you. No, it's because
That's what I'm saying. It's on another. It's on another different plane.
You know, it's
But-
funny because I was searching. I got the new Pride droid from Droid Collection, and it's got a city backdrop to the figure. And on the Pride droids, they explain what the Pride Collection is, right? And how Disney supports, you know, and provides, you know, money to different, you know, organizations and whatnot. They use that bio on the back of the card in place of explaining who the droid is. Because every other droid factory figure says this droid hangs out on Vandor, and this droid, you know, is loves to hang out in Tatooine, whatever. So this Pride droid has a backdrop, but it doesn't say where. So I'm trying to hunt down where this Pride droid's located at, right?
Right.
Because for my database, I always put that in there. And I'm looking through it, and I cannot find it. I'm searching all over line. So I finally put it out to the social medias, and finally I get some folks go, oh no, that is from Attack of the Clones. And so I go and watch the segment where Zam Wessel crash lands into the little the district there where they go to the Outlander bar, whatnot. I just watched like a 3-minute scene. That's it. I was shocked about how use my words carefully here, about how Disney Plus the scene felt. Like when Zam crash lands and when Anakin rolls off and when the extras, react to the crash speeder. And before he meets up with Obi-Wan, it says, hold on to this. This saves your life, right? I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, this.
Yes, Master.
This isn't.
Yes, Master.
Right. I go,
of course, Master.
This feels
yes, Master.
very
it's so
Disney
bad.
Plus. It does not feel like what I think in my mind when I think of Star Wars motion picture, high quality, fantastic, scenes and whatnot. I was like, wow, this could have happened in any of the Disney Plus shows.
Like in the volume, shot in the volume, yeah.
I was really surprised because I tend to just automatically put the Star Wars films on a upper echelon, and the Disney Plus, because of the lower budgets and whatnot, down slightly different because of the volume and things like that. I still can't get over Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was a COVID production. I get it. But man, the fact that, you'll watch extras in a massive docking bay, you'll watch extras start walking and then all of a sudden take an abrupt left or there's nothing in their way because they just reached the wall of the volume and they got to turn.
They got to turn. Yeah.
Smashed. And I'm like, okay, this was clearly shot on it.
That's like one of the shows. I feel like you can see the volume more than you can in The Mandalorian. Like it's almost like the magic has disappeared from the volume in a way because you can see how the depth just isn't there, especially in the Obi-Wan show.
Yeah, I think the Obi-Wan show was the worst. Yeah,
it felt like it was on like a stage with a screen behind it.
In the first episode, there's a scene where he's like sitting on a little rock outcropping, like outside his little cave.
Yep.
And all I saw was, okay, I can see the volume, right?
Yeah.
I can just see it. Like, yeah.
And see, I feel like that in the docking bay of the Inquisitorium there. You watch the scenes and you're like,
yeah.
The extras are not making sense right now.
And also
3 mile place and you just took a sharp left.
Yeah, as much as I love the Obi-Wan and Vader scene at the end, and I think that's like amazing Star Wars right there.
Sure.
You can see the volume in a lot of the shot. Like whenever Vader first gets off the Imperial shuttle, like you can see like that's a volume. Like it's plain as day. That's a big giant screen. So it's unfortunate. I really wish that show had a bigger budget, and I wish it were a movie because that show really felt like they said, okay, we're making this a series, not a movie. Let's extend it, and that's where that like middle of it when it really got kind of iffy.
Here, the problem with this, the problem with Obi-Wan, again, what I say earlier, Obi-Wan's my favorite character, so I was ready to live by this show, right?
Yep.
But the problem is Obi-Wan, Ewan McGregor put some of the best acting that's ever been in Star Wars in that show.
Yes.
But yet the production quality and other things were the least of what's been released recently. So this is really a hot cold for me, the Obi-Wan series, because there's some things where I'm like, this is
that's how I am.
Unbelievable. And then other times I'm like, this is barely watchable compared to other Star Wars. It's really, really
that's kind of how I am. Like the highs are so high where it's some of my favorite stuff, and the lows are like, I'm just gonna ignore what I just saw. Right, like the little Leia chase scene. It's like if you can't execute it to at least a watchable or convincing level, just cut it and do something else. Make her snatch them up quick. It's a lot. It would have done a lot.
The Leia scene is right up there with the mod chase and
the mod chase. Oh, it's so bad.
These are two scenes where you're like, oh.
I saw a really good video about the mod chase scene where like you can fix it if you just edit it a little bit better, like with quicker cuts to make it look like they're going faster.
I would love to see that. Send it my way if you.
I will. I'll go find it and send it to you. Yeah.
Well, that sucks because they're up close and you think they're going fast, and then they zoom out and they're like
But then I also love the videos that have it to the Blues Brothers chase music.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. I love it so much.
That scene, I just sat back and went, Spy Kids director. Okay.
It's true.
Spy Kids director.
It's true.
Get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and then
You even got Machete in there.
right? Yeah, you do. Where's that damn figure? Ugh. There is that hour edit or that movie edit of the
Yeah.
Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
You guys watch that?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but
I have it downloaded, and I've kind of skimmed through it. I haven't watched it, just sat down. I think it does a good job. The only thing I don't like is whenever Qui-Gon tells Obi-Wan he is the chosen one at the end as a ghost, to tell Obi-Wan to walk away from Vader and not kill him. Because I don't think that fits with current canon, because at that time in canon, and we see it in Rebels, Obi-Wan fully believes at this point in time that Luke is the chosen one now. So I don't buy that that would be a reason he would walk away, and Qui-Gon to say that. But because in Rebels we see he tells Darth Maul on his deathbed, essentially, because Darth Maul asks, is he the chosen one? He says he is. And the reason he thinks Luke is the chosen one is because he's still there protecting him, like, for a reason. So that was my only gripe with it. I really need to sit down and watch it. But I have it downloaded. I can send it to you if you really want it, if you haven't seen it. But
I have it.
I'm not sure.
I have the link somewhere. I have not fully watched it. I started it, but there's so much media these days to examine and study. I have not done a proper rewatch of Obi-Wan. I did a rewatch of Andor on May the 4th. That's what my wife agreed to, because she hadn't seen it yet. And I watched the whole thing. She fell asleep the last episode. But we started.
Wasn't sooner.
We watched it. Started around 2 in the afternoon, after I went and did the rounds for Free Comic Book Day and got all the comics.
Nice.
I'm a big comic reader too, so that was a double whammy of a day for me.
I will say, I think every Star Wars show I've seen is better on a rewatch when you can just kind of sit down and binge the whole thing.
I agree.
But I think the Obi-Wan show is better when I just sat down and watched it all the way through in like 1 or 2 sessions, as opposed to waiting weekly for it. And Andor was so good when you just sit down and just watch it all the way through, because you get the arcs instead of having to wait weekly for like part of a story or whatever. Even like Ahsoka was really good when you sit down and kind of watch it all the way through. It just, you get the full story faster. And I think Acolyte is gonna 100% be that, especially when you have like a mystery like this, where like we don't see everything, and there's so many people that think that we are like, they're like, oh well, they blew their story on episode 1, we know they're twins now, like that was the big mystery. Like, that's not the big mystery.
And I liked that. I can't remember if we said this last episode after episode 1, but I liked how they resolved that quote unquote mystery so fast, because that shows the story.
That's not the mystery
to go.
Yeah.
Like, and whenever she comes across Torben and has the little poison bottle, it's like, oh, here we go again. They're gonna do this whole, are you the actual murderer? And then she gets absolved right away. So it's like, thank God.
Yord's like, nah. Yeah.
So I'm glad they actually have a place that they need to push the story along, and I'm excited to see where it goes. So,
I think I agree with you completely. Ahsoka was on the second rewatch. I loved it way more. I was low on Ahsoka when it came out, because I don't know. I just did not feel it. It wasn't like Sabine wasn't the right character arc for me from what she was in the Rebels, but after you come back to it and you realize, okay, this is what the character is. Now let me watch it knowing that, right? You know, and it seems to flow much better.
Yeah.
Once you know where it's going, it falls into your comfort level a little differently, and you can kind of consume it maybe more open-mindedly.
Yeah, for sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
I think Sabine was a tougher one for a lot of people to process, because we're missing a chunk of that story that you only get kind of drip fed to you along. You sort of like take it on, like, oh yeah, she was a Padawan to Ahsoka, and you're like, when?
Yeah.
When? Like, when did that happen? Like, because there wasn't even any real inkling in Rebels any of that, and you just kind of have to take it at face value, like, okay, let's just go with it. Why not?
And I know she used the saber a few times, but it just
Sure.
didn't feel like she was Jedi, like,
She was using the saber as a weapon and as a tool for
Right.
what it stood for, not because she was training to be a Jedi.
right? I mean, Han Solo uses a saber. It's not
Sure.
not above
Yeah.
non-Force users to use
Yeah.
a saber, right?
Yeah, it's just a
But
weapon.
it seemed weird to then take her that next route because,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I recently was bored one day and I just made the whole, lineage of Force users, and she's in there because, from the Skywalker line, it branches out to all these different, masters and Padawans that are all connected, tertiarily. And she, having masters who then train by masters, because I mean, it's weird to think about that she is, trained by, Ezra, who's trained by Kanan, who is trained by Barris. No,
It's
no, Stasa. No, gosh, dang it.
It was in the Bad Batch.
Yeah, it's the first episode of the Bad Batch. Kanan's master was
Master.
female.
It's like a bee, maybe. Like a
It's not Barris. It's not
Bali.
Luminara.
No. Mike, you got it?
No, I don't remember.
I thought you were typing it. I heard
Nope,
you keep.
I was chatting with somebody. Sorry.
Got it.
Jesus.
So anyway,
I-
so you can trace their Jedi masters back all the way up to
Dipa Balaba.
yeah,
Right.
and her master was Mace, I
And it was a
believe,
beast.
right?
Mace
And her
Windu. Yeah.
master was Mace, and so you start to see all these families of lineages of.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird to think that Sabine is part of all of that because
Yep.
just didn't see it coming, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's wild. It's wild. But like, sure. And the thing is, like, the whole point was that she wasn't really a Jedi. Like she
Yeah,
is in the
she's-
sense that anyone can be. I guess.
Well, David Tennant throws her under the bus, and Professor Quang says, "Yeah, she is kind of the worst."
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she literally is. I mean, if you start with no force sensitivity, you got to be at the bottom somewhere.
I
I like that her story is there, though. I'm sorry, to interrupt, but I like that her story is there because it's always been part of canon, even in the comics and stuff, that the Force is in anything. Like anyone with enough practice and will and strength can use it. There's even a cut scene in The Force Awakens where Maz Kanata uses the Force during the attack on the First Order attack. Like anyone can use it to some extent with the right training and stuff.
I
And
think I
it's
talked
cool.
about it. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's cool that we finally have that in a story. We have it like this is that story. This is that happening.
And it's like, she's never going to be Luke Skywalker. She's never
No.
going to be Anakin Skywalker
No.
or
No.
or even Ahsoka. Like,
Exactly.
I think I talked about it a long time ago on the podcast, but I can go pick up a basketball and shoot and play basketball with my buddies, but
Yes.
I'm never going to be LeBron James.
Nope.
I'm never going to be Steve Nash out there. So like, she can learn to use the Force if she dedicates herself to it. But that doesn't mean, like, people were upset about that, but that doesn't mean she's going to be more powerful than Kanan or Ezra or Luke or Anakin. She'll probably she's a good fighter, so she'll probably be like excel at that part, but she'll never be Luke or Anakin. So
Now, since we're talking about Sabine and she survived a lightsaber to the torso,
Yep.
let's go back to the Acolyte.
Sure. Let's do it. Bring it up. Bring it up.
All are hoping that Trinity remains dead, correct?
Yes, correct.
yes, I think she will, because steel to the heart. It was like her heart. It wasn't even
It was her heart.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was her heart. Steel to
Yeah.
the heart. I feel like they went out of their way to make it was in her heart.
Yeah.
Because they like focused on it for a little bit whenever it went in there, and then it started bleeding. If I remember.
Yeah, people have this weird conception that having a lightsaber inside of you means you die. Like it doesn't matter where you get stabbed or anything. It's like getting shot with the golden gun in James Bond.
Now, I think they have played loose with it a little bit. Like
It is a trope. I mean,
Riva,
It is
should
a
have
trope.
died
Riva,
at least the second
Grand
time.
Inquisitor, Sabine.
My only
Darth
problem with
Maul.
it,
I don't think
is-
Sabine should have died. It really depends on where you get stabbed and how fast you get help.
Well,
Qui-Gon
Sabine-
didn't die immediately. He sat there. He lay on the ground while Obi-Wan has a full-on fight, and
he
then has a
didn't bleed out
conversation.
because it was cauterized.
But he still died.
also like, well, at least Sabine got stabbed in the side.
Like a side, yeah.
Yeah, it
She
was
got
like the
stabbed in the side. You
My
can
only
survive
problem
stomach
is-
wounds. If someone stabs you or shoots you in the stomach, you've got a decent chance of surviving if you get help right away.
But is it
Heart
Riva
is-
now twice though?
Riva, it was when she was a kid and when she was
Yes.
an adult.
And Vader,
Yeah.
and then Anakin and Vader. I mean,
And you can answer that the same way you can answer Darth Maul. Like, the dark side kept her alive. The dark side can keep anyone alive if you hate someone strong enough. And if the plot needs you to survive,
if the
My only thing is-
writers need you to survive,
if the writers need you
Also,
to
like,
survive,
They're so inconsistent with what lightsabers
Sure.
do, anyways. Because we see Qui-Gon in the Phantom Menace stab the door, and it just starts melting
into lava.
You would assume,
And yet his
that you
hands are
stab
right
a-
there. His hands are
Yeah.
like, ooh, this is hot. Like,
right? Oh,
And so
right
like,
here,
you,
Bendejo 2012. He reminds me, Robot Guts.
Right.
Shan.
Fennec Shan has robot
Fennec
guts.
Shan is
Fennec
another
Shan has-
one that
yeah.
takes
Yeah.
it to the stomach and is
But
like.
not a lightsaber. She gets shot. But yes.
Here's the thing. I like to think that it's ancient. I mean, not ancient, but it's older times, right? It's older technology. They don't have
Sure.
the Bacta or whatever.
Yeah.
No one said, "Get me a Bacta tank," or, you know.
Well, also, like, I don't know, she's in a seedy bar. She got stabbed in the heart, and people are just going to let her sit there and die because they don't want any part of it. They don't want to get that. They don't get killed.
well, what's crazy is with Riva,
know?
she gets stabbed, and then she like gets up, and she somehow sits on a ship and goes to get loot and to confront Owen and Beru. Meanwhile, you just got stabbed in the gut 20 minutes
I
ago.
mean, what? The freaking Kylo Ren gets shot in the stomach with a Wookiee shotgun.
Yeah, but it's not a lightsaber.
And
to the gut.
I mean, it's still a pretty significant wound.
It's
those
that-
blaster,
I know,
those
yeah.
bowcaster bolts were sending people
I didn't even
flying.
think about Kylo
They went-
Ren.
they
That
went
never
out of their
comes to
way-
Mind.
They went out of their way to make it known in The Force Awakens that the bowcasters were that powerful, and
Yes.
it's what hindered him into losing to Rey. Like,
Right.
I get that. I think it's a great little thing.
Leg
But I think
shot,
Riva
too.
should have died.
Luke
I think it
gets
would have
shot.
They
it
got
would have
shot
been
in the
better if
arm.
Riva died
Yeah.
right there.
Luke
in
gets
my
shot in the hand, but it's a fake hand. So
I was actually hoping Darth Vader was going to do the Count Dooku to Riva at that moment, but she lived, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I do think Reva should have died. I think that would have been a good death for her. Unless they've got something planned, and that's the thing. It seems like they're gonna have a Reva story or something, and then like nothing.
where will that even come
Yeah,
out at this
because that literally like she just kind of goes off into the sunset.
So what we have, Acolyte obviously is
Yeah.
putting us back 120
Sure.
years, right?
Yep,
100 years before the prequel.
100 years for the prequels. Yep.
And then Skeleton Crew will be part
Wait a
of the
second.
Mando universe.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because I'm confused on the timeline. Because on the opening, because I assumed it was 100 years before Phantom Menace. On
Yes.
the opening text of the show, it says 100 years before the rise of the Empire. So how many years is that? Like 80 years before Phantom Menace? What are we looking at?
no,
right?
no. Ooh. Oh, yeah. I guess
'Cause
there's
it's
10
be
years.
129 years is I thought what I saw before like
but
A New Hope.
Maybe for A New Hope, but what for like, because it says
Well,
the Rise of the Empire is episode 3.
Is episode 3.
So, and then
There's a
Attack
10
of the Clones
years.
is like 3 years.
There's a
before
10-year difference in between episode 1 and 2, and then 3 years in between 2 and 3. So that's 13 years in total, if they count it from.
So okay. So it's like another 87 or so.
Yeah.
87 before Phantom. Because I was confused when I saw before the Rise of the Empire. It's like, shouldn't they do that before like try to do for the Phantom? I guess that's more of a stronger timeline point than anything in Phantom Menace, though. because they'd have to put like the death of Qui-Gon Jinn or something like that. But
So it's
Well, it's also could just be like a generic way of saying it.
well,
Like
yeah,
not
it's
a
like not
specific-
that big of a
Yeah.
deal. Yeah,
yeah, because Empire Day
I mean,
would be just the same as it would be Luke and Leia's birth, and Ezra's the same age as Luke and Leia, right?
yeah, and I
Too
guess
older.
What's that?
He's like a day or two older. They're
Yeah.
not born on
They're all-
Empire Day, but like
they're all right
it-
there. Empire,
it's right there, yeah.
Luke, Leia, Ezra.
I guess this is a good point because rise of the Empire could be a pretty broad term. Like, is it whenever the
True.
seeds were planted, or is it
Yep.
whenever he pronounced it the new first galactic empire? So
I mean, as soon as he became Chancellor, it just runs right into him being Emperor. Like, so when did his reign
Right.
start?
Well,
Yeah,
there is
yeah.
specific. I mean, I just taught ancient Rome to my
Sure.
sixth graders, and Caesar declaring himself dictator of the Republic, even though it led to it becoming an empire, it wasn't the beginning of the empire, right? I mean, so there is some comparisons there. So we have Acolyte happening 80 to 100 years before what
Somewhere around
yeah,
there.
yeah. And then we have Skeleton Crew taking place in the Mandoverse.
Yep.
And then Mandalorian and Grogu also taking place in the Mandoverse. I mean, that's pretty much all we have right now, right?
We have the James Mangold movie that's gonna be about
the origins of the Sith, but
the origin of the
but
Jedi.
these are all the things coming quickly, like
Sure.
soon. Yeah.
Sure.
Those
Yeah,
are like still in pre-production and all that.
right? I mean, really, the only really thing we have, 100%, the only thing we have is the rest of Acolyte and Skeleton Crew. That is the only.
Yeah, they haven't announced any new
officially
shows or
had trailers and whatever. We don't know anything on Lando. I think R2 and the droids show has been scrapped. We know Republics of the new Rangers
of the Republic is gone.
Is gone. We know that
They put some of that stuff in season 3, right?
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Or of Mando.
I mean, realistically, I think we'll get Skeleton Crew in the fall, and that is like it for right now. But here's the thing: I have hope because I know that Lucasfilm Animation has been calling out a call for hiring recently. So I'm hoping that we get. I mean, it seems like the next successor of an animated series would be Omega, right? Joining the Rebel Alliance.
They definitely
be
leave
solid.
that open to something. Yeah, for sure.
Oh no! Wait, we have Andor next year. We have
Andor season 2.
Andor
Season 2.
Andor
Yeah.
is for sure happening because I've already, we've seen behind the scenes filming and whatnot. Andor is the other thing that is for sure coming. Like everything else is potential speculation, concept, plans. Andor is really happening. I actually was in last August. We went to London and I actually found a few filming locations from leaked photos. So I took some photos and took myself, and we'll see if it makes screen time. But I'm hoping because that was.
You're gonna be like the jeans guy in the Mandalorian, just in the background.
Oh my god!
Edit you out.
I wish they were there filming, but no. I missed it by about 2 weeks too. They ended at the end of July, and we were there mid-August. But yeah, so that's it. Again, we're going back to where characters would show up again. It's a challenge, where Reva could pop up again, where, but then again, they do things like Tales of the Empire, which apparently you have issues with, that you can have.
It's just not really about the Empire.
Elsbeth,
It's just
right.
It's not about the Empire.
Right.
I mean, Elsbeth, only one of her episodes takes place during the Empire. And same with the Ahsoka one, the
bear.
only like two. Yeah, hers. Only one of hers is really about her being an Inquisitor. The rest are just post Inquisitor, which isn't about the Empire.
One of my small gripes about it was that every bit of Darth Vader we got in the show, we had already got in a TV teaser. So I was like,
teaser.
I was like, come on, if you're gonna give us Darth Vader, don't put him in the I know you're putting the teaser out there to get the casuals to watch because Vader's in it, but you got to give us a little more if you're gonna put, because they put both shots, the up close shot and then the shot of him sitting down in the trailer. It's like, we got to get a little more.
And that was it.
Like, I feel like we should have given like a shot of him like looking directly at Barris because he knows like, you fucked with Ahsoka.
There's so many. I have way more questions coming out of it than I had going into it, and I don't like that.
Oh, I like it.
I don't, because none of them are questions I want. The ones that got answered, I'm like, okay, now what? Like what was the point of? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the Morgan story. I like the character, but like, what was the point of showing us all that? Just so you could say, this is how she got to that town. Yeah. This is how she did it.
Yeah, they just wanted all the backstory for.
Like, I loved the first episode, even though, again, it wasn't about the Empire. The Empire had nothing to do with her first episode, but showing the little mountain witches and stuff. And like, I loved all that. And I want to see more of that. It just wasn't about the Empire. And then the second, like, okay, so Morgan invented the TIE Defender, I guess. Yeah. Like, sure, I'm fine, whatever. But then again, the third episode's like, what does this have to do with the Empire? It's the New Republic, like.
I mean, I would venture to say, I would dare to say, it's the same thing with Ahsoka's mom. Like, what did that? What did the
that was
Jedi
that was
like?
That was
what did that add
sure
anything?
But that was
origin.
I feel like that was one. How many episodes were in Tales of the Jedi?
It was 6. It was 3.
Was it 6?
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like because they had fewer episodes focused on it, it wasn't as big of a deal.
Well, I think the thing was with Tales of the Jedi, the Ahsoka stuff was okay. Like, we saw her fighting the Inquisitor, was cool. But the real meat and potatoes of Tales of the Jedi was we finally got to see Count Dooku's turn.
Dooku, yes.
Him fighting Yaddle was, and then turning into Sidious was like,
that was like worth the whole thing. Yeah, like, that right there was worth it for me right there.
And because like the characters from Tales of the Empire, like, yeah, Morgan's cool, Thrawn's cool. I just didn't have the connection with those characters like I do with seeing a Count Dooku level character actually turn to the dark side. So.
And see, I feel like the Tales of the Empire, we're focusing on, the Morgan Elsbeth, but man, I really liked seeing what became of Barriss Offee because I remember being pissed off when she betrayed the Republic back in the day, watching Clone Wars on what was it, Saturday morning, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
I remember being sad, and she's the thing that drove Ahsoka from the Order. And I apologize if I repeated this before or last time, but
no, go ahead.
I was watching Clone Wars since day one, obviously, and I was so annoyed in the movie when Ahsoka was introduced because I'm like, Anakin never had a Padawan.
I remember thinking that. I mean, that was ridiculous. We never heard of Ahsoka.
But I did have the self-realization. Because I remember it was the morning I went up to Seattle. It was the morning of the day I was going to Emerald City Comic-Con. I think I was doing a panel, and I stayed the night at my cousin's house, who lived over on Capitol Hill, or was it Queen Anne Hill? And I woke up early in the morning, and I watched Clone Wars before I went to the con that morning. And it was the episode where Ahsoka leaves the Jedi Order, and I had tears coming from my cheeks. And I remember going, how the hell did I get here? Damn it, Dave Filoni, how did I get here? Because I remember in 2008, I was not feeling this character at all. She made no sense to me. I don't remember falling in love with her, but I am so sad right now. She is turning her back on Anakin because it's just another person that abandons him and he finds loss for. And I remember tears coming from my eyes, and I was like, you magician, how did you do this? How did you get me here? And the fact that then all these years later, we finally see Barriss Offee kind of like complete that journey of being evil, but then seeing her ways were wrong was something that I felt was really, really cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, very heartwarming.
I did not have suddenly caring about Barriss Offee and having her be one of the best Jedi, or one of the best examples of what a Jedi should be, on my bingo card when I started watching
No.
Tales of the Empire.
And you know what would make both Tales of the Jedi and Tales of the Empire better? Is if we had some damn figures.
Yeah,
That is true. We need
Why
the
do they
Jedi Duke
ignore it?
already.
Why
Yeah.
do they ignore it? Is it?
I just
new?
think the problem with Tales, both of them, is that they're too short. The episodes are too short. Like, they're not even full length episodes. They're like 12 minutes a piece.
Like
that's
13
not even.
or 15
Yeah.
max. Yeah.
Do you know how close I am every time I go to Ross in the last month from buying those damn twins from Visions, those statues?
Those statues.
Yeah, those little, like, you know, the anime company makes the statues. I am
Got the
every
Bakuya or
time,
whatever, yeah.
I'm like, maybe I'll buy them this time. Maybe I'll buy, and then I find a Transformer or something else. I'm like, no, I'll buy these instead. But man, just because I don't have anything from Visions, and there's so many iconic scenes and cool characters from that should be populating these shelves, even though it's not canon. It's amazing stuff, man.
Yeah.
I love season 2 of Vision so much.
Yeah, I love it too. Yeah, it's good stuff.
What are you gonna say, Zach?
I said I didn't necessarily like season 2 that much, but I really
What?
enjoyed
Oh man, I loved
it.
it.
It was just too. I don't know. It was just too different for me, I guess.
Huh?
I liked season 1 a lot more, and I feel like specifically with how much they marketed Ronan from that first episode of Visions, it's wild we didn't get any figures of him. You know,
Right.
that would have been crazy. He was like the main character in episode 1, if you all remember his name.
Funko did him.
Funko did
That was
him,
about-
and
I
did a
didn't
book
even
about
like
him.
I didn't even like the twins episode, honestly.
The
That was
twins
like one of my
episode,
least.
yeah.
Those are my least favorite ones.
Favorite too, but I mean,
Yeah.
I keep seeing them, and they're the only
Yeah.
thing other than a.
Well, they made
pop.
Bandai made figure arts of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It just seems like a Ronin Black Series figure would be so sick. I wouldn't.
Oh, I agree.
I'd
Or the
I'd
Sith,
probably-
the other Sith with the umbrella, the lightsaber
with
umbrella.
the umbrella lightsaber.
Yeah,
R2 character. Yeah,
with the hat. Yeah,
those should be
Yeah,
no
that'd be
brainer,
sick.
man. But
On the new R2 body, that'd be so sick.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like the action figure lines have room for, you know, Elseworlds
Stuff like
For
that.
sure.
Yeah.
you know, or
Yeah.
multiverses,
Well,
or I mean,
Okay, so speaking of that, what do we need from the Acolyte?
Good call.
Okay. well,
I mean, we're only 3 episodes in, but we've seen material. So obviously, I think people are calling him Smilo Ren, the Sith with the
right?
yeah.
Good.
Like that. Obviously, we need that.
Well,
How many-
Jake,
how many
did you pre-order all the TVC figures for Acolyte?
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. I've had that Acolyte set pre-ordered for about 3 weeks now, and it's
How
just,
many?
Yeah.
How many TVC figures does Acolyte or are there for Acolyte? Haven't.
Now 3. Yeah. I got.
Oh, so they need a lot more than we.
We
do.
got Soul, we got May, and now we have Osha. Only
That's
3.
it.
Yeah,
And,
and
and so, and 2 of those characters are basically the same figure.
We have 3 in TVC, and we have 6 in retro. So I guess 9 overall. But so yeah.
Mike, I'm kind of like afraid to talk about all the things we.
No. That's how it is. I'm so glad I pre-ordered them all. I don't know if I'll care about any of these figures when they come out, but I'm just trusting that I will. And I'm glad because so far I like them all. I think Yord's probably my least favorite, maybe.
Figure or character?
Character.
Oh, I love him.
You love you. I mean, I don't listen. I just said he's my least favorite. Not that I don't like him, but like I love Soul has my friggin' heart in terms of like this guy is the Jedi. This is who a Jedi should be.
He's
Yes, I
giving
just
me,
wanna-
Qui-Gon.
I just want to
vibes.
look at all
Yes,
the Acolyte
exactly.
figures that I can maybe pre-order right now. I have like a lot of options here.
It's Joe-
I think
I know.
May looks really cool, and Dara looks so good.
Right, this would be a great TVC figure, wouldn't it? There.
So that is now we know that is her right before death because
Yes.
she's got the 2 dots on her eyes.
Correct. Yeah.
And in the flashback, she only has the 1.
The one. Yeah.
I actually don't have any of the figures pre-ordered right now. I kind of wanted
love
to wait and
Jackie,
see how
too.
the show.
Jackie's great. And I like the Jackie Yord dynamic, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's the part of the charm of Yord is I think
Yeah.
that he's the straight character and she's
Yeah, he's
the
such a dork.
snarky,
He's
right? I love it.
This pose is so sick. All right, I'm ready to kick
Right?
ass now. Pose.
I really do love the Jedi Temple outfits too. I love
Same.
the light colors.
The
of them.
white ones.
And,
are,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
getting
With
one of
the-
those
with the
in
white capes?
retro.
Yeah.
Yep. We're getting one of those in the Jedi in the retro box set, which I was pretty excited about.
Well, now that means they better fill out all the characters with both of the looks. They have like the golden ones from the missions and then the white ones. So hopefully,
Yeah. Good luck.
hopefully. But yeah, I wasn't really a fan of Yord in the first episode, but he's starting to grow on me.
He grew on you a little bit by the second one, for sure.
He grew on me a little bit because I was like, this dude, why is he just so straight and narrow? And then I realized I was like, it's just kind of how he's like. He's kind of quirky and he's all about. He's kind of about the book. Yeah.
He's a new Jedi Knight. I mean, from the sounds of it. So he's trying to impress. He's got a Padawan that he's now trying to be proper. So he's doing everything by the book. He's like a year 1 cop where he just really wants to do everything exactly by the book,
I love it. I love
Like
it.
any
'cause
new employee, really. Yeah.
Yes.
it's just different from what we've had in the past, right?
Yeah. Yep.
That's what I like.
There we go. We need a Yord Arcana.
I definitely, dude. Some of the aliens in the first episode, they're like in the jail, like the robot guy.
Oh, yeah.
With the visor, the guy with the tongue coming out of his head. Like, I was down for all of this. Like,
There was fun. It does feel very Rogue One. You could
Yes.
really feel the Neil Scanlon,
Yeah.
designs because he did them for this show. They do feel, we've got some traditional aliens, but not
Sure.
very many. There's a lot of real original designs.
yep.
We got the Neimoidans. Who else?
I love seeing them back. I love seeing the Neimoidians back.
That opens the door for a new Gunray Black Series. Hopefully, if they do one of those ones from Acolyte.
Right?
I was like, do you think they moved to mostly droids because they got in trouble for having human mechanics? I guess.
Right? Well, we never.
Yeah, I like that because whenever we were watching the first episode, whenever Osha was walking on the ship, I literally said to my wife, I was like, "Isn't this what astromech droids are for?" And then they mentioned it in the show.
Yeah.
How that's what I was like. I'm a true Star Wars fan.
See, and they'll notice that Padme and Naboo properly use astromechs for that.
Yeah.
I like this comment, Pleth, though. I want Yord Arcana.
I pulled that up like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I wanted to actually bring it up so
Yeah.
people that are listening can.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I don't know if we broke our record from last time, Jay.
I think we did, but I'm starving. I have not eaten since like noon,
Oh,
and it's 9:30. Yeah,
Especially if you're feeling under
gosh.
the weather, that's a problem.
yeah.
Well,
I know.
Jake, we can't thank you enough for coming on. You're one of our favorite guests, so we hope
appreciate
we
it.
hope it's not too long before you come on again.
No, man, I'm up for it anytime. I love talking to people who love talking about Star Wars. That's the thing. It's you guys really bring out the knowledge and the passion and the experience, and you can have a great conversation. I love it. So anytime, I'm happy to be back.
Yep. So we appreciate it. Hopefully, good luck with your Haslab campaign. Hopefully, it fully funds for your.
Yep.
We want
And-
the Wolfman. I want to see the
And if-
Wolfman in TBC.
If anyone listening to this is in the Seattle, Washington area, whatever, somewhere around there, like go to the convention next week.
Yeah. Go to Washington State SummerCon. Come see me. 21st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Tell them Mike Case sent you.
Yep. And you'll get a hand slap.
Nothing to hand out. No stickers. And no.
You don't get anything for it. Just
I'm
tell them.
This isn't Star Wars Celebration. I don't have lots and lots of prep time. I don't have pins and swag that I normally make for those shows. You guys aren't going to Japan, are you?
No, we wanted to. I don't think we've officially said that on the podcast yet because we were saving our Patreon money for it. But like by the time, the tickets weren't a problem, but by the time you factor in flights and hotel and food and stuff, and just because it's still so far away and life is so uncertain, we just couldn't dedicate that much time for it. So I'm using the money that I spent hopefully on getting a 3D printer soon.
Oh, nice.
So
yeah. So join the Patreon. We gotta support Mike's 3D printer campaign. Jake, do you have any like upcoming thing you want people to check out? Maybe like you got an article dropping or anything like that.
Oh no! I mean, end of school year it puts me really busy, and then my end of my school year goes right into SummerCon. So yeah, it's mostly doing that SummerCon. What am I? Let's see. Yeah, no, I should hopefully right after SummerCon I'll finish up the Droid Factory, so that'll be up to 100% here. I kind of pride myself on making sure that always gets updated. When new droids are announced and whatnot. But yeah, no. So I'm just getting through the end of the school year because we here in the Pacific Northwest, we go until later in June, not all the way to July, but I know a lot of other people have been out for weeks. So we're still finishing up the school year here because it's not quite.
My wife,
warm.
my wife ended her school year last week. So
yeah, no, see, I go through next Thursday, so it'll be a little bit more. So yeah, that's mostly taking up my time. So yeah, but hang out with me on socials, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook is usually where I hang out. And yeah, thanks for having me, you guys. It's awesome.
Thanks for being on. It's always a pleasure. Mm-hmm. And Zach,
Mike,
you're okay.
Appreciate it. It's okay. I just won't come back next episode.
That's fair.
Jake,
finally.
Mike, what do you have coming up soon, and where can any new listeners who follow Jake here follow?
Yeah, I've got grand plans. I didn't make any videos the last 2 weeks because I was in Florida for 1 week, and then I immediately came back and got sick. So now that I'm starting to feel better, I've got videos locked and loaded that I just have to shoot and edit. So I've got that on my YouTube channel. I've got stuff on my TikTok, Mike Case 82. I've got stuff on Instagram. Mike, just Google Mike Case. You'll find me. I'm everywhere. I'm perpetually online.
He lives online.
It's part of my job. I have to be.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can follow me on Instagram at blackseriescantina. You can also follow me on TikTok. That's at the Star Wars or at Star Wars Black Series. I don't think it has the in it. It might. I'm honestly.
It's just Star Wars Black Series.
Yeah, just type in Star Wars Black Series. You'll see me on TikTok. I just hit 20K the other day. So congrats to me. I'm finally getting paid on TikTok, which is very, very.
Hey,
so
that's nice.
Go follow me. Every like and favorite and comment goes a long way.
I like every time I see a video.
Yeah, I see the same. There's a lot of the same people that like over and over, so I really appreciate every like goes a long way into pushing that algorithm. Join our Patreon if you really appreciate this podcast, and if you're entertained and you want to give us a little kickback, or
if you just want to see us,
or if you want to watch us while we do that, or we bring on Jake, and he's probably the most handsome collector you'll ever see in your life. You can look at him the entire time.
Yep.
Just like we get to. And so that's well worth your money right there. But also, we don't do ads on the audio podcast. So if you want to keep that going, then we would definitely appreciate the Patreon support.
Yep. We just got hit up by the same people that hit us up last time, being like,
and another one.
And another one.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun being like, hey, you want to do ads? You want to do this? I'm like, nah, I don't want to. Not from you anyway.
Yeah, unless you're going to send me something really cool. Like, come on, like cubic 3D prints, we got you, but these losers.
You get ads for free, buddy. You guys need to support 3D cubic prints.
And then follow us on Twitter at TBS Cantina. Join the Facebook group. That's a big thing. Jake, if you're on Facebook, you should definitely join our Facebook group. And everybody else who's listening, join the Facebook group. That's just Black Series Cantina. And then Gmail, email us, and we'll talk about your email on the show. That's blackseriescantina@gmail.com. And that is it. That's the show. Good luck on your Haslab. And we'll see the listeners. We'll be in your earbuds in 2 weeks.
Bye.